Right, we're in. We're live. It's time. It's JANTHIR WILDS. TeaTime. We have a wondrous array of guests. Okay, up bright and early today, actually, as well. Very funny. Emmy is fresh, ready to go, ready to destroy this TeaTime. Got Lara,
I woke
got
up
Nike,
at
and
7
me.
a.m.
Yeah.
Literally woke up at 7 a.m. for this.
Yeah,
I don't even wake
exactly.
up this early for work.
Wow.
Yeah. That's how important it is. That's the
Dedication.
value. Hey, welcome everyone. Of course, you know, what are we talking about here? You know, I think it's pretty obvious. Expansion announcement dropped. We've got Bears, Housing, Wing 8. Sneb isn't here, and that actually is sad for me because I would be able to torment him about how he promised. And I'm just someone get the screenshot. Someone drop this here. Okay. Sneb said he will cover himself in Vaseline and pretend to be a slug if Wing 8 releases. So he has to do that.
Did you see that Grouch like tweeted about that? I was
Yeah.
like, wow.
I mean, I think that was probably a big part of their motivation for releasing Wing 8 is that they saw that quote. And we're going to have to do Wing 8 now. We're going to have to make this happen there. So it's going to be good stuff. And also we've got spears as well. You can poke things. But yeah, I guess I want to open up the discussion here. I kind of want to talk about the feature set a little bit. Of course, we're seeing an iteration over Secrets of the Obscure with our wonderful JANTHIR WILDS expansion. How are we thinking about the feature set in comparison to what we saw with Soto, and just the feature set in general? You know, let's talk hashtag MMORPG. Let's open a discussion. Let's go.
Well, it's definitely maybe not more. You know, who knows what the polish is going to be on any of it, but on paper, it's a way stronger feature set than Soto. I think that like there's, even if the raid is like the lamest raid ever, it's still higher effort than 2 strikes. So there's that.
Yeah, I think my sense on it is that Soto had a lot of new player features, right? So it's like kind of a standalone story. A lot of like they mentioned strike missions being very approachable for new players, and also they streamlined a lot of the old processes, right, with like sky scale and all. But I feel like at least on paper, all of the stuff that they've announced for this next expansion, it feels a lot more tailored towards veteran players, right? So a lot of long-term replayability with things like homesteads, new weapons, which I feel like other than flavor might have pretty crazy like meta features, right? So that it might be a really solid ranged option for a lot of right now that are fully melee classes. I don't know, stuff like I mean, raids obviously are tailored towards veteran players, or at least going to try to shuffle people towards the end game PvE side of stuff. So that for me is very exciting because I'm obviously not a new player anymore, and I feel like kind of one of my unfortunate spots with Soto is that I felt like there wasn't really that much for me, right? It's like legendary armor is great, but I already have all of the sets from raids. So I know for a lot of players that would be really great, but for me personally, I had no investment into it. But now all of the stuff, it's very new, and I feel like I can actually sink a lot of time into it and get a lot of enjoyment out of it.
I think they were really good at sort of targeting different types of players here. Like they got stuff that like, you know, sort of the raiders are excited about. Of course, new raid. They mentioned legendary modes, but they also got like housing for players who are into like, you know, sort of the fashion wars, creative side of things, right? And then, you know, the spears are sort of like relevant for everyone, I would say. Then, you know, we got like a new PvP game mode that's been announced for the PvP people.
That's the wildest thing.
Yeah, I don't think
Like
anybody
that's the
was
most
seeing that
unbelievable
coming.
thing. Like if you had told me there was a new PvP game mode coming, I wouldn't have believed you. Or if you had said that like a week before and you were like, "Yeah, I think one of the new features is going to be a PvP game mode," I would have told you you were like literally ill, like to come up with that.
We don't know when it's coming, right? They just mentioned it's in development. Still going to be a long time probably, but I know it's exciting to me. It definitely feels like they are very in touch with the community in this expansion. So you know, like nobody was asking for rifts before, right? With Soto, like rifts are, you know, I think lots of people actually enjoy rifts. Lots of people also probably hate rifts, but you know, it was like sort of a thing that came out of nowhere. But it feels like this time they were really like, hey, let's see what people want and we'll do those things, right? They were like, oh, some people want housing, some people want raids, some people want spirit. Let's just do those. And That feels kind of exciting to me. I wonder if they can like really top this. I mean, there's more things people want, right? They need to do something about the boon bar, I really think. But it's really like they just went and picked a bunch of big ticket items, and I like that because like it's a smaller expansion, right? I think a lot of us sort of assumed that in these like smaller yearly expansions that they wouldn't be able to do something like housing, but the fact that it's coming anyway, it just has me personally really excited.
Yeah. I feel like I'm very cautiously optimistic just because, again, everything on paper sounds really, really crazy. But I feel like in the past, when they've tried to mess with these kinds of systems before, there's just like a lot of bugs, right? It's kind of like what Nike said, like the polish sometimes is a little bit questionable. Like I remember the last time they kind of messed with stuff with raids, they completely broke how squads worked. And that was a crazy week. And then I don't know, things like the homesteads, since they're going to be porting over a lot of things from, I'm assuming like the guild hall or the home instance and everything. I hope that there's not like weird, I don't know. I say clipping, but it probably goes farther than that because I imagine there's going to be a lot of customization, right? So I hope that the customization tools actually work. Otherwise, a major selling point of the expansion on release, if that doesn't work, I think a lot of people are going to be very upset. So
yeah, that would be rough.
So
I very much agree with the statements. I think it's a pretty strong feature set. And, it's funny, like, looking at it, I think there are two key things about JANTHIR Wilds that I think are going to lead to, a much stronger experience. Is that, one, there actually is a new kind of thing to go after, and that being the homestead mechanic with, like, the player housing thing. And it's been something that's been very noticeably missing from the game for a long time, right? I think gw2 definitely has the type of player base that is really going to enjoy this stuff. And knowing Arena, I think they'll do a good job of it. They tend to do pretty good when it comes to features, kind of looking at mounts, looking at gliders, right? Like, they're pretty good at this sort of stuff usually when it comes to adding a new system. So hopefully it works out there. And also, I think the arrangement of the content is going to be much better. I think the thing that I find really good is that spears are actually coming out on release, not 6 months later, as we had with the new weapons, which came in the second quarterly update in Secrets Obscure. So I think that's really strong, actually, that's happening. The only thing that I think is still going to feels bad, actually, about JANTHIR Wilds, to already bring in the negativity. I've got to counterbalance all this. This positivity is making me sick, okay? Yeah, I don't like it. Is that there's no legendary on launch. I really would like, and maybe this is something for future expansions, if they were able to actually output, an additional legendary or something like that could also be on the launch of the game. I think that Soto, for me, really lacked that kind of, what is this going to add to my endgame loop? Like, what am I going to keep doing? What am I doing tomorrow, right? Like, when it comes to the expansion after I've played through it, what then? Because when I buy an expansion, I do not want to be going back to the previous expansions to, like, farm old content the next day. Call me old-fashioned. I don't want to do that. I want to play the new stuff. I want to grind out the new stuff. And that was a little bit lacking for me with Soto. I think part of that was the weakness of the open world maps. So with any luck, the maps will be good. And so that will be less of an issue. Really like what they're doing with the raid, actually, but I guess more on that later. But I think it would be really nice to actually have, a big grind to do on day one, like that. Come on. I know this is, we're not allowed to say this in Guild Wars 2. I want to sit down and blast. Okay, I want to get my legendary. I want to do a big collection. I want to do a quest to get my legendary weapon.
10,000 ambient deer to collect deer meat to raise your rep with the bear.
I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they craft the spear for me.
That's MMOs. If you don't like it, go play a different genre of game. Boom. Because that's what an MMO is. Deal with it.
Yeah, get the deer meat.
Grind your rep with the faction to unlock the vendor. Everyone knows that's what an MMO is.
But yeah, definitely feeling good about it, and I'm 100% with Emmy as well on the cautious optimism, because it is going to come down to execution. I'm particularly apprehensive about encounter design, to be honest. Like, I think that Arena has been doing a good job with, I think the weapons are going to be sick. There's pretty much no way they're not even more epic, actually. I think they really took the feedback on the spears, or rather on the Soto weapons, maybe not being quite as explosive and kind of impactful as players were looking for. Stuff like Elementalist Pistol, I think, is a pretty good example of that. Not the meatiest weapon ever. So they're just going to go completely overboard with the spears. From ones we've seen already, they've kind of dialed the effect up to 11. And, I think I like that, to be honest. It looks pretty epic. But yeah, I think they're doing a good job there, but I'm a little bit worried about the encounter design. If I look at Secrets of the Obscure, both open world and instance content, it's not looking super hot, to be honest. Like, of course, we had 2 strike missions and 1 fractal. 1 strike, yeah, no. And then 1 strike was really good, as it turns out. And then the fractal was, yeah. I don't know how this is possible, but ArenaNet managed to make a fractal that players like less than Silent Surf. And honestly, that is an achievement. I will give them that. That is impressive. But yeah, it's a little bit scuffed. And Open World 2 was also a little bit scary, especially Epoch. You know, you just end boss of the expansion sits there very menacingly, like wiggling back and forth. It's content.
I believe the term is scuttle. Crabs scuttle to and fro.
But he doesn't do that. He just he doesn't move though. He just stands.
He turns.
I guess so. Yeah.
He turns to look at you ominously, but then he does nothing. I would like to caution the community.
The hype train.
I'll say this now.
Yeah.
About the raid. Do not go into it expecting a raid instance like Wing 7, where you have like this or Wing 6, where you have like these like incredibly spectacular like instances where like the instance itself is like holy crap, and you could like run around and like look at all the little Easter eggs and find like all the different lore tidbits, and there's like random voice acting things, and like, you know, the arena is like huge and there's like platforms, 3D platforms flying around. Do not expect that. It's going to be an open world meta, right? I would imagine it's gonna look very simple, and that's fine. You should be happy with that, because it's not Doom. It's not Doom. Because all that matters is, as Teapot said, the encounter design. You could have the nicest arenas ever with like the most high effort instances that they could possibly build, and if it's 3 crappy bosses, no one's going to be happy. But you could also have a very simple, you know, meta event chain where you go down, you know, the forest road and you come to a clearing and fight a boss, then you go down the road a little further to another clearing and fight another boss. As long as the bosses kick ass, then everyone's going to be happy. But I have a feeling there's going to be people on the Reddit that are like, Wing 7 had Sabir with the flying platforms, and you went around, and this is just a boss in a forest clearing. Ain't that's a budget expansion. If I hear that, I'm going to report you to random user, and you're going to get banned from the subreddit. And I have that kind of pull. So don't think I won't. And that's that.
There you go.
Yeah. I don't know how to follow that up, to be honest.
I mean, I don't know where to go after that as well. I mean, yeah.
No, but the raids, it's like, it's. Let's be clear, it's really exciting that the raids are back. After all these years, it's happening again. And it feels like they're truly, again, we haven't seen it. That's the issue, right? But from what they've said, it kind of sounds like a proper Raids 2.0, right? Like, we've looked at the issues of the past, right? It wasn't accessible. A lot of people didn't care. Open world mode now.
Yes.
Yeah, difficulty is difficult to get right, but this time we have normal modes, and then later we also have challenge modes and legendary modes, cater to every you know, aspects of the community. The idea is sound. The idea sounds really good, but you know, I don't understand why people are cautious. Because, you know, like, Sarah's was really good, genuinely. So like, there's definitely some, you know, they got some talent running around working on like encounters. But then, like, you know, Epoch is like, Epoch in challenge mode is just straight up broken. You know, it's actually straight up. I don't think anyone has actually killed it legit because of like it. So, you know, it's like, which of those two is it gonna be? If they get like 3 encounters that are all like, you know, like Sarah's, and Sarah's is not bug free, but it's not really breaking bugs. It's like the bugs kind of work in your advantage usually. They don't really mess it up too much, right? But like, they have to make sure this stuff is properly tested before it comes out. Like with this raid, I feel like it's even more important this time because it's such a big part of this expansion, right? Such a big part of the hype for JANTHIR WILDS is the new raid. They gotta make sure that these fights work properly, and
also it's probably only going to be 2 bosses.
It's confirmed 3. It's already confirmed 3, actually.
Are you sure it's like 2
Oh,
bosses
yeah,
in
it could be Bandit
like
Trio. Yeah, that's a good call.
I'm expecting a Bandit Trio sort of escort.
Yeah.
Escort would be kick-ass. You know what? That is the best litmus test for whether a person is actually a good Guild Wars 2 player, is how they feel about Wing 3 Escort.
I like Escort.
Yeah, everyone good likes Wing 3 Escort.
I hate it.
It's like the perfect
speed run. It's good if you do it fast.
Yeah, you can make it. You can go. It has like incredibly good strats. Like if you're doing like if people that are like, oh, I hate Wing 3 Escort, that's just a sign. That's just a self-expose. And so.
You know why I hate it? I hate it because everyone falls asleep and then they walk into the mines and then it's die. Like, yeah,
well, they do it on purpose.
It's got the highest like wipe rate in like all of raids for me. Like because people are just like, it's Escort, and then they just die, including me. I also die on Escort.
Yeah, I think
they're waiting.
A big thing I really want to like emphasize again is like the difficulty modes is really nice with raids. I feel like one of my big
sick. Plus the open world.
I feel like one of the really big criticisms that I've had with raids before is that the jump in difficulty from open world into raids is very steep, right? And I feel like a counterexample of like where I think this is done really well is in fractals, right? So fractals, you have like tier 1, tier 2. You don't really have to think about it that much. You don't really need proper team comps. And then tier 3, tier 4, you have more mechanics. And now like having a healer, having supports is really important. And I feel like we might be able to see something similar here with the new raids where it's like open world, you kind of just go in, vibe, enjoy the like, I don't know, dialogue or the story or whatever it's called. And then once you enter into normal, it's like a bit of a step up. I think especially nowadays with power creep, like even the old Wings 1 through 4 raids are really easy. You really don't need to know anything in order to go into them. Then CM can be a step up from that for people that want to enhance their gameplay even more. And then LCM is for the people that are chasing those like fancy titles and all. I feel like it's really nice to see that kind of, in a way, built-in progression into the game, right? Because I feel like a lot of times it's like, okay, you join a training raid and then the trainer explains everything to you, but it still has a sense of like, well, I kind of got carried through that, right? Maybe not carried in terms of gameplay, but at least carried in terms of knowledge. But now people have an actual stepping stone that they can go through and feel like, you know what, I figured this out myself. I did this with guildmates. Maybe we progged it as a guild, like that kind of stuff, which I think is really cool. Maybe this is a really tall ask. This might be wishful thinking, but I really wish that they would go back and do that with the previous raids, right? Yes. So it's like right now Wing 8 now has essentially 4 difficulty modes. How cool would it be to see Wing 1 through 7 get the same treatment, right? It's like right now, let's just say the current iteration could be the normal, then even Wing 1 through 4 all get CMs, and then all of them get an LCM. It would be, in my opinion, as someone who doesn't work on the game, I think it would be very economical because obviously you don't have to reuse or you can reuse assets, right? You don't need to redo the dialogue. You don't need to do the boss animations. You just add new stuff on top of it and slap on a title for people to chase for. But yeah, it's probably wishful thinking, but I feel like for the sake of consistency, right? Because I think it's also, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to just ask, so the raid ships with the second patch.
Yeah.
And the CM, or not the second patch, the first follow-up patch. And then the CM and the LCM come one patch after, or does the CM come one patch after that, and then the LCM like on the 4th patch?
I think they're both one patch after.
Okay. So people will get good and comfortable with the normal mode before the LCM. So that's good. Yeah. That means that the race for World's First for the LCM will be quite entertaining.
Yeah, it should be.
Heck yeah.
Should be pretty good. I would personally prefer if they actually just, if it dropped closer, to be honest. Because I think one thing that was kind of exciting to me about a new raid, especially when it comes to progression, is actually not knowing the mechanics before doing the challenge mode. That's actually kind of fun, I think. Whereas now, like, we actually will. But I actually wanted to quickly derail, because this is a slight, actually it's a major derail, but I think it's such an important point. It's related to what Emmy was talking about there, and it is one of my biggest fears about not just the expansion, actually, but Guild Wars 2 in general, actually, is that I would love if they did go back and fix raids to update them and even add, like, the open world variants. The open world thing, I think, is so insanely cool, actually. I think it's giga epic, to be honest. But do we think they can do that? Like, they, to be honest, like, they really struggle. This is what they really struggle with at ArenaNet, for whatever reason, is going back and fixing old content. They're okay at fixing systems. Like, you can see that with World versus World, right? Like, they're looking to, like, address that. They've looked at a couple of reward structures across the game. They're doing balance and stuff, like skill design and so on. But when it comes to going back and fixing old content, I mean, need I not remind you that HTCM is still hilariously bugged. In fact, basically all of the EOD CMs have incredibly humorous amounts of bugs. Most of the new Fractal CMs are also very, very bugged as well. Even Serra CM is pretty buggy as well. It's got some... They're less glaring, actually, and I think that is an advantage of what Nike was talking about, going for like a simpler design compared to the more elaborate raid designs. I'm definitely expecting it to be, you know, less moving parts, let's put it like that, compared to some of the older design there. But yeah, this is something that I'm very worried about. Like especially, and I think the Epoch Fractal, the Fractal CM, is actually the perfect example of this. I think ArenaNet is in hell here. I think ArenaNet know that Fractal ain't super good, but I'm not totally sure they can actually fix it. Because with the way this model is, they gotta go. And at the risk of getting a little bit speculative here, the balance patch this time around was very small, and to be frank, wasn't super hot, in my opinion. The patch is coming up in June, and well, it's this month, but, you know. I think a big part of that is because they're working on spears, so they have less time to actually invest on that balance patch, and that's obviously fair enough, but this kind of has me a little bit worried with going back and actually addressing things. I think it's... especially when it comes to the raid, I think ArenaNet is super reliant on getting it right the first time. And, well, Emmy's... I think there's a lot of devs here, actually. We got Lara here, and we got Emmy. Do you think it's a good idea to... Would you feel confident, like, getting it right the first time, every single time, just releasing, just get it out there, no updates? Yeah, a bit terrifying, if you ask me, from a development perspective. And I think that is something that I do hope ArenaNet are able to find a solution to, because it doesn't look like they have that right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, maybe a quick add-on to that for context people that don't really work in like computer science. I think my answer depends a lot on the internal infrastructure, right? So it's like if you had a team with a well-established pipeline and testing things, and you have like alpha beta stages for you to run like end-to-end tests, all that kind of stuff. Honestly, I do actually feel pretty confident with shipping it out on the first try, right? Because I think that's what all of the precautions are for. But I think historically, one of the things that we have seen with ArenaNet, obviously we can't confirm because I don't think any of us actually work in there, is that their development pipeline doesn't seem very polished, right? Like a lot of times it does feel like they forego testing. It feels like a lot of times, like when you play it for the first time and it's really buggy, you're like, did they even play through this? It's a bit... So then obviously once the development infrastructure kind of collapses, then your confidence in things actually working once it actually makes it into production will go significantly down. So
It's interesting because they're talking a lot about, you know, sort of maintaining the game, right? Like they got these people that are, I guess, like going back and adding quality of life and like fixing old stuff. And those actually feel pretty significant. You know, they're going back and adding a bunch of like quality of life features. It feels like every patch they're like fixing like random events in the open worlds from like 5 expansions ago, kind of. Every patch note they're like, we fixed this one random event in Tangled Depths, and I'm like, I didn't even realize there was a bug here. But yeah, it just feels as if the encounters are like exams, you know? It feels as if they're pretty solid at going back and fixing stuff and working on features, but as soon as it comes to like actual like fights like that, it doesn't happen nearly as much. And
when
I
they
think
ship
you're
a
right. I
fractal,
think
they have a 2-week window to make like changes, and if the changes don't get made in that 2-week window, it is gone forever.
That's what it feels like. So I really hope that they fix the CM on Lonely Tower. Oh my gosh, I really hope that gets fixed before they move on. But I think that like it might just be a like manpower thing, right? Because okay, so everybody in the comment section is gonna say that this is cope. But I think one of the reasons that the Fractal CM is in a pretty rough state is probably because just a lot of the encounters teams probably working on those raids right now, right? So my hope, I'm sorry, YouTube comment section, is that like, you know, the raids will be super polished because they're working super hard on that, and the fractal is kind of like, oh, we just gotta get a fractal done by it, you know, on the size. But yeah, I just wonder if maybe they just don't have enough people that like know how to do encounter design, right? Like I'm guessing that's a very specific skill set. Yeah, it's a little bit rough to be honest. I do think though that a lot of fights are kind of in a state where like, you know, there's bugs, but they're not entirely breaking, right? Like for example, Silent Surf, when Silent Surf came out on challenge mode, it was in a state where it was straight up like something like over half your pools would just like end in bugs and you would just wipe. It was really, really rough. That has been mostly fixed now. Like Silent Surf is there's still bugs. It's not bug free, but at least the bugs that would just stop your run in its tracks and just like wipe everybody and you have to start over, too bad. At least the worst stuff has been fixed.
Yeah, I think I'll kind of second that. I actually haven't done the new fractal just because I've been busy, but I'm speaking at least for all of the other ones, like the EOD strikes and stuff. Like there's obviously bugs, but I think they're I think just well documented, right? Easily reproducible. So as long as you kind of know that they can happen, you can kind of work around them, which is not ideal, obviously, right? It's like as a player, that's not your responsibility to do that. But even then, I would say they're not quite as breaking anymore. Like I think the one I always think about is like Kining Overlook. Kining Overlook, that one, if you phase at a very specific time, you just die. You die because the red AoEs will spawn underneath you. I think to me that's like a very like that's really frustrating to deal with. But then I'm kind of thinking like, okay, like for example on HTCM, if you phase at a specific time, it like the boss will skip ahead a little bit in the mechanics. Like that one's a little bit frustrating, but for the most part, it doesn't end your run right there, as long as you like know about it, right? So it's like it's not ideal, but I think honestly, even that level of polish, like let's say on release, would honestly be good enough for me. I think the most frustrating thing, and it honestly killed my desire to do the new fractals when I released, I heard from my friends, you can't clear this. Like you literally, it's impossible to clear this unless you abuse like a distort bug or something. It's like that to me instantly killed my drive to even progress it at all.
It's the same for me because like I am really into like CM content when it comes out. Like when Silent Surf came out, I did like a 9-hour marathon just running it over and over, and I really enjoyed myself genuinely. And despite the bugs, it still felt doable, right? I was like, well, like, you know, a bunch of these bugs are gonna happen, but at least it feels like I can make it through. But with the new fractal, with Lonely Tower, it just straight up feels like it's not even doable right now if you're trying to do it legit, quote unquote, right? And yeah, so like this is the first time in like genuinely like years that I am just not doing the new CM content. I'm just kind of sitting here and being like waiting and hoping that they'll fix it. And that's definitely not great timing when you've just announced your return to raids to release a boss like that, you know? So I understand the, you know, the caution for sure.
Yeah, I slightly want to recontextualize this for our wonderful viewers as well, because we're obviously talking about fractals and raids here, but I actually want to emphasize that this also applies to the open world as well when it comes to this kind of issue of encounter design, especially given that the raid is going to have this open world component where you're going to be able to essentially play through the raid in an open world event style thing, which I think is pretty much the perfect solution to kind of like making, well, basically getting value out of developing that type of content. I wouldn't be surprised if that actually ends up being the kind of go-to format for instance content. Even if it ends up being strikes, I could see them doing like an open world version of a strike mission, like in addition to the instance version. But I think it's really important for open world too. I found the open world event design of Soto probably the most disappointing thing I actually had. It was very mediocre. I really want them to smash the encounter design here as well. And I think Emmy really hit something important there with the development pipeline as well, because it's not just that content releases with bugs. it's the same bugs. That's what kind of sets the alarm bells off for me, actually, more than the fact that there's bugs. Like, we know that ArenaNet doesn't really have a team that kind of tests like raid content and CM content. Like, you know, Cameron, like he was obviously joking about it, but I think it was obviously true. They didn't beat HTCM, and I assume they didn't beat Sarah CM, and I doubt they beat. In fact, no, they didn't beat Epoch CM. Absolutely no way did they beat that in a million years. So I think it's really important that they do actually have people who test this stuff, both the open world as well, so people know how it feels. But also, it's very weird to me that it's the same bugs. Why is it that boons mess up every single boss? Hell, Ceres is still bugged, actually. Like, if the ad hits you with the beam, it will desynchronize it the next time it appears. Very fun on sub 10%. Love to see that. Very good. Why is it that pets get hit? Why are there invisible hitboxes all the time? It's like the same bugs keep coming back over and over again. That is very worrying to me. It's very weird. There's also a bug on Epoch where you can just move them outside of the boss arena. Whoops. Unlucky. With that one.
I think it's actually totally okay for the devs not to beat the super hard fights. I actually think that's totally fine. Because, like, if you want to make a fight that's, like, challenging for world's first race, right? You gotta make a fight that's probably a little bit harder than what you yourself might be able to do, right? If you want to make something that's challenging for the best players in the game, you gotta overtune it a bit. But my issue is that a lot of these bugs, I feel like, are quite obvious at just 1 or 2 run-throughs, right? And I imagine even if you're like giving yourself like double health or double damage, right, to just test it, I feel like a lot of this stuff should be obvious even in those situations, right? Like, you know, Kanaksai has regen, and he regens himself back to the previous phase and then does the transition another time. Like, I feel like that should be one of those things that, like, you know, that should be caught easily. And I don't know, I think maybe they just need to get like a testing team or something. Like, you know, get like I'm not sure how doable this is, but get like a group of players, you know, get them in there before the content comes out, let them test it, make sure you try it in like real situations with like real builds and like real boons and real pets running around and all that sort of stuff, right? Because I feel like a lot of these bugs don't necessarily stem from them not having beat it, but just feels like, you know, like it's been tested in specific circumstances, right? Like, it's Canucks, I probably got tested without regen on the team, right? Or something like that. I think they, especially for this raid, they gotta nail the fights. It doesn't have to be entirely bug free, but they gotta nail that they don't have those bugs that just stop your run and just make the whole experience super frustrating.
Agreed. And, you know, I think that it is kind of what you were talking about there. I think is really important. Like, I think having players who are familiar with the game and know how Guild Wars 2 is supposed to play out, having players like that on the testing team, I think is essential. I don't think you need to be able to beat Sarah CM. I don't think that's actually necessary. I think you're completely right. But I think they do need people who know how the game is supposed to feel, who know how the game is supposed to play out and how it works mechanically, right? Because, again, you know, let's go in on Epoch again. If you play through that once, even on normal mode, you go, wow, no. Pretty much. Like,
actually, like the normal mode.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
like the normal mode.
Oh my, yeah. Nice cope, Lara. Like, that's actually crazy.
I have to be a bit positive again, you know. Like, I was so negative for the past 10 minutes.
And I want to slightly get ahead of the comments here, by the way. Like, because we talked now for about 20 minutes about basically bugs and testing. I want to kind of underline this. Yes, this is actually probably the biggest concern about the expansion by far. The reason we're talking about this is because it's one of the biggest issues with Soto, the previous expansion, and it's pretty much the thing that scares me, and I think many others, the most about content going forwards. I'm not worried about the feature set. The feature set is actually sick. I'm loving the way they've designed, that they've approached raids. I think new weapons, really, really cool. I think player housing, it's not for me, but I think they'll do a great job. I'm obviously expecting the content to be good. It's Guild Wars 2. It's gonna look real pretty. It's gonna sound real pretty. Very nice. You know, Cool, right? The only thing I'm worried about is, are they going to be able to actually execute it or just completely flub it, right? Like, that's like the thing. And that's why this is an important topic. It is the most important topic about Guild Wars 2 JANTHIR Wilds. They need to make sure the content actually works, and if it doesn't, they need to fix it. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of, again, like cautious optimism is I feel like at least historically on release, their expansion launches have been pretty smooth, right? Like no release, not any server instability. It's like at least the open world story and the metas don't seem to get hard locked out, right? Which would be extremely frustrating for like a new extension. So I feel like historically they've been pretty good about that. It does always feel like a lot of the times the bugs are centered around instant stuff, whether that's like instant story minutes or instant story missions or instance bosses like strikes, raids, fractals, like that kind of stuff. And like maybe some things that are kind of annoying, but for the most part, okay, you're like, all right, I'll come back to this later and then I'll play it later, right? So like maybe an event is weird and an NPC gets stuck somewhere and it doesn't actually move to like the next location. I think things like that, again, I want to be cautiously optimistic. I feel like they have a pretty good track record about, like, I don't remember the game ever going down for 2 hours on release, which I know has happened in other games. So maybe fingers are crossed that this one will also be really smooth. Another thing I do want to point out is I do genuinely think ArenaNet's been doing a really good job with going back with especially all of the QOL fixes, right? So I feel like maybe this is just me projecting, but I feel like they know that like the game does not feel very polished in a lot of like the old systems and stuff. So they have been trying to revisit those old systems. And I feel like once you've polished it once, it kind of carries through, right? It's one less area where things can break. So maybe because they've been introducing all of these other like things that and all of these other fixes, this one will be a lot smoother on release. So fingers are crossed.
Yeah,
I agree. I think just
so.
In general, like I think again, they definitely can do it. There's definitely been a ton of fights that have felt like really good on launch as well. Like, you know, the Sarah's World's first race was, in my opinion, really, really exciting. So they just, again, sometimes it goes well, sometimes it doesn't. They just got to make sure that this is one of those times that they nail it. They got to make sure. But I'm optimistic too.
Yeah. We'll certainly have to see. Now that we successfully derailed for a good chunk of time, I guess we can probably actually talk about some of the actual features of the expansion. To be honest, let's see, where do we want to go? I mean, we talked about the raid a little bit. You know, let's mix it up. You know, we can't talk about raids all the time. You know, let's talk about the Warclaw. No, okay, we're not talking about that. I guess we'll do that at some point. Okay, that's
once they preview the skills, then we can judge it. It's hard to judge without seeing the new skills, I would say.
You know, I want to talk about.
They said double jump, didn't they?
Yeah. There was
how does that? What is a double jump? Like you go up and then you can jump again?
Yeah, you're gonna be like. I mean, you're gonna be like a mountain goat, like jumping up the.
Yeah.
So you'll be able to like perch yourself on like a sheer cliff.
Maybe, I don't know. I guess it's unclear. It's gonna be weird to make it not overlap with the fact that you have literal fly hack with the sky scale and also the springer. Right?
That's cool.
Yeah. So it's gonna be a little.
I think it's smart,
complex.
Though.
Maybe you get double bear rep when you kill mobs with your Warclaw versus your sky scale. So you're subtly encouraged to use the Warclaw.
I wonder if they'll let you throw spears, because that's the thing in WILDS, right? Where you throw like a spear to dismount somebody. This being the spear expansion and all.
Yeah, that would make sense actually.
I do actually think that the double jump is smart though, right? Because you've sort of got the sort of medium speed agile mounts, right? We've got the Raptor and the Jackal. The Raptor's like really nice on like flat terrain, whereas the Jackal's a bit nicer on more rugged terrain, right? And this will be like that. But then if it's more vertical, you can just double jump without having to switch to your like Springer or Sky Skill, right? But we're actually talking about the Warclaw now.
Yeah.
We're not going to talk about the Warclaw.
I think we've covered it. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's accurate. It's cute.
Yeah, we can maybe come back to it later, because I think it is interesting that they went with that mount, I suppose. But
it's probably the one mount that people haven't bought a lot of skins for, so there's a lot of room for sales growth.
Yep, that's true.
I mean, I don't think I'm wrong in that they were like, what can we monetize the best?
Yeah, I think it should have been the beetle. But anyway, we're not doing that. Okay, right. I have a very important question. I don't get player housing at all. It is almost certainly a feature I will never interact with. However, before everyone eats me alive, I know that people like it, and actually, that's cool. I like that people are going to like it. Very high energy. However, I want you lot to explain to me why. Why do people like this? What is the player housing thing? Why are people going crazy? What is good about it? Let's go.
So, a little story is that back in the olden days, the days of yore, playing Morrowind, single player, Elder Scrolls, RPG, every time I would do a playthrough, I would find an NPC who wasn't relevant to the story and brutally murder them and throw their body in the streets, and I would take over their house. And I would collect weapons that were like rare weapons or magic items that I wasn't ever going to use, but they were rare. And I would like put them on the table in the house in various places. So anyone who walked into this house, even though it's a single player game, would see my vast collection of magical items. And that is sort of a player housing situation, but impromptu, I guess. And as long as you can do stuff like that, then it's pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, I think a big thing is like, obviously not everybody's going to love player housing, but there is a reason why games like, The Sims or I don't know, City Skylines, stuff like that. It's like these games are very popular for a reason, right? And I feel like a big part of it is expression in the game. It's like you can genuinely call this place your own. You can build insane looking like I don't know, like features. Like I've seen stuff like in Path of Exile where they'll use like floor textures to create certain looks on the ground and everything. You can like put together like
very not safe for work looks as well.
Yeah.
And then
So
you can trade the presets to other people so they can have the same anime girls with various lacking of clothing in their hideout. Yeah, it's good.
So I feel like that's like a really big thing. It's just like it gives people the option, right, to like access yourself in the game. And I feel like another really big thing is like you don't have to be one side or the other, right? This is obviously a very much a gradient. You'll have some people with like hyper efficient home instance farming like routes and everything, where you just go down the line pressing F over and over again, and maybe your crafting station is right there, so you can immediately craft your pyramids. You'll have like the people that make it hyper efficient and then never step in there again. And then you'll have other people that are making like roller beetle race tracks or griffin courses or all that kind of stuff. And then they can be able to share that with their friends. And then you might have some people in the middle that might just really like the home instance cats. Like they like watching the cats fight each other and stuff, right? And they go there and like spend like 5 minutes just kind of enjoying that. I feel like the big part of this is just it's very much a gradient, and you can kind of just do it with it whatever you want. And I feel like another really big thing that at least for me is really interesting, it's a little bit of a derail, is I'm really interested in the economic side of this, right? So obligatory disclaimer, I am not an economist or anything, but I feel like one of the big things is that it can act as a really big gold sink into the game, right? So it can essentially bring a lot of value to materials that are otherwise underutilized, or even just as a way to remove currency from the economy. Because just an observation that I had with Soto is that Soto actually kind of did the opposite. It injected a lot of gold into the game without, I think, really that many ways to actually spend that gold, right? Other than, of course, like the legendary armor was obviously a very big sink. But again, there were a lot of players in my boat or PvP and World vs. World people where they already had their legendary armor. So they didn't really feel the need to spend that money. So I feel like here there is a potential for there to be massive gold sinks, which can then stabilize the economy a little bit more. Because something I do want to point out is that in general, in Guild 2, the actual amount of liquid gold, like currency in your wallet, is actually not that high relative to the amount of materials that you get, right? So I would say, like, for example, materials probably constitute like 90% of the value that you get whenever you're doing a meta event or open world events or even like raids and stuff, right? So the problem with this is then obviously you're going to see things like inflation, where now if you have a lot of gold that people can just spend right away, and there's not that many efficient ways to take it out through like the trading post tax or like the waypoint fees and all that kind of stuff, then things are just going to naturally start getting more and more expensive. And I feel like this could potentially be a way to remove a lot of that from the game. Just at least something that I'm very interested in.
I'm also excited about it. Like personally, I'm not like a huge home instance fan. Like I'm not going to spend a lot of time decorating it, but I like it for the potential of giving the game a long-term reward system. Like you can add, player housing decorations from raid that come as raid drops. You can add player housing. Any content in the game can now have player housing rewards added to it, and it's just like a little carrot to make you actually care about that content that didn't exist before. And it's something that will be it's a new way to reward players that will last like forever. Like they can add more player housing rewards from now until the end of development, and that is something that I think is potentially very good from a health of the game perspective.
How do they make that work cross expansion though? Like that would be the question I would have there. Is how
I imagine that every expansion is going to have a new or multiple,
just play basically like a mastery every time for a new instance, basically like a
like if you want to, if you don't want your house to be in JANTHIR Wilds and you'd rather relocate it to like a penthouse in New Kainang City in the next Cantha expansion, you'll be able to do that. And
that'll be awesome.
Sure. And eventually get to the point where very customizable like sort of style, because like not everyone vibes with like living in some bear's wooden shack. That's pretty low rent. I think most people have more sophisticated tastes.
Yeah,
they want indoor plumbing.
Not a fan of the bear.
Yeah.
Then
no,
not going for that.
If like Morrowind, I can brutally murder the bear and toss his corpse outside, and then I am much more interested in acquiring the house. I feel like murdering the occupant is a key factor in player housing.
He's scared of my bear.
In every game.
Okay.
Yep.
He's scared of my bear.
Yeah.
Sorry,
go
it's
ahead.
like Fashion Wars, right? Why do people like Fashion Wars? People like customizing something, like expressing themselves, right? Not everybody cares about Fashion Wars and Guild Wars 2, right? Some people just slap on like the first random outfit they get and use that for like 7,000 hours. But some people, they'll spend like hours trying to make the perfect fashion and making cosplays and stuff, right? I think it's like that.
And then you steal it.
Then
you steal it, yeah.
Yes.
When are they adding housing inspection? Oh my gosh.
That's one of the things I hope. I hope that the instances are at least somewhat public, right? So like maybe there's like a search repository for your friends, or you can just visit if you're like mutually added or something like that. You can go to each other's like houses. It's something that I really hope, because I plan to go pretty hard on the housing. So I would like to be able to show it off to other people.
You could have tea parties at your house. I'm sure all the role players are going to be all about that. And they're going to have the Caudicus mirror above the bed, where the bear and their little Asura buddies can get together and role play. It's gonna be good. Yeah, there's a lot of potential here.
To bring it back to sanity, I think that for sure, adding a new reward structure that isn't just 2 greens and a blue, right, is 100% going to be good. I think that's one of the areas where the game really struggles, right? I think that's a very agreed upon concern that especially players who play the game for a while feel is that the game just isn't very rewarding, right? Because it just gives you gold. Like, oh wow, I got an ascended drop. Wow, incredible. I'll add that to my collection in my bank, pretty much. Especially if you get to the point where you start getting a couple of legendaries. Like, that's when the game like really starts to lose all value. I'm at the point right now where I have this is fantastic. I love this. I just vendor all of the loot I get from raids because I can't be bothered to wait for the TP to lag. And yeah, exactly. I get that reaction from people every single time. And honestly, I love it. It's so good. I do it on stream on purpose because I know that it like causes people actual pain. And that's content to me. It brightens my day. It really does. So yeah, I think adding meaningful long-term roads is good. I think adding systems like that, if it's going to be housing, if it's going to be a different type of thing that you can go after in the next expansion. I guess the one thing I am kind of struggling with is like, how do they take it cross-expansion? I think that it might end up being isolated to JANTHIR because I don't know. I'm not sure if they can justify like making new rewards and then putting it in an expansion that doesn't have housing. They would have to do every expansion has a housing thing, which wouldn't be completely insane because they did it with guild halls, by the way. If they could put
guild halls are way higher effort.
Yeah, way higher effort. Houses, yeah, and probably nowhere near as high engagement rate. Let's be honest here. With that stuff. Speaking with
player housing will have 100%. Like even people that don't care about the player housing will at least unlock their player house.
Yeah, that's something I like about it. because like the guild hall decoration system is really good in my opinion. Like you can do some awesome stuff with the guild hall decoration system, but right now it's only like guild officers, right, that can really engage with that system. There's so many players that have never even touched the guild hall decoration system, and it's just like huge feature, right? So just bringing that to more people, giving people their own little space. Like I assume the system is going to be working similar. They actually confirmed it's going to be a separate crafting profession. They confirmed that in like a forum post.
Yeah,
that's
scribing too,
Yeah.
which is strange. But yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I think they're doing it because scribing is a bit weird, if we're being honest, right? It's yeah. It's the odd one out.
If it lowers the cost of writs, I'm
for
it.
Ooh, that would be big actually.
2 gold a writ is not good.
You can blame Ceres for that. That's actually Ceres' fault, no joke. Everyone's like
sucking writs out of the economy.
It actually is. Yeah. Well, you know, on week 1, the price of writs actually went up massively, like doubled when people were doing progression. It was extremely
funny. People need to make alt accounts, do CMs, and get their little 20 free writ things, and then flood the market.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I can just load up a couple of the alts. Let's make that happen. Easy. Let's do 10 alts. That's 200 writs per CM kill, right? That's huge. Insane. Actually, giga gold right there. Wait, where are we even going with this? Oh, no. We're scribing.
You're talking about new professions.
Yeah, so with the housing, there's another angle. Your nodes from your home instance carry over to your player housing, which is a strong incentive to buy the nodes, like the perma nodes. And therefore also buying Blackline keys where people can gamba and try to get more nodes for their home instance, which is a huge, huge value.
Yeah. I feel like that might be... I feel like if you have someone that's like super gung-ho about their housing, you might be able to just like leech theirs, right? Similar to how the home instance system works right now. But I would actually argue, I think even like the current nodes in their state is a pretty good gold sink and stuff. They're not nearly as expensive as they used to be. I actually know this very much from experience because I tried to max out my home instance nodes before they had the price drop. So I spent a lot of money on that has now disappeared into the ether. But I think, I don't know. I feel like I think the nodes would be nice for people to have, but I don't see the actual like interaction with the nodes being that different compared to how it is now. Right. It's like I feel like nowadays like people just have a guild leader or someone in their guild that they can poke, or they ask in map chat, or if anyone has like a full home instance, and then are able to get it that way.
I never cared about home instance nodes ever, but now I care. Just because it's like in my house
to collect now.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah, it's a good way to waste gold. That's for sure. You can, if you want to check this, you can go to fast farming and see that some of them like take, I think, something like 1,000 days to pay off and become profitable. So enjoy that. You're in it for the long haul, right? You're in it for the grind. There, it's a good content.
There's a bunch of notes on like the gem store. And I know loads of people who got like their deluxe ultimate version of JANTHIR vaults to get the 4,000 gems, and then just immediately spend it on home instance nodes, like the ones that are on the gem store.
Let's go.
Yeah, so the pots are really nice because you can make primers using the stuff.
Yeah, I have those. Hopefully we get our garden, our little home instance garden in our player house. That would be nice.
Grow your primers.
Farming profession when?
The primers.
Give me my Stardew roleplay.
Honestly, some of that could be pretty interesting, I think, actually, if they added that. I mean, it almost felt that they were kind of experimenting with that, right? When they were adding stuff like Ascended Chef, and of course the garden patches that you could have there, and that you can plant the different seeds and stuff like that, and you can you have that slight interactivity. I could honestly see them doing that at some point if they want to do that. If they could add a new feature to the expansion. And the chat's brought some good points that they just keep, like in the same way that they add new mount skins, they'll just keep adding like new chair skins and stuff as well. That's kind of a good point as well, to be honest. And I guess the homestead, if they keep adding new rewards to it, it will be like a big draw, I guess, for players. I guess the thing that I was finding, more specifically, the thing that I was talking about when I said, like, could they make rewards? I was foolishly thinking about in-game rewards. I was thinking, like, what if you drop a chair in the next expansion that you can't use because of JANTHIR, right? That's kind of where I was kind of getting stuck on how can they keep designing rewards for something in future expansions, is because I was assuming that you would actually get these from in-game activities, which I hope they do, by the way. But it is entirely possible that that may not end up being the case. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, it'd be really cool to get a reward for the new raid, right? Even the open world version, you can get like a cool statue or something.
Yeah, or I was gonna say a new chair, right? Because 5 through 7, when you complete the CMs with everything, and then you can buy from the vendor, you can buy like the Doom's bench or like the pile of gold or all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, if you could add the chairs,
that would be
Doom's
cool.
bench
Yeah,
in your player house.
Yeah, it's like if you could add those chairs into the player house, like you can have like a row of all of your raid chairs and everything, and then now slap on the Wing 8 LCM one.
You can sit on Doom's bench, like kind of like, you know how the pose that you have when you're on the bench is where you're kind of bored while you're watching two little Asura's RP on your heart-shaped bed that you bought in the gem store, and it's just, the potential is just humongous.
You're kind of fixated on this.
Yeah, it's money. It's all about making money.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, it's almost like a little too much. Like, do you have to a confession or something?
At this point, no. At this point, they just need to monetize the game. Let's go.
Yeah.
Cash in. They cultivated this audience. This community are all either bears or otters. We all know that. That's 90% of the Guild Wars 2 community. And if that's the community they cultivated, time to cash in. Speaking of Stardew Valley, that's the field they've sowed. Now it's time to reap.
I mean, it's certainly going to be a big payday, right? Like they're gonna farm.
If I have to put up with the furries in the community, the furries might as well be subsidizing the game by buying some stuff.
Yeah,
we can have parties at people's houses now, and game parties.
You know, an interesting kind of side effect of this, and this is, they haven't talked about this just yet, actually. Or talked about this, but there's a couple of things that I think might happen. I think that there might be some kind of benefits to the guild hall, actually, that might end up because of player housing. I seem to recall there was actually the classic ArenaNet. I think this actually was slightly touched upon in a very obscure online gaming journalism outlet. Someone can maybe find that. If maybe I was hallucinating, I'm not sure. But I think this was actually commented on. But I'm expecting some improvements to the guild hall as well. There is some evidence outside of my hallucinations for that, by the way. Recently, they have actually started to fix one of the bugs that's been with guild halls basically since forever, where instances will basically immediately fill up, and then basically you'll get trapped in different versions of your own guild hall. It's made it really annoying to kind of run guild gatherings or like larger guild events, like GVG, for example, or beetle racing. That kind of activity was super inconvenient. They've actually started to fix that. That was just last patch. It was like not even like a main patch. It was like a little hot fix they just put in the game. They changed the way the instancing works. That is actually really exciting, in my opinion, because I think that the guild hall is incredibly powerful. I'm a huge fan. You know, like one of the games that I have put a lot of time into, was important in my development as a gamer, was Roblox and Little Big Planet. I love player-driven content. I think it is one of the coolest things, actually, about online gaming, that allows you some kind of degree of control over the environment and what you can actually end up making. I think that stuff is incredibly cool. So anything that improves that is what I'm about, okay? Because, you know, like, you might go, but what, you think player housing is worthless, Teapot? The thing is, that's because player housing doesn't have functionality. The guild hall actually has sick functionality. You can make cool roller beetle track. You can make a GVG PvP arena, okay? All that kind of stuff. Very exciting. If that ends up getting some improvements there, there's some big potential. I'd love the ability to be able to publicly list your guild hall in the same way that I imagine you'll be able to probably publicly list your house so that other people can look at it and you can kind of flex on people with all of your crazy decorations. Okay, and like how you've managed to like draw a penis with Gorseval statues. Okay, believe me, Bill will do that stuff. Like, you know, like, yeah, that's good content, right? Like, I don't know, I'm pretty hyped about that. And I'm expecting, again, the player housing to be probably the same tech as the guild hall, but made better, obviously, with that Sims 4 developer power. Let's go. I
gotta praise ArenaNet on, because when they're gonna do a feature like this, they should, that's outside of like their, you know, their normal wheelhouse, don't try to reinvent the wheel with the devs you have. Like, open the checkbook a little bit, open the wallet, and go get someone who's proven to know what they're doing in this field and implement the feature the right way. That's like the totally right thing to do. When they did the first raids, they went out and hired Crystal Reed, and that was the right move. Like, imagine if they had tried to do that with tried to do raids with like the devs they already had. It would have been really bad, like really bad. So
they should pull a New World and go full circle and hire Manaworks, like New World did, right?
Oh yeah,
for the encounter design.
New World's doing really well.
My god!
In the news this week has been fantastic.
This is a Guild Wars 2 show. We can't talk about that because it will cause me actual psychic pain. And we don't need that here. Oh man, that is brutal. That is, look, if ever you lot, right, actually, I'm going to make this related to the video game known as Guild Wars 2. If you guys ever think that ArenaNet fumble an announcement, okay, or scuff up their marketing, oh boy, go take a look at the latest New World stuff. Wow. I didn't have any expectations, and I was still blown away with what a complete disaster that announcement is. But anyway, I'll leave that for the viewer. An exercise to the viewer to go and investigate that. I think he'll have some fun. But anyway, re-railing. Any kind of extra thoughts on housing?
Not housing, but I want to go off of what you just said with like the announcement and everything. Something that I find really interesting, I'm kind of glad that they're doing, is I really like the way that they're doing the announcement this time. I feel like on the same week that the announcement drops and everything, all of the partners got like, codes to essentially do giveaways and essentially do some of the marketing for them. They've been kind of drip feeding the information a lot more, right? So they had kind of like one overarching summary with like just a paragraph on each one. And then now they're going into each one more in depth, right? With like the videos on the new spear animations, or like the blog posts on like, here's what we were trying to go with XYZ things. And like, I feel like they've also even like been responding to forum posts, right, about like very commonly asked questions. I feel like this is a very big difference compared to, at least when I was like looking at Soda, I feel like they kind of like info dumped a lot of stuff, and then it was completely silent, right, until like the expansion came out. And then I feel like during that time, a lot of people, I don't want to say forgot, but definitely the hype died down, right? I feel like the amount of publicization that the expansion got definitely died down a lot. So this time I feel like if they just keep on doing this, where like, we still have like, how long is it? Like 2 months or so, or 2 or 3 months until it comes out. If throughout this entire 2 to 3 month period, they keep on giving more information, they keep on doing those little teasers with like the spear animations, or maybe they can give us a teaser of like, they set the new PvP game mode, like maybe they'll drop like some visuals on that, or even things like, I don't know, maybe like they've been doing like the balance patch live streams, right? So what if they did like another official live stream where they like discuss stuff? I feel like there's a lot of potential here for them to really amp up their marketing, because I know that historically ArenaNet's marketing has not really been the strongest.
I
like
really want them to give us a little bit more of a flavor of what's going on in the expansion. To be honest, like this to me, when it comes to ArenaNet marketing, I think is the thing that I get
to spoil the story.
I guess I disagree with. Yeah. This is the crux of it, right? Like, and I don't know. Like, maybe I was actually kind of hyped by the Soto stuff because they kind of did do this a little bit more. If we compare kind of like for like, with the Soto expansion announcement compared to the JANTHIR WILDS one, I actually really like the Soto one. It didn't really talk about features whatsoever, but it was very focused about like the setting and the theme. Had that incredibly cool Ceres laugh and tease 2-second like scary clip at the end. That is fire to me. That is your Lich King moment that gets all the nerds excited. Love to see that. And I do think that the lack of kind of big setup for the story and kind of like, oh yeah, the big bad, I'm expecting the expansion to be very cozy, to be honest. It's, I wouldn't be super surprised if the open world was almost a little bit like Amnoon, to be honest, which it scares me a little bit, to be perfectly honest, but who knows? We'll find out when we get there. So that might be to do with it. But yeah, I don't know. I think they could do a bit of a better job of kind of hyping up like the setting, like what are we doing, where are we going, let's go. Because right now, like the hype was essentially, oh look, it looks pretty, and there's a white mantle here, and there's
well, there might be white mantle here. It's just like you hear an Asura going, what if there's white mantle here? Like that could just be a misdirect. There might not even be any white mantle there. It could be like we get there and it's like centaurs are living on like white mantle like ruins.
Yeah.
I gotta say though, like lore-wise, as like a certified lore nerd, I'm really excited. Like again, they seem to be teasing possible Titan stuff, and it's like JANTHIR, right? Like I remember when I was 12 and I played like Eye of the North. It had like just come out, and I was looking at like the world map. I think it was like the pre-patch. Like Eye of the North wasn't out yet, but like the pre-patch hit, and I saw like this island on the map, and I was like, clearly that's gonna be the finale, right? There's this spooky island up there. That's gonna be where Eye of the North ends. It wasn't where Eye of the North ended, and now we're like 15 years later. Now we finally get to go there. I waited 15 years for this moment.
Yeah,
straight up.
It's happening.
So like, just the fact that it's like JANTHIR, like and like there seems to be some Bloodstone stuff in the trailer. Lore-wise, I am more excited than I was for Soda. And like Soda was pretty cool. It was like, whoa, there is that a Seer, is that Zoja, and all that stuff. But
Zoja.
Like I am more excited this time. Just it feels. I think all our lore nerds are excited too.
Yeah, I feel like maybe this is a testament to the fact that I never really played the Guild Wars games for like the story and stuff, because I've actually never played Guild Wars 1. The entire reason why I started playing Guild Wars 2 in the first place is just because it was the only non-subscription based MMO, and I was a poor college student at the time, so I didn't want to have to pay for that every time. But yeah, I don't know. I guess like for me, for like seeing all of the feature teasers, right? So again, like I keep on bringing back the spear because that's the one that they've dripped so far, and like I guess like the whole raids thing and everything as well. To me, that's a lot more exciting than I think the actual setting and all. I guess maybe it's just I didn't have that much emotional investment into the story in the first place, which I guess maybe is also a little bit of a unfortunate commentary that I feel like the story was not really, I think, executed super well, and so do I feel like it was definitely a bit rushed in a lot of places. So maybe it's like the reason why I'm not invested in Guild Wars 2 stories because the actual storytelling, like the narrative ways that they approached it, was not the strongest. So it could be that like if they have a massive comeback with the story here, it could be something that people look forward to more in the future. But I know, at least know, like within my own community, I don't think too many people have been super like excited about the lore side of things, but like people are talking about like the new raid every day. People are talking about the new weapons every day. People are talking about even like the potential PvP game mode like pretty much every day. So to me, that's where a lot of my hype stems from.
Yeah.
I hope the Titans in Guild Wars 2 are like the Titans in Guild Wars 1, where you kill them and it turns into a smaller Titan.
Ooh.
And then you kill that one. That's a different profession. And then you kill that one and it turns into two like melee Titans that are actually kind of nasty. So, you know, that'd be pretty sweet. Let's go back to old school Titans.
To go back to the kind of the promotion and the hype thing though, I want to see some dev streams. Okay, because you know what? Here's the thing. The developers are actually very entertaining. You have, of course, Roy Marks. You have CMC, the Hydration Man. You have Trig. Have you read Trig's posts? He's talking about, like, biting with the force of a wolf's jaw. Okay, that's pretty hype, you know? And you have Grouch. I think these are all really great communicators. And I'd absolutely love to see some videos and some streams, actually, just talking about the expansions. Because I completely agree with Emmy. I think their communication this time has been really good. They're not dropping it all in one go. They kind of gave us a bit of a high-level little tease, right, with the, the expansion announcement. And then, boom, we get a spear post immediately. They're just keeping us on the hook. Then, boom, there's another one coming. Might be some housing news as well. Over the next couple of weeks, where they're going to go over these systems and talk about that stuff. I really like that. Very exciting. I'd like to take it an extra step further because, look, I'm going to say it. I actually look forward to the balance streams purely because I think there is just such a great energy about them. Like, the devs are having fun. They're cracking jokes. And they're really entertaining, skilled communicators, actually. I want to see more of that. As well. I think it's awesome when the devs kind of have that forward-facing approach, especially the game director. And by the way, Grouch is really good at it. I think it really kind of humanizes the developers and kind of builds a really good trust and rapport between the player base and, of course, the studio, which I think is very important, has been lacking very much so over the, kind of history of the game, certainly the past 5 years or so. So I would like to see that, at least on launch, or at least in some way. Or maybe they just come on TeaTime and I get to farm some content as well. Look, the possibilities really are endless. I'm just going to say it.
Just as long as whatever live streams they do, they, show us stuff. Not like, hey, we can't turn the camera this way because then you'll see something.
You like
instead,
the rock.
Look at this rock.
Yeah. Look at the texturing on this rock. Or the Arborstone stream, which Lara,
here's our
claims to
I'm
enjoy.
talking about this every single time.
Yeah, I'm never going to let this go. Lara claims to enjoy the Arborstone gameplay reveal
Should I go find
stream.
the VOD of that live stream of me reacting to that and just like upload it just to prove that I
You should react to you reacting to it and just being like, what was I thinking?
No.
Oh my god.
I love Arborstone. Oh my god.
I mean, Arborstone is a fine instance, but that stream, I think the problem was they said it was a gameplay stream, so people were like, oh, sweet, they're gonna show us like, one of the strike bosses or one of the
giant
meta
crab,
events.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. Show us the crab. Deliver a crab. And then instead it was like, look at this arch. Look at the brickwork in this room. Oh yeah, that was rough. That was rough.
Before we move on, I actually want to talk about the elephant in the room. Okay, the Soto elephant in the room. Soto did not actually have that much content in terms of volume, especially in the follow-up updates.
Neither width nor depth.
Yeah, with the story or with the amount of open world content that actually got released. I think Soto was the first expansion where I think players who played mostly for story and open world were actually dissatisfied. That, I think, is a really interesting point to talk about. And what do we think JANTHIR Wild looks like in terms of the amount of content that is coming out, in terms of the story, in terms of the open world, and like how are they going to approach this? Like, because they didn't really talk about this in the retrospective, to be honest. They kind of noodled about the map, like, oh yeah, they're going to do it in 2 instead of 3, which I think is a good strategy. I like the fact that the raid is essentially replacing the first open world map and will be open world content, so they're probably getting some more value there, some more kind of gameplay hours, a bit more depth to the content there with raid, then the open world map after that. Like, how are we thinking about this? Like, what does the content volume look like in JANTHIR Wilds compared to Soto? Is it going to be more? Is it going to be the same but organized better? What do we think?
I think the same but organized better. Mostly because they're going to have, like you said, the raid patch, which will most likely mean that the 3 story patches after that will have, a quarter more content, to each of them. So it'll be the same overall content. I think what they need to do is figure out a way to add, because like you have to have filler. You can't just let people like blast the story instances and complain about the amount of hour, like the fact that it was only like 45 minutes of story instances. You do need that fill up the green bar thing, but you can't just have it be do events to fill up the green bar. It has to be obfuscated in a way where it feels like what you're doing isn't just, because filling up the green bar is like dissonant, right? Like that's anti-immersion. Because like the green bar is not part of the story. That's like a game system that's layered on top. So it's really immersion breaking. They have to figure out a way to have that filler that doesn't break your immersion. And it might very well be that they have to just force you to do the meta event. Because like right now, like you could in theory do the last story and not touch the meta event.
And it makes no sense. It actually doesn't make sense.
No sense.
Yeah.
So and I know why they didn't force people, because it's like, oh, well, people might only log in for 15 minutes. They can't sit there for the whole event. I think you might just have to bite the bullet and be like, the next story step is do the meta event.
In Soto, they sort of did that in like an optional way. Like, I actually kind of like how they did it in base Soto. At some point, they want like do the meta event, or you can also like fill this bar and do regular events. So I think that's kind of like suggests to people like this is when the meta takes place in the story. I thought that was kind of a clever way of doing it. And it still means that, if like 10 years from now not a lot of people in the meta. Maybe you're playing at a weird time zone, right? You can still do this story. You don't get like locked out of it.
Yeah.
I think they just need to repeat that.
That would be the
I
issue.
100% agree.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I 100% agree though with you on like the take on like how much content are we getting. I think it'll be very slightly more because raid is like 3 encounters before we got 2 strikes, so like we'll get 3 fights this time, which I think will feel a lot better and stuff too. Again, let's hope it's not bandit trio.
Who said 3 encounters? I can't stop thinking about that now. Who brought that up? It was one of you. Okay, and now I feel cursed because I was like, oh my god, it's going to be 3 bosses, it's going to be amazing, I'm hyped. And then someone here said, what if it's escort? Now I'm like, it's over. It's actually fucking over. Oh my god.
3 bandit trios. 9 bandits. 9 bandits.
Yeah. I think something that is really important to me is like replayability, right? It's like I feel like sometimes some meta events I do it once and then I never really feel the desire to do it again, right? But then other meta events, I'll do them every day. I'll do them multiple times per day, right? It's like the example I always use is like Dragon's on release was obviously very controversial, but it was genuinely a very fun event. Even to this day, even though it's been nerfed and it's significantly easier now, it's just a fun event to do. I find the final boss to be pretty fun. You can see like the different commanders and like TP Overflow, Hardstuck. They've come up with like their own ways of like commanding and all that kind of stuff. And it's a really great community experience. So for me, it made it, I guess, in a way like pseudo, like a lot more content just because I felt like, okay, I can do this every day. And if you do it every day, even if it's only 15 minutes every day, then you're not looking at, 15 minutes of content. You're looking at 2 hours, 3 hours over the course of like a few weeks, right? So I don't know. I think that's a very big thing because I think especially with Soto, I played through the meta like from the very beginning to end once. And then, or sorry, not Soto, and then I guess also I'm thinking like Inner especially. I played through the meta like from beginning to end once. And then I never really felt any desire to go back to it. Right. It was like, it was a cool spectacle the first time. The environment, the ambience was really cool. It was pretty crazy. I mean, especially like when you go into it and you don't know what's going on, it does still feel very hectic. So that was really cool. But I just felt like, okay, I did it once. I guess I'm done now. Also, dude, my lighting is going crazy. It's because it's like the clouds are going back and forth in the background. So it's messing up the lighting, but whatever.
So I think it's really smart that they got a legendary spear coming. Like people said though, it's kind of sad it's not coming day 1. But it's like a legendary everybody actually will probably have use out of, right? I think one of the things with Soto for a lot of us like veteran players is that we didn't care as much about the legendary armor because we already have legendary armor, right? So it's like, oh, I already have that. I don't care too much about this like legendary armor grinds. But pretty much everybody probably wants a spear, right? Even if you already have an underwater legendary spear, you'll be able to use 2, right? Because you can use 1 for underwater and you can use 1 for on land. So even if you already have a legendary spear, you'll probably care about the new one as well.
I think that's actually like a benefit, I think, of everyone getting the same weapon. I know that some people would have liked other weapons too. I think that's fair. That's totally fine. I'm not disputing that opinion. But I think it's really cool that when that spear drops, it's like an item that every single player in the game is going to be interested in, right? That's kind of cool, like, because that's the MMO feel, right? Like everyone's going for it. I think that's a really exciting thing about a game is that I think we kind of had this with the raid legendary armor, right? Like, oh yeah, everyone wants to go get raid legendary armor. Let's go.
Oh, what if there's variants for the spear? Like each profession gets its own variant in follow-up patches. That would be so sick.
Yeah, that actually would be incredibly sick if you could have like one that was tailored to your profession. Not sure about that one, to be honest.
Because I mean, the skills have their own they have their own effects. Like the ranger spear skills have like their own like effects. Like if you have the legendary variant, it can like make those skill effects even cooler. Like that's just something they gotta do.
Chelsea working overtime right now.
Sweating bullets. Yep.
Yeah. We've ruined it now. We're raising the expectations too much.
Yep.
We're sabotaging the expansion intentionally. We love to see that. It's going to be good. Yeah, I think that the replayability is like a really big point. I kind of touched on this, I guess, at the very start of the show actually, but yeah, the open world needs to be good. It has to be good. I want to be going back to that meta every single day for at least like the first month of the expansion. That's it. Right? I want to get in there with the guild. I want to blast. I want it to have coordination checks. It doesn't have to be hard. I'm expecting Dragon's End. Although that would be nice, wouldn't it? But I want to get in there. I want to blast. I want to do subgroups. Okay? I want to feel motivated to actually put some effort into the open world. It's one of the reasons why I'm actually incredibly excited for the raid, actually, to immediately re-roll back onto raids. Oh, yeah. But it's for a good reason, though, because I am loving the idea of the open world raid. Because for me, it's actually the best of both worlds. I get to do a raid, blast with the gang, big DPS, love to see it. Get the challenge mode, get the legendary mode, very exciting. But also, I can play with more than 10 people. That is exciting. I like that.
Meaning you can sell slots
exactly.
to your viewers.
Yes, I can. Yes.
Oh, if you want into my 50-man raid instance with people that can actually finish it and do DPS and proper subgroups, yeah, you're gonna have to pay.
I mean that happened on an A. Like what on Dragon's End, people were offering me like hundreds of dollars to get into my dragon. I'm not joking it. They were begging me to come and save them on the NA server. They felt there was no hope. Some people were saying, I have been trying this for 20 hours straight. We have failed every time. Please help NA. I will pay you. And that's what I want to happen in JANTHIR Wilds.
Side quest. Will the open world version give a legendary insight? Yes or no?
I don't think so. I think they'll probably limit the rewards, similar to like how the EOD like normal ones, right? Like don't give you an LI, but once you turn on CM, it does give you an LI. I imagine there will be some sort of toggle for it.
It gives you one if you do them all, like the weekly.
Oh, that's true.
EOD. Yeah,
that's
maybe
true.
Something like that. Like you get
maybe
one
if you do it a certain number of times a week, or I don't know. Or maybe like the first time. But yeah, I'm especially excited. I know like the open world one is like the big hype, but personally, I am really excited for LCM. For those that don't know, for basically since Sarah's CM release, I have been in the LCM encounter on average 4 to 5 hours every single day. I'm on my 4th group right now that I'm running through, basically from scratch. So I've been kind of addicted to the encounter. I think if the LCMs are really fun with the raids, I'm going to go back in there and I'm not going to come back out. So, yep.
Yeah, Sarah's LCM was like my highlight of this expansion as well. Highlight of Soda. So the fact that like there's going to be, I assume that 3 bosses will have LCM now, right? That's kind of massive, I feel.
Yes.
I think it's so smart though, because like, we've been on this podcast for like years being like, they need to make raids easy mode, right? Like raid story mode. They need to make it accessible. But I think this is way smarter, right? Because this plays to like the strength of Guild Wars 2, right? That's big open world meta thing, where you get 50 people and you take on like bosses and stuff. It fits perfectly. And I think it will do a fantastic job at getting people sort of familiar, right? People that want to just like experience the cool boss design, the music, they'll get to do that in open world now. And like maybe players will feel like, oh, I kind of understand the mechanics a bit, and then they feel a bit tempted to try out the normal modes, right? And then maybe they'll try the normal modes and they'll be like, oh, I've done this a little, I should try out the challenge mode, I should try out legendary modes. And you know how strikes were originally supposed to be like this ramp up to raids? Kind of worked out. It got some people into instance content, but like it's different fights, right? Like just because you've done Whisper of Jormag doesn't mean you're suddenly gonna be confident doing Veil Guardian. Maybe a bit, right? But like it hasn't been a perfect ramp. But this time there's like this proper ramp, right? It's like you have the open world, then you try normal mode, then you try challenge mode. I think it's ridiculously smart. But yeah.
And the best part of story mode is it doesn't matter if it's a ramp or not, because as long as people are engaging with the open world version, it subsidizes the creation of all the other versions. So that's, even if they don't matriculate up, it's still a win to have.
Yes.
The ramp
subsidize it.
The ramp has never worked, and it will never work. It doesn't work in any other game, not really. In general, players get to the point where they feel comfortable, that's where they stay. And I think that's actually good. I think it's not good when players kind of feel forced to actually do content that they don't really want to do. I think that, obviously if you have difficulty settings, it does, it allows players to kind of climb the ladder, something that, has been a problem in Guild Wars 2. I'm being slightly hyperbolic, of course, but I think that when you only release the amount of content that ArenaNet releases, especially when it's cross expansion and it's kind of weird, like think about the ramp. Like where do you actually start? Like you start in Icebrood Saga. Okay, and then maybe you go and do normal mode strikes. Then you go and do normal mode raids, which is back in HOT. Then you've got the Path of Fire raids. Then you can do the CMs. It's an incredibly convoluted mess. The entire idea of the ramp was kind of insane, I think. Doesn't make sense. ArenaNet, basically, look, I'm not gonna lie. ArenaNet really wanted to be different on this, even back in the Fractal CM days. They said, oh, we don't want to divide the player base. Like, look, here's the reality, guys. Other MMOs, especially the Forbidden game, World of Warcraft, they actually have some good ideas. Being the anti-WoW is actually sometimes a really bad idea, as it essentially meant that raiding in Guild Wars 2 was dead on arrival. Pretty much, and has been for the entirety of the game. Better late than never. 10 years later, we are now copying World of Warcraft with 4 difficulty settings, and it will probably work, I think, because it is a very good implementation. I think the open world integration, I completely agree with Lara, it very much plays into the Guild Wars 2 thing. It's a great double dip as well, because it means that you can essentially use the raid as an open world map. Funnily enough, by the way, that's also something that WoW does. Did that before Guild Wars 2 did, but that's another thing. I'm just being an asshole now. But yeah, good idea, and we finally caught up. Love to see it.
I actually kind of believe in the ramp. I'll actually challenge you on that a little bit. There's now a debate TeaTime. Nah, well, I mean, I see what you mean though. I do think that, it's not okay for people to get to their difficulty where they want to be, right? Not everybody has to climb up, for sure. I 100% do agree with that. But I do think that there's players who want to get into certain content. They're like, I would love to do something like a challenge mode. But it's, people can be a little bit intimidated into that. And I think that's where this new raid can really help out, right? Where people are like, well, I've already played that mode. Now I feel a little bit more comfortable, maybe making a group, seeking out a group for the instance mode. And maybe now my group feels ready to try challenge mode. So I think you can sort of call that a ramp. I do see what you mean though.
Well, no, when I was talking about the ramp, I meant each individual boss is a step on the ramp. Of course, difficulty settings 100% work, right? Like that, that allows you to climb. But each individual boss, no, that doesn't work because it's isolated to an expansion. It just makes the entire thing incredibly convoluted. And also, you end up essentially making content divide your content essentially. Instead of making 4 bosses that work for everyone, you basically make one boss that works for one group of players, one boss that works for another, and then one boss that works for another, another on top of that, right? And I think that just means you end up with way less content. It doesn't hold people enough. If you're only releasing one boss at kind of a moderate difficulty for kind of your mid-core players, and then the other one is oh well, it's a ramp, it's for hardcore players. Well, great news, your mid-core now aren't really gonna they're not gonna do Serra CM. Okay, this was a big problem with Soto, I feel like. If you're a mid-core player, let's say you do raid CMs weekly, you do tier 4 fractals daily, right? The difference between that and Ceres is quite high. To be honest, it's going to be rough to make that jump up, in my opinion. So that's why difficulty settings are the way to go. We love to see.
Yes, for sure. I agree.
I'm still really holding out hope that they go back to the old, the old raid wings and then add difficulties there too. That would be actually insane.
I mean, honestly, I completely agree.
For wings 1 through 3, really, if they wanted to be simple, they could just add HP and call them challenge modes, because almost all of those raids in rings 1 through 3, almost all of those bosses are so power crept that if you just return to them to their original launch difficulty, that would be hard enough for most players. So just whatever the average DPS was at Veil Guardian at launch, raise the HP so that it's relatively, or maybe even harder. But that would be enough. Actually making people have to move Veil Guardian and actually have to do the greens, that would be enough to make it an interesting fight.
They actually, I just realized this, but in Lonely Tower, how you fight demos? I guess they actually had somebody go into the old demos code and then take that boss and the mechanics and put it somewhere else, right? So
yeah, it's a
I
bit
guess there's
scuffed.
some willingness to
To
like
be
touch
honest.
that old stuff. It is. I don't disagree. But at least there's some willingness to touch the old stuff and like, you know, place it somewhere else and tweak it. So
Yeah.
who knows? I do think this is one of those things though, you know, like when they were doing strikes with End of Dragons, and we were all like, oh, it was so cool if they do a Zaitan strike and a Balthazar strike and a Joko strike, and we all thought that was like a really sick idea, and then it never happened because I assume just because they didn't really have the bandwidth to do it. I think that might be one of these things here, right?
Well,
like,
yeah, I think this is where it gets really problematic. What
Strikes
because
are dead.
it's just kind of a zero-sum game, isn't it? Like, if they go back and rework, let's say they want to go and do Wing 1 CM, right? Or they want to turn Wing 1 into an open world raid, which, holy shit, oh my god, that'd be so good. But if they did that, what are they doing for the next expansion? And I don't think this is not like a... I want to be very clear here, actually. This is not a downside that is unique to ArenaNet, right? But with any MMO model that has this kind of expansion structure, this is exactly the same in every other MMO, including WoW and 14, by the way. They are constantly making the new thing. And look, here's the thing, guys. A little secret for you. They're already doing the next expansion. I'm not talking about JANTHIR. I'm talking about the one after. Yeah? They're already doing that in terms of development. Like, that's, again, they haven't confirmed that, but if you use your brain, you'll realize they are. We know they develop really far in the future like this. We know they're going to be doing the... Actually, wait, did they say they would do it? They probably did, actually. Never mind. I'm trolling. But anyway, like, if they go back and do an update to an old raid, that's going to come at direct expense of the newer content, right? And at the end of the day, would going back and updating old content be really nice? But also, so is having an entirely new, like, fresh boss to experience, right? Like, it would be nice to have this, but I'm just not sure how it fits into the development cycle, especially because we had that rant earlier about they seem to really struggle to go back and update old content. They seem to be able to do systems and update systems with the core systems team, but I'm not sure if they have like a core content team where they can go back and fix it. Especially seeing as it's probably less financially lucrative as well compared to just adding new stuff to the game.
I think the dream would be that this new raid is like so successful and like everybody loves it and everybody's running the open world version all the time. And then, you know, they can warrant like, I guess, like putting more money behind the encounters team, getting more people in there. But again, it's not just a matter of like more people, right? Like they probably need it. This is a difficult skill set to find, I imagine, right? Like being able to like, first of all, like design interesting encounters, but then secondly, also like within, you know, the framework of Guild Wars 2. I feel like it's difficult to find people who can do that stuff, but I guess that's sort of the dream in the end. Just hope that, you know, that there could be a bigger and bigger team eventually if this raid ends up being successful.
It's such a genius stroke too to have, like, again, that the fact that the raid with the open world version is launching in its own patch with no like new map, because it means everyone will be doing it because that's the only thing essentially we're getting. So all the, you know, the people that are like that get anxiety about like instance content will be giving that a try because it's open world and they have nothing else to do. They don't have a way to dodge it.
I also think it's really smart that the open world map gets split into 2 instead of into 3, right? I do think that's one of the things with Nios was definitely like Nios fatigue a little bit, right? It's like, oh, we're going to Nios again. So like I think that will also just help the patches feel a lot better. That it's not like the same map 3 times in a row, but instead it's in like 2 patches.
And you can have one map that kind of has like a slightly different biome. Like one could be more swampy and like ground level, and the next one could be like more like hill country. So it won't feel so samey 3 maps in a row.
Yeah.
Oh, just in general.
I think it means that the event structure of the map is going to be a lot better as well. Like I feel like the main issue with Nios is that you have like these 3 metas going on, and that it's not on a timer, and you have to do both of the first two to do the third, and it means that none of them are actually super fleshed out. So I think like breaking into 3 like really disrupted the structure of the content in a pretty negative way. Whereas I think if you look at something like Drizzlewood Coast, that's a much more cohesive update, right? Like the North and the South meta, you know, whether you like them or not, they work together much meta. They are much better narratively, I think, with the way they connect and in terms of the gameplay as well. Even though it does end up getting pretty fucking long, to be honest. But they, you know, they probably wouldn't do that again.
I'm also just really happy that we're like back on the ground again. You know, like we spent the past year being on islands in the sky, which is kind of cool. But I'm glad that like, you know, we're back in like a sprawling landscape. I actually think that the new map that we've gotten to see in the trailer looks really cool. It looks a bit like Iceland or like Norway or something, right? It feels very Skyrim. It feels very grounded. It feels good to like have some change, you know, just after like all the soda stuff to be. It almost feels a bit Path of Fire like to me. You know,
I do like a
big
green
open
expansion.
map.
I do.
Yeah.
Green expansion, snow expansion is high tier. There we go.
Yeah, it's a Canadian expansion. That's what we're getting.
I think it actually,
Including
I think it
bears.
actually is based on Iceland. Actually, that's I think I saw a tweet about that. It's
Ooh, that
inspired
means
by
it'll be
some,
like a volcano segment.
yeah,
then,
Icelandic
hopefully.
landscapes have inspired the expansion. Very exciting.
Hopefully Bjork makes a appearance if it's very Iceland based. One of the bears can be called Bjork or some variation of that. That'd be great.
Bears. Dwarf expansion.
All right, let's go to the spears.
Yeah, let's go.
gonna
That's a
say,
good point,
that's a good
actually.
Time
talk about
to
the spears.
flame Trig.
Oh, really?
Incredibly hard.
Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, do it. Unleash. He's here in the chat.
The spears
He's
look
listening.
great, except for whatever ones Trig designed. Those are terrible.
Wow. We appreciate you, Trig.
I mean, that's pretty harsh. That's
I'm not sure which one he had a hand in, but that's the worst one.
I believe it was Ranger this time around.
Well, of course, the noobs are attracted to the pet classes. What can you say?
Yeah, I think Trig is a Ranger main, in fact. Oh.
Yeah, I'm really excited for spears just because, I don't know, I feel like the potential of a two-hand weapon is really interesting, right? Because I feel like two-hand weapons, the big thing is like they have to be better than like your potential offhand options, right? So like the example I always use is like Mesmer offhand, right? So Mesmer offhands are extremely powerful. But then like when Rifle came out, Rifle kind of like blew it all out of the water, especially when it came to healing. So I'm kind of excited to see where they're going with the spears, kind of like what niches they fit into in the game.
Yeah.
They seem, I'll give them so much credit. These spear, like the 3 that they've shown, are like way higher effort than what I expected. Like they have like a coherent, like you can almost see the sort of build, like it's a much more top-down development where they're like, this is how we want it to play. And this is, and it has like a strong vibe. It's not just like, it's not like Warrior Staff where it's like, here's 5 skills that each do a thing and aren't really flowy with each other and aren't coherent. But you have 5 tools that you can have. Whereas these spears look like the ArenaNet made a build and is like, here's the build and enjoy it. And I dig that much more.
I like that they feel really fresh, you know, just with like the new animations and stuff, right? It doesn't feel like, oh yeah, it's like a bunch of like pistol animations that we've seen a million times. Like there's all the cool jumping animations and spinning the spear around and stuff. And again, I actually personally like that they're two-handed. I've seen some people be like, wow, I wanted them to be one-handed so I could have a spear and a shield. And I do get that. But I just like having 5 new skills, right? I like having a whole new skill bar to mess around with. You know what's one concern I have, actually? Yeah, it's like a thing. No, I'm sure it will be fine, but I have a big request. You know, like it does feel like ArenaNet is listening to a lot of stuff we want. So I'm on a like a I'm on a rampage.
As long as they listen to
stuff I
us
want.
and not people with bad opinions.
Wow. No, but like, so for example, we got to see the Necro Spear. And the Necro Spear seems kind of cool. You build up these sort of like, I don't know what they're called again, but you build up sort of these buffs It's almost a bit like Virtuoso.
Orbs. Everything's an orb.
You build up these orbs, and then you get to spend them, and you can use them for all kinds of like interesting stuff. And like it looks really cool. It looks really interesting. It reminds me a lot of Virtuoso actually, where you're sort of building up your blades, right? And then you get to spend them and stuff. I wish that these new weapons, because some of these new weapons almost feel like elite specs, right? They got a whole interesting mechanic. They got like a whole thing you gotta play around. I wish weapons could have UI. Like that is such a thing. Again, like on Necrospear,
weak auras.
You're getting like these what's it called? These sort of stacks, right? And then you get to spend them. So again, it feels a bit like Virtuoso. You get the stacks once you have 6 or 5 stacks or something. You use a certain skill. I think that this was a bit painful on some of the solo weapons. On like the Ellie pistol, you had these bullets that you got, and then you got like these really tiny little buff icons on your buff bar, right? And there's a million other buff icons, so it's really hard to keep track in the middle of combat of like, do I have a bullet? Which bullet do I have? Can I spend it now? So that's the one thing I'm a little bit scared of. Like, I want to be able to clearly see, like, oh, now I got 6 necro stacks. Now I gotta press this button. Or with the Guardian Spear, like you'll be able to sort of go get the illuminated versions or something. Like I want to be able to see when I'm doing that, right? I don't want it to be like a tiny little buff icon that is really hard to see in the middle of combat. I want like a really clear, nice UI telling me like, yes, now you are using the illuminated skills and you can combo them into other illuminated skills. Because the weapon designs sound really cool. Like Guardian is like comboing skills into each other, and like Ranger is like getting a whole like stealth bar kind of. Like the weapons seem really awesome. I just hope that these mechanics actually like feel. I want it to feel like I'm actually playing them, and I'm not just kind of like winging it while not really knowing what's going on. So I wish that these weapons, just like elite specs, could show me in the UI like a little indicator, like you have this many stacks, you're illuminated now. And you know that's not really a thing right now. Weapons can't really affect your UI. The one thing they can do is put the tiny little buff icons. And I think that boon bar, it's way too cluttered, it's way too small, it's way too difficult to see in the middle of combat. I want weapon-specific UI. I'm not expecting it for this expansion, but really that's like one of the things that I think if they're going to keep doing weapons for each expansion, I think that would be really helpful, and it could make the weapons a lot more enjoyable.
Yeah, I think if anything, it's just a commentary on like the buff bar in general. It's just very cluttered. I think like maybe I say it's easy in theory. I don't know how it is in implementation, but they could just make more lines, right? Like right now you have one line specifically for boons, and then you have another line for all of like the utilities and consumables. I think even if they split the like utility bar into like, let's say you have one line with consumables with like your guild hero or guild hero buffs and like your food and utility, and then another line was only for profession based skills or traits or something like that alone I think would make a very big difference. And I think I mean like another thing is I feel like the boons move around a lot, right? It's like when you apply new boons and stuff, they kind of like jiggle all over the place and they don't really have a static place. I feel like it would be nice if instead of, let's say, like putting it at the front and then causing everything else to need to move over to the right? Instead, like basically put it at the end, right? So that way it's like whatever you had first was on your bar first, and then it doesn't move. And then everything else kind of comes in behind that. But again, I feel like this is kind of going into the whole like QOL updates. And at the end of the day, I feel like they've been doing really great with QOL, but it doesn't generate them money, right? So it's like if they invested time into fixing this old legacy system, as Teapot said, it's taking money away from potential new features that we get in future expansions. But I do agree. I do think that the buff bar is very painful. And I think it actually is maybe a bit of a commentary on what I've seen in like my training rates and stuff. People tend to suffer from having their eyes glued to their skill bar the entire time, right? So they're not actually looking at the mechanics that are happening. And as a result, you see a lot of failed mechanics, or you have people that like, struggle with like essentially information overload, right? It is like you're trying to watch for all of these things. You're trying to remember your rotation. And then at the same time, the boss is like hurling all this stuff at you. It just feels very, I guess, overwhelming for new players.
I actually think that adding some kind of modular UI system would be probably one of the best core system updates they could possibly do. I think this is a huge issue when it comes to players learning the game. I think, not just because of weapons that have these mechanics. I definitely agree with Lara. I think Lara's right here as well, is that if we're adding these kind of builder-spender mechanics, and that's going to be an important part of the gameplay, then making that accessible to the user, I think is really important, so that players are able to connect with them and understand how to play around them. But just as a general point, I think that's, yeah, 100%. I would love to see that at some point. I'm not saying add add-on support. I think that's probably unnecessary for the type of improvement that we're looking at here. Although kind of an implicit allowing of something like Guild Wars 2 Clarity, I think would actually be nice, because that is, I know a lot of players have found that very, very useful, actually. To be clear, all that does is it lets you move your, well, it lets you display your boons any way you want. That's all that add-on does, by the way, just to be clear. But yeah, stuff like that I think is really useful, but I think that will be one of the best things, because the barrier to entry is huge here. And I want to talk about this. A lot of things in Guild Wars 2 are what I would call the wrong kind of difficult. It's very, very hard for new players, but relatively trivial for experienced players. That is the worst form of difficulty possible, because all that does is it makes the skill floor, or rather, you know, the entry point to skill way harder. Like, the learning curve for Guild Wars 2 is massive at the start, and a huge amount of it is the wrong kind of difficult. It's things that you have to just grind and get used to. Tracking boons, glancing down, looking at your target, looking up to the top of the screen to see what boons the target has, looking down to see what conditions that you have, tracking all of your cooldowns simultaneously and all of your buffs, even looking at your endurance, like, do I have a dodge available? All of these things are the wrong kind of difficult. And this is, there's other things in this in Guild Wars 2 as well. Let's not talk about the fact that enabling fast targeting and retargeting is insanely broken. Stuff like it is very, very overpowered, actually, as it turns out. And a couple of in-game settings like drastically change how abilities work. Again, that's the wrong kind of difficult as well. Addressing these things, I think, is huge for new players, especially when it comes to learning the game. And that obviously feeds into players getting into more content as well, right? Like, if players are really kind of battling against the UI, they're going to have a way harder time if they're trying to learn something like a raid, like Emmy was talking about, or getting into PvP, or getting into World vs. World. Also, we do need to re-rail, though, because we talked about that. Lara, I can't believe you derailed the TeaTime. Look at Trig. He's literally crying right now. Do you not see him? He's actually in tears.
Yeah. It's tangentially related to the spears.
He was so excited for us to talk about spears, and you derail immediately.
No,
I can't believe you've done this.
Did
ArenaNet intentionally pick the 3 lamest professions to start with? Like the 3 noob classes?
Look at the Guardian one. Looks pretty cool, though. Do you not see that?
I mean, they all look cool, but like, I mean, Guardian is like horrible. Like, come on, what are people thinking? Like,
yeah,
Ranger mains, Guardian mains, Necro mains. Oh my god, it's like the clown show is going first. Like, really weird.
I don't know if you guys brought this up when I was lowering the blinds and all, but something I'm very excited to see is potentially more ranged options for classes that are almost entirely melee right now, right? It's like, I mean, it's definitely no secret that in the past couple of encounters, it's been heavily range favored, right? That's why you see a lot of Conde Virtuosos, you see a lot of Scourges and that kind of stuff. And it's not even like the class itself. Any class in this case that has ranged options with a lot of utility would have been the best for progressing. It just so happened that it was pink class this time. So seeing a lot of the ranged animations on these spears, even the fact that they're modular, right? It's like you're able to do one thing at range and then you do a different thing at melee. I think that is going to be really interesting for, I don't know, I think just like meta shakeups. I think it'll be really nice to see. For example, I'm thinking like the poor Bladesworns right now, like their class mechanic, you literally can't go outside like, what is it, 150 range? So that means on fights like Ceres or anything else where you need like the target to go away, or if you need to spread out for mechanics, it's really difficult to play unless you're really, really good at greeting out every single last bit of damage that you can do. So I'm really excited for that.
Just the weapons, they look cool. I really like that auto attack you mentioned. Like, it's like ranged, but then if you go into melee range, it becomes like a melee auto attack. I think that's so cool. It feels really high effort and really like a new sort of playstyle. Again, every single one of these weapons has got its own like interesting mechanic and stuff. I am really excited to like see more of them. I like the way they're revealing it as well, actually. Like they're sort of doing, it seems to be 3 at a time. Probably next week we'll get another 3.
Some cool videos.
Yeah. It feels like the videos are well edited too.
Yeah, I do think the quality of the trailers has been much higher recently.
Yeah,
I
I
feel
agree.
like, yeah, I'm like thinking back to like the Soto like previews of the weapons. A lot of the times they would just have like a stationary camera on like a character doing like an attack. But this time they added like, like the camera panning, they had different angles of the
Yes.
skills. They like kind of like mess with slow-mo a little bit so you could see the individual animations. You could even see like death animations from like enemies and stuff. I don't know. I guess like maybe just like the production quality, I think especially since they've been teasing all of this new stuff has gone through the roof. I mean, let's talk about that logo, right? The animation
Pretty
for the
cool.
logo.
The spear. The rivers. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, I'm actually really impressed by the spears so far, though, actually. I definitely echo the sentiments that the gamers have here. I think they took a lot of the feedback they got in Soto. They've definitely gone all out, right? Like they're going big on the effects, making them look really cool, have some cool custom animations, all that sort of thing. Certainly a lot of creativity. Loving the melee and range double auto attack there. That's apparently coming on another profession too, which is actually really exciting. Looking forward to that one as well. I think, yeah, two-handed weapons are really good for this, because it really allows them to build a proper theme and, again, give it that almost elite specialization feel. Like, it looks like they're almost doubling up on the skill count, right? Like, each of these skills almost has a second mode to it as well. Like, with the Ranger, the Stealth changing 2 to 5. That's going to make the Thieves very jealous, I think. The Necromancer has loads of ways to reset its abilities. That's kind of another spin on having that profession mechanic interplay there. With Shroud resetting the teleport resetting the perforate poke ability. That's going to be a lot of fun to play with. I think, and of course, the Guardian illumination stuff. Big fan of having these themed weapons. I feel the same about the trait lines too. I think one thing that we've seen when they rework trait lines is they build them around a mechanic, like Soldier's Focus with the Tactics trait line. And of course you have Invoke Torment, for example, with the Corruption trait line on Rev. I think that's really exciting, like almost making them a little mini elite spec in their own way, having that mechanic that you play around, I think is good. I also think that type of design is really intuitive, which is something that Nike was talking about, having that slightly top-down design with that kind of builder spender mechanic that is very common in other video games. We don't need to name them. Like that, I think is really intuitive. 4. I think it's really good for players to learn the game. I think it's fun to use as well. Like it's very satisfying. I think like build up your combo, then unleash it on your target.
The only thing that's weird is that like, okay, I'm playing Spear Untamed. It feels like a whole new elite spec. I'm doing crazy shit. It feels like a whole new build. And then my stuff's on cooldown, so I swapped to my other weapon set, and now I'm back to like, Vanilla Jones. It just feels like you're getting like... It feels like we're only getting half of the story right now. And when we have like another weapon in this design philosophy down the road, then we'll have like 2 weapons like this that we can like swap that are like well designed and modern that we can swap to, instead of having to like swap to like our lame set.
Well, I think their long-term goal would probably be to eventually make all weapons more similar to the new ones rather than to
They're going to need at least
ones.
3 Roys for that.
Well, I mean, look, maybe they need to hire some more Roys then. But I mean, you kind of see this a little bit with like how Hammer works on Warrior, right? Like with the combo, and actually all the Hammer weapons kind of work this way, right? With how Guardian works too, with like the Banish Mighty Blow combo that allows you to teleport onto the target. I think we see a couple of elements of that design starting to creep into the other weapons. I certainly wouldn't be surprised if very slowly, and don't get me wrong, yeah, it will take them a long time to do this because, there's a lot of weapons in the game. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually do see a gradual movement towards a lot of weapons actually kind of sharing a similar design philosophy. Maybe not quite to the same extent, not as flashy as, oh yeah, every single skill changes when you go in stealth. But certainly having that kind of similar playstyle where the abilities have this interplay, where there are kind of baked-in combos to how the weapon actually works, which I'm personally a really big fan of. I think that type of design is really good, not only for players understanding the game, but also I think it's fun to play as well, just inherently.
It is good.
Yeah. I like it. I like the spears. Two-handed weapon hype. Let's go. And look, you know what? We've kind of given our basic takes on all that stuff, I guess, but we might as well do a little bit of of speculation here, because as Emmy was talking about, like, ranged options are definitely kind of like the name of the game, I think, for a lot of these. And I think there's also some discussion about the fact that melee builds in general just... It turns out that all the ranged builds in the game also have giga utility and are really tanky. That's probably not good. So I think there's a broader balance issue there. But on the kind of the ranged issue, are ArenaNet going to troll and make Ellie Spear melee? I personally would love to see that. I would probably be entertained for at least the whole day if they do that. I do think it is going to be ranged, though. I will say that. It probably is going to be
1500 ranged, and you're locked into one attunement and can't swap.
Fire, I assume, right? I assume fire
is the only viable option. Yeah, you're basically, all the other attunements are gone. You only get fire when you have spear equipped.
Yeah.
And you can only be at 1500 range. If you come closer to the boss, then you can't even activate your skills. It tells you that you're too close. So, like, you get a pop-up thing on your screen saying you're too close.
Yeah, back off.
Back away.
Minimum range.
Yeah, minimum range 1500.
But yeah, to kind of open this up, actually, and if anyone has any kind of like ideas or speculations, like, I think ArenaNet kind of want to fill some gaps in design. Maybe not everything. Like, I was kind of expecting a support weapon for Necro, because Necro doesn't really have a proper one yet. They went with like kind of a power DPS mobility weapon. But I think they probably are. They are pretty intent on filling gaps, like, you know, using staff to create support warrior, for example, is like I think a pretty solid example. Or giving you know, rifle to Mesmer, like, you know, a full-on support weapon that has very much enabled one of the strongest builds in the game now with Heal Chronomancer. And hell, you know, even Shortbow actually did kind of work out in the end for Engineer, at least in World versus World. And I think you probably play it in PvE as well. Or do you actually? I don't know. I'm so out of the loop on like what you play on Heal Engie, because nobody plays that anymore. But yeah, like what gaps do we think are going to get filled with the new weapons coming up?
I think
are there even that many more
Warrior
gaps?
Needs mid-ranged power.
Yeah.
It needs like a 600 range power build. So obviously a very Paragon-esque sort of build is what I envision. And there is a very interesting warrior spear build in Guild Wars 1 that's like a near meta build. That's actually has like an interesting mechanic of like recharging your skills when you hit a guy who's burning. It's pretty good.
Yeah. I don't want to call it a speculation, but more of an idea that I think would be really cool. What about hybrid damage? Right? So like right now, whenever you think of like power spec or power builds and everything, you spec almost entirely into power, precision, ferocity. When you think of Kandi, you go entirely into like, you know, condition damage, expertise. I feel like we don't see many hybrid options, right? So like I guess the most that you could see that is with celestial gear. Like some classes are able to take advantage of celestial gear really well.
Have you considered grieving?
Yeah, I feel like you're talking about the fabled grieving build, right? Like, isn't that what we're talking about?
So something like that like could be interesting. Like, I guess I'm thinking like this might be a bit of a weird reference, but like with TFT, you can kind of see like the damage distribution of like the damage types that you do. So what if like, let's say like the overall damage was still the same, but then you're doing both power and Kandi stuff. So then essentially you're doing 50% Kandi, 50% power. I don't know. I can't say for sure if that would ever, or how to even like balance that kind of thing. But that is a niche that I feel like has not really been explored in Guild Wars 2 at all.
Yeah.
There's like hybrid They tried to make Weaver
it's like kind of
a hybrid. And, you know, the problem is with the balance is that unless it's like absolutely perfect, it will lean slightly one way or the other. And then in which case you're better off going in that direction. There have been like a couple of times where grieving has actually been the optimal gear set, but it's been pretty rare. I do think one way they could do it is by having skills that had crit coefficients built in, so you didn't need to have ferocity on your gear. So you could take grieving, which doesn't have ferocity, and it's mostly like a
it does.
skill.
It doesn't have ferocity though. It doesn't have expertise, right? It's expertise
right.
is what
okay. Yeah. Or you go the other way where it's like, you know, it has like if this crits, the Kandi goes like 33% longer or something like that.
Yeah.
So
I guess that's like
so
kind
that
of more of what I was thinking.
you cheat your stats essentially if you use this weapon, and then you're more incentivized to play a hybrid.
Yeah. I think it would be very difficult to balance it. I know that there have been the existence of hybrid builds before, but definitely not nearly to the dominance, right? Of like basically pure power, pure condi, where you spec entire. When I say spec, I mean like specifically gear wise. Like you go almost entirely and you invest into condition damage expertise or power precision ferocity. So maybe something. I don't know. I was thinking of like the modular idea of like the spears. Right? It's like you have some skills in melee, some skills in range. So what if like I don't know, like when you're in melee, you do big hits with big red numbers, and then as you go range, you kind of like focus more on conditions. Again, I'm just some thought bubbles.
Well, I think this very much comes down to just I think they can do this with the numbers. I don't think I think when it comes to hybrid, I'm not sure if we should necessarily focus on the gear more so the balance themselves. I feel like engineer in particular is like really infamous for this, right? Like when you play Condi Engie, especially I'm not sure how it is with Condi Mech, but certainly back in the day with like the old school Condi Engie builds, it was basically playing like a power build with extra steps that also applied Condis. There was actually like a very high power contribution to a lot of condition engineer builds. I think that's true of even Virtuoso now, right? I think it actually does like a decent chunk of its damage as power, even though it obviously like specs into like Rampager even and stuff like that, right? With the way that it actually plays out. So I think like these builds kind of do exist. I agree with you, they're uncommon, right? Like you end up with a Scourge, right? That, you know, basically just like very little power damage. But I think there are these builds that certainly can exist. I think you're right. I think they're an interesting type of build that do have that slightly more hybrid element to them. That can exist. I think it's really difficult to create like the build where grieving is good, because grieving, it has to be like exactly one condi a lot of the time, because you need to not really care about expertise that much or have like a huge amount from your gear and traits. And also you have to have high power contribution, which I think you're right. Like there definitely is. There's a low amount of weapons that kind of have a high power contribution and can be used as a condition damage source as well. So it would have to be a weapon that only applies a low amount of condis and also has good power contribution. And then we can finally create the fabled grieving build. It can finally exist. It can be birthed into the game at long last.
I wonder if range is something they'll go for big time. Because, you know, like so many of the recent encounters have been like so ranged favored, right? So you, like Emmy was saying, you see so many virtuosos and like scourges running around. And they don't really seem to be nerfing that, right? People have been sort of being like, oh, they're definitely gonna nerf virtuoso. People have been thinking that for like 2 years and it hasn't really happened. So I wonder if ArenaNet wants to get more classes up to that level where they've got like a similar, like really strong ranged option for these fights where range is so good.
There's a complexity here as well, though. It also comes down to encounter design. Like the problem that exists is that there are ways to kind of do the best of both worlds. A very simple example of this is Harvest Temple CM. Because there's baited AoEs, right, that you can basically allow your melee to get. I actually think there needs to be the other way around, by the way. A very common design principle in MMO encounter design is that you have some mechanics that only affect melee and some mechanics that only affect range players. Which you could do with proximity, right? You could just have it baited, or you could even have the game look at what weapon you're equipping, because the game knows what weapon you're equipping, right? That gets a little bit funky, because you could kind of abuse this in Guild Wars 1, funnily enough. You could kind of trick the, you could trick NPCs into kind of not thinking you're a spellcaster, right? By using certain weapons, like using martial weapons. So you'd have to be a little clever with that. Like, that wouldn't quite work. But look, okay, I'm not a game dev, okay? Like, that's their job to figure that one out. Right, so I think there's some stuff that goes on there with the encounter design, but I also do think it is a utility issue, not just a DPS issue. A good example of this actually is Ceres. Like, Ceres CM, like, Virtuoso is not necessarily the best DPS build. In fact, you know, like, if you're going to speedrun Ceres or do, like, a decent kill time, you're going to run Deadeye. Which is essentially a melee build, right? With the way Axe works on Thief right now. Like, yeah, that's what you're gonna run. Probably not all of them, to be fair. Like, you know, like it's 6 Deadeye Ceres, that'd be pretty based. Like, good luck killing the ads, I guess. But yeah, that there are actually other options, and Narsen was talking about this in the chat. There are other options that actually do work. It just so happens that Virtuoso is both the easiest and probably like the safest as well, I think. And this is, yeah, like this is a.
Why is that even on?
This is where the utility thing really comes into play, in my opinion. Like I actually want to re-rail this because again we've derailed. Who do I blame for this? I think I blame Lara again. She did it again.
I think you can.
Very badly behaved TeaTime guest.
I feel like I am setting up the derail, but you're the one doing it though.
Well,
like,
I am because you'll bring up interesting
things.
I'm taking the bait because you're saying interesting things. Okay, be less interesting. All right? Okay. Yeah, that's what's going on here. But I think that's, you know, let's just derail that. We'll talk about this.
I want engineer ranged spear. Okay, that's what I want. Power ranged engineer. Yes, that's what I want.
Yeah. Let's kind of go through this. I want to re-rail. I'm going to start with Mesmer because I think Mesmer is the one that is actually I feel like this one is super glaringly obvious. Mesmer needs melee cleave. Yes? Or am I crazy on this? Like,
no.
That seems right.
Yeah, surely.
Pretty good, yeah.
Where is the melee AoE weapon for Mesmer? Doesn't exist. You're going to do sword auto attack? Please. 3 targets. Pathetic. Okay, no. That's what we need. We need melee, big. I want to be in the World vs. World Zerg. Mesmer. Cleaving with my spear. That is what I want to see. We've got the support weapon. We've got 1 billion combi weapons for Mesmer, and all of them are dagger. Enjoy. All of that kind of good stuff. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we need. Melee power spear on Mesmer.
Lots of spin to win sort of attacks.
Oh, yes! They give it Arc Divider. The triple one. Yes! They took it from Warriors.
They can make every skill like a version, like a dark version of another profession's skill. So you could actually call it like illusionary Arc Divider.
Yes.
And then they have like illusionary this, illusionary that. Yeah. So it's like you take like the coolest skill from every other profession and put it on their bar. That would be sick.
Yeah. I'd be a big fan of that. I do think that Ellie, I want to bring some comments on it. Ellie has to be ranged DPS.
For sure.
It has to be.
Yeah, I feel like Ellie is missing that, like, I guess, ranged caster, like, archetype, right? It's like you have staff a little bit, and there was that brief amount of time where staff Ellie, it was actually the first hardcore DPS build that I ever learned, where with like staff, and you had to count your fireballs before doing like another, like, I don't know, meteor shower or whatever. So that would be really cool.
Stealth Tempest. That was fun.
This is actually a slight complexity with Elementalists, actually, when it comes to ranged builds. Like, Tempest and Catalyst actually are kind of baked in melee to an extent. With how the Jade Sphere works and how overloads work. So it would, like, if you're going to get a ranged Ellie build, it's probably going to end up being Weaver a lot of the time. Which, I mean, look, I actually think another really big component of this for Ellie, and this is a slight derail, I'm going to immediately re-rail, but Ellie needs a utility skill, significant buff or rework, I think, to kind of enable kind of the playstyle that a lot of players are looking for, and also kind of make it a little bit more robust in terms of how things work. If you look at classes that are good, they have very good core toolkits. Stuff like Mesmer is a really good example. The Mesmer core toolkit is absolutely sick, to be honest. It's probably the best in the game right now, I want to say, actually. I think, 100% it is, actually.
It's just the best class in the game.
Yeah,
like,
behind
the times, I guess.
Mesmer deserves
to lead every other class except for Mesmer.
Very nice. Yeah, I mean, that's a Dark Emmy moment right there. Okay, Dark Emmy is unchained with all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think that would be definitely the way to go. And that's actually, funnily enough, to even further derail, I want more combat features. I want to see new core trait lines. I want to see new elite skills, new utility skills. There you go. That's how you fix the game.
Re-rail.
Re-rail spears. What other
Ellie
profession?
will get the ranged like ground. They said one of them to be like ground targeting or whatever. I think that's going to be Ellie.
Yeah,
it's going to have a lot of the ground targeting.
I want ranged power DPS on engineer.
Okay.
Like we have rifle, but I think the rifle's boring. I don't like rifle very much. And then like the I guess we had sword, right? I guess we had like the hammer, but that's been a while. That's a long time ago. Bellfire's a long time ago. And we just had a support weapon on a nice DPS weapon. And I don't want Condi because Condi NG is scary. So that's the only reason.
Wouldn't ranged Condi actually make them? Oh, I mean, I don't know. NG's weapons are surprisingly well rounded, right? Because you have rifle for ranged power theoretically. You have pistols for ranged Condi, but it's mid range, I suppose. And then in melee, you have sword and hammer for power DPS. You have short bow, which is a support weapon, and then you also have mace, which is kind of a hybrid, right? Like kind of a Condi support weapon hybrid thing. So NG almost like it could be anything. To be honest, it could be. Who knows?
NG doesn't have a lot of gaps, right? That's what we're talking about, filling gaps. NG kind of does everything, I feel.
Yeah.
But I just like power DPS, so that's what I want.
Yeah, and they could certainly lean into like a full DPS ranged option, I think, because that's rifle's in kind of a weird spot. I think I feel it's almost a little bit like Elementalist Staff in that it's not exactly a utility-oriented weapon, but I feel like rifle is almost like a slightly PvP-oriented weapon. Like that's where that weapon typically crops up, is there, because of the way its kit worked. It's got like a lot of control, some mobility on it that's like really, really powerful with jump shot and so on. That's where it typically pops up. So they could definitely go for like a more kind of traditional artillery style build. The entire kit is mortar kit. Enjoy that. Something like that could 100% work out.
Thief. I want heal spare on Thief.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like Thief just heal. Thief is like the only class that doesn't really have a good heal build right now, right? Heal Spectre's kind of a thing, but it's not really a thing. Like you can kind of make it work, but it's like probably the worst healer we've got right now. I want heal Thief to be better. So like that would be cool. I want a support weapon on Thief.
Yeah, I think that would make sense. Like here's the thing though. Do you think they're a little bit unlikely to do support weapons in general? Like do they because I feel like it is I mean, maybe they can do some like hybrid stuff that's kind of like a DPS and a support, kind of what we saw with Guardian. But I feel like a lot of the weapons are going to be damage oriented, because I think that it's not that more players want that. It's just that I think a DPS weapon is going to feel like very impactful, I think, like as a player. Like if you're a player playing through the expansion, right? Like you're going through doing the story and stuff. Like a damage weapon is what I think is going to have a lot of impact. So I think we might see some support stuff. I think they're going to be pretty damage oriented overall.
Right.
That would be my guess anyway.
Yeah.
What do we think?
I see why you would say that. I do think that the Guardian one seems pretty supporty though. From reading the post, even though Guardian already has pretty good support weapons too. So yeah, I think you have a point, but I do think they might still be open to it.
Yeah, I feel like I mean, don't get me wrong. I love support weapons, right? Like I loved rifle for Mesmer and all, but I do think that it mostly impacts people that do organized group content, right? It's like when you're mostly playing by yourself story-wise, or if you're playing in open world, even in like big meta events, I feel like the emphasis on supports is significantly lower. But I mean, we could potentially see a change on that, right? Because I mean, it's like you guys said, we're getting the new open world raid, and that's going to be a major focus for like the first basic first quarter or whatever it's called of the expansion. So maybe we will see more emphasis on supports just as the community is kind of shuffled into more group content. But I think I don't know. I think the other really big thing is like it's class archetypes, right? It's like I think when people hear Guardian, right, just like in a fantasy world setting, you kind of think more like support style stuff, right? It's like you got your tiny holy symbols and all that kind of stuff. And then when you think about Thief, you always think about like, oh, I'm like being stealthy, I'm stealing, I'm doing like damage, I like, do things kind of in a roundabout way. And I feel like a healing Thief kind of doesn't really quite fit that archetype, right? So I feel like even if it were really strong, like I mean, just in general, right? Like more casual players, like the vast majority of the player base are not going to be speed running EOS for Sarah CM, right? So it's like for those players, they're going to pick the one that they feel like is the most fun, like thematically or that kind of stuff. So I could see like a world though. Like I've always liked the idea of like shadow healing, right? So like,
Ooh.
that kind of stuff. That could be cool for Thief. But I do think, I mean, I'm basically in agreement. I think making a support weapon for like such a large expansion feature, even though it might be better for the game as a whole, would not be a great selling point for the actual players
Yeah.
themselves. So
I think there are other ways that you can kind of implement that as well, right? Because they could go back and change all the weapons potentially. Like they're trying to juice up Thief Scepter, right, to kind of make that work a little bit better in the support role. I think they could easily take like a Necromancer dagger and rework that into a support weapon, for example. Kind of make that happen. And also I think it can be done through traits as well. Like we've seen some really big improvements with Warrior, like with all the traits they're adding there for the support kit that's being added. I think there's even some more stuff coming actually next patch, right? I think for support Warrior, making that build a little bit better. I think that like there's other ways to kind of implement that in a way that still makes the expansion feature like really, really hype. So yeah, I think you still do hybrid weapons, right? Like again, like with Guardian, but I'm definitely expecting them to be pretty big damage, big DPS, big pump, with some kind of useful things attached to them. As well.
Yeah, they made Heal Chrono a thing before they even got the rifle, right? Like Heal Chrono was
by
like
reworking Inspiration and Chaos trait lines. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and again, like Thief does kind of already have the whole heal specter thing. You're right. Maybe it makes more sense to sort of try to get that up to speed instead of changing the whole spear to be a healer weapon. Yeah, I think I agree.
Yeah. Is there anything else from the other professions that immediately sticks out as they 100% have to add it? One of the ones we haven't done yet. We haven't mentioned Rev. What Warrior, Nike? What are they cooking for Warrior? What's going on?
Like I said, mid-range, like 600 range power DPS, probably.
Okay.
Need something that you can just sit there and pew spears at you, throw them at you.
Yep.
Seems
3-hit arc divider on spear.
Why not? We'll do something cool. Like there'll be like maybe spears will have some ammo mechanic. Because if they're thrown spears, they'll have like an ammo mechanic.
Okay.
I think that could be cool. Like they'll do something creative with it. It won't just be like super vanilla. There
is one more thing I kind of want to talk about weapons before we go somewhere else, I guess. We have to still talk about the Warclaw, guys. That's going to be hype. Is the... there is a take on a Guild Wars 1 mechanic, and I thought that was so interesting. What do we think that is going to be? Nike, you are our resident Guild Wars 1 mechanics expert. What do you think they could possibly mean by that incredibly vague statement?
Yeah, it could be... I think hexes is the most likely thing.
So basically, like, unique debuffs that you can apply?
Yeah. Or maybe like even punishment sort of things. Like I know that they don't want to have another confusion, but...
Okay. I was thinking something like doing damage from elevation does more damage or something. So like if you're in PvP and you're like on the high ground, you like spear them and they take more damage.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I could see
pious renewal.
Yeah. Trigger's seen one person guess it correctly, but we have no idea who that is. I mean, I guess we'll find out pretty soon. It could be us. I mean, maybe Nike just guessed it correctly. It's possible. Know. We don't know. In that regard, we simply have no idea with that one. But I guess we'll find out very, very soon anyway. But yeah, I think the new weapons are actually pretty hype. Pretty damn hype. I'm really excited to see what there is next. And of course, the live stream with our wonderful developers as they explain what the hell's going on with the new weapons. But yeah, I guess the only comment I would have on this is something that I mentioned earlier, is that I really like that the Spear is coming on launch, but maybe one day, maybe a couple of expansions down the line, we can actually see a point where on launch, we get a cool new combat feature with a new weapon or something like that. And then boom, 2 updates later, we get a new elite skill. Everyone gets a cool new elite skill, or everyone gets new utility skills. Oh my God. Think how good that would be. Let's go. But I mean, that might be a little bit too much with all the balance patches, but we'll see.
Sign me up.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll get icons in the beta? I like the Soto beta weapons, they all had like the little construction icon, which I think actually made it a lot harder to like really learn those weapons during the beta. Do you think they'll have that yet?
I think they should be theoretically a lot further along in development, so I feel like yes.
Maybe.
That will be my expectation. Because I mean, it's releasing pretty soon. They better have the icons, right? You know, it's coming up.
I mean, they might still be finalizing stuff though, right? Like with Soto, the beta was pretty close to the release, and there were no icons in the beta.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
I know. I guess we'll see.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. You know, like nothing wrong with the little man with the shovel, right? For every single skill.
Yeah, I do think it was a little bit confusing though, because I know there were a lot of skills that had like the double cast stuff, right? It's like you cast it once, and then after that you cast something else. I remember that being a little bit confusing. I was like, wait, which skill am I on right now? So
that's definitely true. That's definitely true with that one.
Weaver, all the dual skills, and just being like,
yeah. Okay. I guess actually, is this the final topic? I feel like it is. We actually should talk about the mount a little bit. The expansion is Warclaw themed. I mean, comment. Any comment on that?
I think I was thinking about it earlier when you brought it up, right? Because like each mount kind of has its own niche, where you have like vertical traversal, horizontal traversal, and then kind of like diagonal or aerial traversal, that kind of thing. So I was trying to think like where Warclaw would kind of fit into this, because at this point we've kind of covered all of the niches, right? We even have like multiplayer mounts and stuff. So given that we know it's going to be a single person, and did they confirm like exactly what the ability is? I forget.
Not yet. No, they're reworking them though. They said that they're reworking. It has a double jump, right? It can do that.
Yeah, I think I heard the double jump thing. So I was thinking like it could essentially be Sky Skill except faster on land, right? Because like Sky Skill, even though you have like the double dash and you have like the vertical traversal,
maybe
or
it's Sky Scale but faster vertically, because Sky Scale, like, it's kind of. You can go vertically. It's really good at it, but it's kind of slow, and you need like to stop and rebuild your on ledges and rebuild your energy. Whereas if Warclaw can just scale up the side of a wall, if you can just
double jump really fast, or if you like, I mean, it like maybe if it has like raptor speed or something, or maybe not quite raptor speed, right? We already know how fast it goes, but I mean, Warclaw running on land without using any abilities is already faster than Sky Skill. So something like that could be interesting. Maybe something also more combat oriented, like Lara mentioned earlier. It's like in Wolver's World, you can dismount other people, right? But obviously you can't.
Your Sky Scale can sniff loot. So if it sniffs a mob,
cool, actually, right?
And like the mob, like it can sniff a mob, and the mob starts glowing, and then if you then kill the mob while it has the sniff debuff, you get like bonus loot from it.
What if it could like reveal treasure chests though and stuff? Like, you know, like the little hidden chests that could be everywhere. Yeah, and you could like sniff them out, and you could use it to hunt for treasure in the wilds.
I find that a bit weird though, right? Because it's essentially reusing functionality, right? It's like if you do that, then I feel like the Jadebot module, I mean, I don't think many people ran it anyways, but it would trivialize it even more. But yeah, I think now that I think about it, I think the combat capabilities could be really interesting, because like Warclaw, I mean, by nature in Wolver's World is supposed to be a combat oriented mount. So something like that could be cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I just hope they don't design the meta around it.
ArenaNet with our spears.
Learn your lesson, ArenaNet. Learn your lesson, ArenaNet. I do not want to see the end. I don't want to see Amnetus again. I don't want to spend half the time doing my fireball on the Sky Scale, okay, attacking a tentacle, or poking the boss's eyes out with the Sky Scale. Do not do this. Okay, let's just go through this. It was terrible in EOD, especially in the tunnel, the cleansing nuke. It was very bad there. Not fun. It was even worse, arguably, with the Sky Scale and Soto. Don't do it. Or have it as a very minor feature. If you want to have it, so we have to go on the Sky Scale and pull a gate down like in World vs. World, honestly, that's not bad. I'll take it. Decent roleplay. However, if I'm AFK spamming 2 to do the fireball for like 10 minutes, that is unacceptable. Okay, that's not fun. You know, actually, even on Dragon's End, it was quite good. I didn't mind breaking down the rocks on the side events. That's not bad, actually. Especially because you could, like, fly over the rocks, and you could, you know, use your turret cannon, okay, to destroy the rocks. I didn't hate that. But Soto wasn't good. Don't do that. I don't like mounted combat. Your combat system is good. Stop trying to pretend that it isn't, okay? Yeah, boom. There it is.
Unless they enable jousting with spear on your Warclaw, where you can...
that would be so cool.
You can open world duel people in PvP, but in PvE with joust. You can have jousts. Yeah. That would be sick. That's the alternative PvP game mode. It's open world dueling, but it's jousts.
Yeah.
Yep.
We didn't even talk about that.
I just like that it's a cat and it looks cute, and
Yeah.
I like cats.
I think it definitely does make sense to give it a role in, especially in PvE. I'm a little bit trepidatious regarding the rework in World vs. World. I'm not a huge fan of mounts in World vs. whatsoever, but Roy actually assured me in Twitch chat that it'll be okay, and I trust Roy, my king. So we'll see how that one turns out. I'm sure we'll hear more. Yeah, I mean, personally, I wish I guess they'll get to it eventually. I want to see a beetle-themed expansion. Imagine every map in an expansion being designed around the roller beetle. Let's fucking go. Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
Badass,
that would be so cool. That's what I want to see. And they can just juice it up even further, like make it like even more of a special like drag racing thing, give it new masters and stuff. That could actually be really fun. Because I do think Arena has almost been selling themselves short. I feel like they've picked the two least fun mounts. In fact, no, the three mounts that we've had expansions based around, or kind of, you know, features of, with the Turtle, the Sky Scale, and the Warclaw, they're kind of the mounts that aren't that much fun. And I guess it's kind of the point. They're trying to make them fun, right? Is what they're going for, I guess. So I understand that. But, yo, we've got the Griffin in this game. We've got the Roller Beetle. That, you know, that's fire. Like, that's actually the hype mounts in Guild Wars 2. And I would almost say that they're a little bit scared about making expansions around those, because coincidentally they're also the hardest ones to use. That might actually be a part of it, or why they're a little bit, you know, unsure about committing to those mounts. But I kind of wish they'd do it anyway. Like, you know, they can make them easy to use. Easy. No problem. Like, how hard can it be?
Basically, gotta go fast, gotta go zoom.
Yeah, I mean, you have to zoom. Yeah, and, you know, it'll be interesting to see. And I guess actually the real final topic, you know, I forgot about it in the same way that ArenaNet forgot to put it in their expansion feature list, is the new PvP game mode, which, to be fair, isn't going to be an expansion feature. But I do think it would be fair. This is one thing that I'm kind of in two minds on, because I feel like ArenaNet could actually be hyping their expansion as, boom, new PvP game mode. Because, yeah, it is technically a core feature, but it's kind of part of the release schedule, right? I don't know. Maybe a philosophical disagreement I have with ArenaNet. I feel like world restructuring actually is hype. That's a really hype thing that's happening this expansion, this year in Guild Wars 2. Like, same thing next week in Guild Wars 2. The last reset has dawned, Lara. It's over. There's no more. It's over. Yeah, it is over. Wait, you play on FSP?
I used to. I'm on Pike and Square now.
Oh my god. I don't think we can be friends anymore. That's actually crazy.
Fair.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. You should play on Maguma. I hear that's the actual good server.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I go to Maguma to PvP whenever I need gift for battle.
but anyway.
If your server loses to Maguma, it's because you are strictly inferior at player versus player combat.
But kind of on the PvP mode to kind of round out the show. I mean, like you said earlier, that this is the least likely thing. I actually agree. I think this is less likely than Wing 8. Truly the improbable expansion here, in my opinion. My expectation is they're going to simplify it. Conquest is hard, especially when the population's low. Then it doesn't play out super hot. And I think that this game mode is going to be to try to get new people to play. So I think it's going to be simple. I think it's going to be something like capture the flag. Actually, I think some of my viewers are talking about how they could do it. Apparently there's a game mode in Overwatch that could kind of work a little bit. That could kind of make sense in Guild Wars 2, like a kind of the team-based shooter style stuff, or like a, you know, arena shooter style things could make some sense there as well. I think it's going to be very simple, like probably focused either around one objective, like one kind of core idea that the map has, rather than the kind of this rotational element. Very focused on fighting, very focused on, very focused on combat, right? And like, boom, smash into each other, press some buttons. That is my expectation for this. If I was a Guild Wars 2 dev, that is what I would do, is get people fighting. So essentially like a slightly more objective-oriented 3v3 and 2v2. Because people do like that, but it gets stale real fast because the game mode is a little bit too narrow and too strict, right?
I would love a King of the Hill.
That was another one.
Yeah.
Like Guild Wars 1,
Yeah.
Hall of Heroes style, where you have one team controls the node and the other two teams team up against them. But then And so you have like the strategy of like, do you want to hold the node because you can't hold it against 2 teams? But if you wait to the last minute to try to capture it, you might not be able to capture it. Like that level of like meta strategy is so good.
Yeah. I'm really interested because I've never really had that much interest in Guild Wars 2 PvP, because my mindset with PvP games is like, if I wanted to play a PvP game, I'd go play like the games that are specifically designed and have like the entirety 100% of their budgets into PvP, right? Whereas like I feel like with Guild Wars 2, there's a lot of other stuff that I would rather be doing. So if this is a more, I guess, like new PvP player, like friendly game mode, I could see myself giving it a try, if only just to mess around with it. Maybe see like what rewards there are, or that kind of stuff. But yeah, honestly, I'll be honest, I'm not the most hyped about it, just because I think it's not really my niche. I don't really like playing against other players. It scares me. I'm scared of it. So yeah.
Unless it's in TFT, huh?
Yeah.
Boom. Yeah, no,
Imagine
I
if they started.
Yes.
I was gonna say, imagine if you got like cutscene finishers like in TFT.
Yo, that would actually be pretty epic.
It'd be so stupid. Oh
but
God.
I mean, I think it's, you know, I think that's exactly what ArenaNet are going for. They're looking to look. The current PvP scene is unironically dead, and that's not. I hate that, to be honest. Like, I really am a big PvP enjoyer, big Conquest fan, but right now, PvP is dead, and it's only getting worse. It's been rotting and festering, despite the fact that, you know, there are balance updates, despite the fact that, you know, the game mode is kind of finished in a way. It's got ranked, it's got ATs, and I love the changes they're making by adding the weekly ATs and twice a year Tournament of Legends. That's also really cool. Big fan of that. Reward changes coming up. Despite all of that, that isn't going to save PvE, and ArenaNet know that. They're not stupid. PvP needs new players getting into the game mode. And honestly, with the state of Conquest as it is right now, that's essentially impossible. The only way you could get new players into Conquest would be to basically start completely fresh and just ban anyone who's played PvP in like the last 5 years. Just because the scene is just too rotten, basically. Not in the sense of like corrupt, actually, just in the sense that it's just festering there, right? Like, it's just like the same people, and you queue into the same people every game, and it's like the people who play have been playing for years and years and years, and they just like obliterate anyone who comes into the game, pretty much. There's this classic story, you know, this guy came into my chat and said, hi, I've just played my first ever game of Ranked. I queued into Naru, who's rank 1 on the leaderboard. Is that normal? And I had to tell this poor guy, yes, that is normal, and that will continue to happen. And not a super fun experience for a new player. And yeah, essentially Conquest, as it stands right now, it will not get better. It is not going to improve, just purely because the population is kind of in a bit of a death spiral. The only new players who make it into PvP are basically the 0.1% of people who have got the spine and like the mental resilience to get crushed over and over again before they eventually learn, which, you know, understandably is not an experience that many people are looking for. And I think that this, a new PvP game mode, I think has some potential. I'm really glad they're looking at it because, again, you know, it's not a priority for Arena. It hasn't been for a while. I think it's really cool that they're willing to actually put in the effort to try to regrow it a little bit. I imagine their goal will be that it's kind of the introductory PvP game mode, and then Conquest will still be the competitive mode. That's where you're going to see tournaments, I think. I hope they don't change that. I would understand it if they did, if this mode goes really well and they actually make it the primary and made it even put it, you know, they put it into Ranked, for example, as like the main game mode. I would be a little bit sad if that happened because I'm a bit of a Conquest enjoyer. But at the end of the day, I think, you know, like what's happening right now isn't working and it isn't going to get better. It really isn't. Like, rewards won't fix it. Rewards aren't going to fix it. Like, balance isn't going to fix it. The only thing that's going to fix it is new players. And I think this is a solid strategy to kind of make that happen.
I really like how in the blog post they mentioned like doing a beta and seeking feedback and incorporating that feedback. I think that's really important because this is like, you know, you gotta make a game mode that the community actually loves. Like when Strongholds came out, it was pretty much like universally like panned, right? Like people did really not want to play Strongholds.
They also never updated it.
I feel like Stronghold had potential. Like, if they were willing to really iterate on it and like spend like a year of like refining it, it could have been really good.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what makes me excited here because from the get-go, they sort of talk about taking feedback and iterating. Like they actually mention, I think, the word iterating in the blog post even. I think that's really, really important. You know, like be willing to like test it out, take feedback from the player base, and actually like incorporate that and like make adjustments to make something people really enjoy. I think that you're exactly right. The issue with Stronghold is just that like, you know, they just kind of dropped it into the game and then that was kind of it. And they didn't really look that much at like what people actually want it to be and feedback people had. And it has me excited this time. It seems like they're very much trying to avoid that. They're trying to avoid the pitfalls of the past, which is kind of the same as what they're doing with the new raids, I suppose. You know, it feels like they've learned.
Yeah, I always think it's just a really cool approach, kind of similar to what they were doing with World versus World restructuring. Because again, I think this almost goes back to what we were talking about getting it right first try. It didn't work with Stronghold. We saw them do that with Desert Borderlands as well. That also didn't really work out super well, right? Like, I think that, especially when it comes to a mode like this, the competitive mode, where, like, the players decide how to play these modes to an extent. So I think it's having actual player feedback is incredibly important. Like, making sure that the idea works out with how the player base plays it, not just like kind of on the drawing board, I think is really important. So I really like the approach, actually, that they're taking here. I think it's cool. You know, I think that the community really appreciates it. They really appreciated the Worlds restructuring stuff, and we're able to give a lot of feedback on that. Yeah, I hope we see the same thing with PvP. It's, yeah, very cool, actually. Very cool. Didn't see that one coming. I'm very surprised. I'm much more surprised that they're actually doing this than Wing 8, to be honest.
It's shocking.
Yeah.
It'd be great if it was Polymock.
Oh, yeah? Polymock Go.
Yeah, and it was like just, you know, super easy PvP because it's poke battles, essentially.
Yeah. Not sure about that one.
Polymock's coming. I guarantee you.
Oh, yeah?
Expansion
But you
coming.
think they're going to... I mean, I guess so. Yeah, I don't see why not.
Not as many people want it anymore. It used to be like such a thing, right? Like on the subreddit, everyone's like, when is Polymock? When is
That's
Polymock?
because Guild Wars 1 people are all in retirement homes now and they don't remember it.
Yeah, now I mentioned Polymock on my stream and everybody's like, what is Polymock? I've never heard of this. What does this even mean?
I've never heard of it. I feel very left out in this conversation because I've never
It's essentially in Guild Wars 1, it was like a Pokemon minigame where you collected pieces and then you'd fight your pieces against other NPCs. But you could easily just do it where it's not, you know, against NPCs. Although you could have also NPCs.
Yeah. And there you have it. I guess we've done the entire JANTHIR expansion announcement and Spear Necromancer thing as well with all the other spears. I guess that's about it. What a juicy tea time. Love to see that. Very nice. I think that's going to about wrap things up for us today, though, gamers. Hope you all enjoyed the show. Thank you to my wonderful guests, of course. I'm going to be going through all of those gamers now. See if it... Wait, no, I pressed the wrong one. Hang on. This one. Look at them all. Look at all the hosts. Look, it worked. Incredible. It did the link. Look at those links. You could click them. You could do it right now. We've got the bear here as well. Be sure to subscribe to Lara for YouTube short gaming with the variety of meme clips, bear-themed meme clips coming soon. But anyway, let's go through all this. If anyone has any final thoughts, this is the time. And also, tell us a little bit about yourself. While you're doing that, while you're expressing yourself, be sure to sell out as much as possible. Just don't mention your referral link. Only I'm allowed to do that. Right, first up, let's go back on bright and early. Got up just for the show. That's how much Emmy is hyped for JANTHIR Wilds. What's going on?
Yeah, so hi, my name is Emmy. I woke up at 7 a.m. this morning to get ready for this tea time. I don't even wake up this early for work. Yeah, I do a lot of endgame PV shenanigans, so raids, strike missions, fractals, all that kind of stuff. I like to think of myself as a hardcore player. I really like, you know, tackling the super, super high tier content and then also leading progression groups through it. So something exciting I'm going to be doing is I'm putting together my 5th progression group completely from scratch with 9 other completely like base player, like they've never done HCCM before, and we're going to be tackling that encounter starting next week, actually. And then I also have plans to put together a Temple of Febe or Ceres CM group as well. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, that's what I do. But Yeah.
There you have it. And next up, Arborstone fan, bear enjoyer, Epoch
We didn't
CM.
even talk about bears. We didn't even talk about the bears.
I mean, code and well, I mean, you can do that now. You can use this time to do this, Lara.
They're really cute. I really like them. Hey everyone, my name's Serenity. I make bear memes on YouTube Shorts now. I used to do streams and other stuff too, but now it's just bear memes, really. No, you can find me on YouTube and on Twitch. I just want to point out that my bear, I gave him a name yesterday. I got him as a gift literally yesterday. His name is Referral Link. I don't know. Like there's
what is this?
There's nothing else. I'm trying. That just happens to be his name.
That's interesting.
Yeah, go check out my content if you want to.
Okay. And of course, finally, in the top right, we have Guild Wars 2 Zojia lore expert, erotic roleplay connoisseur, investigator, Nike.
Investigator, yeah. Connoisseur would imply that like I have like taste and preferences, which I do not. But yeah, you can check out my YouTube channel. There's a lot of Guild Wars 2 content on there. My Twitch is mostly other things than Guild Wars 2 these days. But if you're a hate watcher, if you're angered by my YouTube videos, as most people are, and you're a hate watcher, feel free to inflate my Twitch numbers by hate watching me on there, if that's your thing. Because, you know, hate watchers always welcome. It's pretty much, I've cultivated a following of people in the community that hate watch, and that's great. And they reply to every Reddit post I make, with hateful comments. So keep hating.
You know, this is
your best.
Complete derail here at the last second, but this is a topic we have to talk about. We have got to talk about the Guild Wars 2, like Reddit, YouTube comment, and just social media hate watchers. I'm not talking about streamers, people who like hate watch the game. That is interesting. Like I see them in the YouTube comments.
Yeah,
I see them on Reddit. I see them on Twitter. They're everywhere. Okay, they're all over the place.
There was a guy on Reddit and who was like, this expansion looks like trash, it blah, 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 blah. And someone goes, you're still going to buy it. And the guy's like, I quit Guild Wars 2 in 2018. I'm only here to hate watch. And I'm like, holy shit, man. You have been hanging around the subreddit of a game you don't play for 6 years. That's literally psychotic behavior. That's like, that's so insane that there isn't even a DSM-5 diagnosis for how mentally incapacitated you are by Guild Wars 2. Like, oh my god. Thank God this guy has Guild Wars 2 to hate watch, because if he was allowed out in society, he would cause major trouble.
Yeah, okay, yep.
I disavow anything Nike just said. Just
anyway, guys, you should definitely follow everyone here for our insane content and good refined takes. Look at all the links. There you go. And you can follow this stream as well. TeaTime is probably back for the foreseeable future. Okay, next time we discuss how amusing it is that the World of Warcraft expansion is coming out 6 days after Guild Wars 2 JANTHIR Wilds. That's a mighty coincidence there. Love to see that. But also a variety of other topics, all the news for Guild Wars 2 over time. It's going to be great. It's going to be exciting. Be sure to follow the stream. Be sure to subscribe. Hand over your money. Use the referral links. Okay, honestly, look, just buy an account for every net partner. Go through the list. Get yourself an alt for all of them. You know you want to. Follow on Twitch. Follow all the social media. Subscribe on YouTube. Join the channel. Throw money at the screen. That's it. Hope you enjoyed the show, gamers. Thank you to my wonderful host for joining us. It was a fantastic show, as always. And we'll see you next time. Take it easy, gamers. We're out of here. Yo. Thank you very much to Nutty Thor and Nico for the subs and for buying the ultimates with a referral link. I appreciate that. Guys, we got to take a look at this now. You know what we got to see here. Let's go. The War Within announced August 26th, guys. 6 days after the expansion. 3 days with early access. Blizzard actually fucked ArenaNet and it doesn't feel good. Yo, MM with the gifted subs. Let's go.
And for countless
I'm reacting. MM Daily 10 sponsored subs.
Heroes
here we go.
Have risen to defend.
Yeah, it's a good thing Guild Wars 2 content only lasts 3 days. We're in business, guys.
Monsters.
We're doing a bit of a recap here, guys.
And beasts of primordial horror.
Yeah, there is a slight difference in the trailer, I will admit that.
Though they fought amongst themselves.
Although, to be fair, this is old trailers. They just remixed them.
Their enmity following them to the most distant shores.
Man! There it is.
And even
the syrup.
Time and space.
Not gonna lie, the Blizzard cutscenes are really fucking good, man. They're very good.
Even upon the very threshold of death. While new hope blooms on the horizon, the final battle.
So, guys, there's a new mommy for you, Melina. Check this out.
In the darkness, at the very
Dwarf.
heart of the world, the drums of war thunder once again.
I actually don't know who this character is. I don't know who that is. That's probably someone important.
And Azeroth at last awakens. The world's soul, so long denied me, shall be mine.
Jester's Queen. Man, they're really good at this, aren't they? Yeah. They do make you want to log on. Yeah. Oh, I can't believe this. I actually cannot believe. Why is it 6 days after JANTHIR Wilds? Fuck me. Can't ArenaNet push it forwards by a week? Because it's early access is fucking 3 days as well. I've got 3 days to play the fucking Guild Wars 2 expansion, man. Unbelievable. 3 days, then straight into War Within. God damn it. Well, it is what it is. Man, the Blizzard trailers are fucking good, dude. Holy shit, they're good. They are very good at this. This one, honestly, is not their best, if I'm being completely honest. It's kind of like half of one, really. You've got this earthen guy, like the dwarf man. This kind of troll character here as well, I guess. This looks pretty cool, though, you know, like with the tentacles coming in to eat the soul of the world. But, yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. Yeah, it's not their best work, to be honest. You know, it's not as dynamic, right? You know, like maybe they're gonna do another one, but yeah, this one is not the best. Yeah, they'll do another one on launch. Yeah, this is like the scuffed one, right? They'll do like a proper one like they did with Shadowlands on launch. Who's that lady at the end? This is Xalatath, which is apparently I mean, look, people who played Legion will know who this character is, I guess. But basically, you know, you could use like as a shadow priest, you would like fucking get whispered to by this like unhinged lunatic character. Although apparently they're not. I think they're not actually an elf. It's more like they've like possessed like the corpse of an elf, pretty much, or something like that. But it is what it is. Yeah, pretty cool. Incredible. Yes. I find it a small brain take to compare it with the Guild Wars 2 ones. Well, I mean, you have to compare it with the Guild Wars 2 ones. I think, how can you not compare it? I mean, at the end of the day, these games are in competition. Like, they are both MMOs, right? Like, you know, they're you know, it is what it is. Will you learn about WoW expansion while on a taxi, though? I mean, I guess that is where... dude, what the fuck is going on? Like, fucking teleporting everywhere. What is this shit? I'm going into World versus World. Let's go. A features trailer for The War Within, not a cinematic reveal. I mean, yeah, they're a little bit different. But you know what? I don't know. I kind of think that doing both simultaneously is pretty good. But I don't know. Yeah. I would never use farslow.dll, guys. Yeah. I would never use farslow.dll. I'm not gonna lie, I actually do feel a little bit bad for ArenaNet on this one. Because Blizzard is going to overshadow them pretty fucking hard, in my opinion. Which, I mean, that feels whoa, it's in a chest. That feels kind of bad. But yeah, like, Blizzard are obviously going to massively dominate the media cycle. It probably won't really damage Guild Wars 2 that much, but it will certainly take eyes off the game. Actually feels bad. Yeah, it is. JANTHIR Wilds looks like a really hype expansion. It feels very bad, actually, that Blizzard is going to completely overshadow it, essentially, with The War Within. The War Within is very hyped up. The feature set for that expansion also looks really, really good, actually, for The War Within. I think players are really going to like it, and they're going to drop some serious fucking content as well at the same time, so it is what it is. Do you think JANTHIR Wilds would ever stand a chance against a WoW expansion? Wait, it depends what you mean by that. Like, in the media cycle, absolutely not. In terms of, like, is the game fun to play and, like, has some really good content in it? I think so. Yeah, I think so, yeah. Like, not in quantity, but in quality, sure. I think Guild Wars 2 can make some really good stuff. Yeah, like, ArenaNet are never going to keep up with Blizzard in terms of content release cycle, and they're never going to, they're never going to keep up with, they're never going to keep up with them in terms of, like, you know, like the cinematics and stuff like that, and like the presentation. That's never going to happen. Blizzard are just really good at that, and they just have a lot more muscle. But I mean, I think Guild Wars 2 can be really good. Blizzard always drops a WoW patch, I saw at the same time as ArenaNet intentionally. You know, the weird thing is, rationally, I'm not sure if that's possible. Because both of these expansions were in development in a pre-release stage with no insight on when they're going to be released at the same time. So, like, it might look that way, but I'm just not sure if it can actually be that way rationally. It might actually just be a very unlucky coincidence for ArenaNet, because, again, games typically release at the same time. Like, hell, Final Fantasy is doing the same, right? I think their expansion's a little bit earlier, but ultimately it's the same period of time. Guild Wars 2 always releases in the summer, and I think World of Warcraft typically does as well, although I think sometimes in the winter as well. But yeah. Yeah, I'm really surprised. Nobody thought WoW was going to be that early, by the way. Nobody thought that. Everyone thought it was going to be September. There was, like, nobody was thinking, especially because the beta only just opened this week. Like, they are going. They are really, really going on this right now. Yeah. Happened many times. Well, yeah, but the thing is, look, as much as I hate to say it, Z-Mully, I'm not gonna lie, Blizzard isn't looking at ArenaNet. Not from a competition standpoint. They definitely look at it for, like ideas, stuff like the dragon riding, for example. And, you know, maybe they'll do player housing. Although it didn't really work out well for them with the garrison, to be honest. Yeah, they did say that they are going down to 18 months for the expansion cycle, approximately, so they're going to be going a little bit faster as well. I just hope that what I really don't want, is, I really don't want them to release the raid at the same time as a WoW raid. That would be so fucking annoying. Yeah, I mean, August, September it's a good time to do it, right, because of the summer. But it is what it is. Yo, Lucien, how you doing? In terms of no new level caps, I mean, people like vertical progression. That's the thing. Like, people want that. Like, if you don't like vertical progression, you don't really want to play WoW. Like, that's just kind of like a feature of the game. That's not a bug, that's a feature. Well before November. Well, I'm just a little bit worried about the, I'm worried about Season 2, honestly, Delvin. Yeah, with LCM, yeah. I really don't want those to overlap. That would be incredibly fucking bad. No, normal. I'm not worried about normal. I'm worried about LCM. Like, I'm really worried about Season 2 of War Within. Because that now could line up in a really inconvenient way, to be perfectly honest with you. Well, because it just, I mean, yeah, I don't know. If it's August is the 8th month. Ah, man, it's rough. Like, how long are WoW seasons? They're usually, like, 6 months, right? I think they're going to be 6 months each. So that will be February. Kind of like late February. I mean, honestly, that's kind of okay, actually. Massive tummy ache. Goodness me. That is not good. Yeah. But that is okay. The stream will cure you. You've got gold, right? Worlds first. Well, obviously, I want to play the Guild Wars 2 raid, yeah. I mean, Worlds first and Guild Wars 2 is... I mean, look. I'll be fucking lucky to get Hall of Fame in WoW. Worlds first and Guild Wars 2 is pretty achievable. Yeah. Shorter seasons now when release faster content in WoW. I mean, probably yeah. Like they're gonna do faster expansion cycles. I think. Where's your loyalty land? If they go at the same time, I'd probably do Guild Wars 2, because it's the thing where I have the most interest competitively. And the thing is that if I play Guild Wars 2 for 1 week, that isn't going to prevent us from getting Hall of Fame. Or as long as we play well, anyway. Yeah. Hello, Violent123. Yeah, I'm in 3 days. I mean, honestly, it's going to be a fucking busy week for me. Holy shit. Got some goddamn work to do. What the fuck? Nice. If I start with Guild Wars 2, should I ignore everything before SOTA and start with that expansion? How long does it take to clear everything? Can I make before the new expansion comes out? Oh yeah, you'll be fine, yeah. You got plenty of time to sort it out. And honestly, I think a really good place to start is actually Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire, because you get elite specializations and mounts. That gives you like a really good flavor for the game. Waiting through to play the War Within. Oh, it's honestly, I hate the early access shit. I hope they never do that again. It's completely unacceptable. Can't find a group to capture a keep to get the Warclaw. Running around the grounds is so annoying. I mean, you should be able to find one. Just like wander around. I think you'll be alright. You can do all the story in time. I mean, honestly, if you play a lot, you can get all the masteries pretty easily. Ah, thank you very much, Sevian. Hope you're doing well too. Also, shout out to YouTube, by the way. A lot of people watching on YouTube. By the way, YouTube, I was not ignoring you. I just don't, you know, because TeaTime is a podcast-style show. I don't read comments during TeaTime. But now we do on the Aftershow. A lot of people watching. We had 1,300 people watching in total today. Around 800 on Twitch, around 500 on YouTube. So big shout out to YouTube. This guy died to a camp. Unlucky, buddy. Should I go through all the story in Guild Wars 2? Yeah, you want to, yeah. Don't have to. There's some like pretty interesting content there, both in terms of the story and like the farming and like the actual like map content and stuff. So there's options. You've got options. You absolutely do. Actually guaranteed they do it when people don't vote with their wallets. You know, the thing is, here's the problem with this. I think there really is nothing you can do about this, because asking an individual to basically screw themselves over for the greater good is it's just never gonna happen, honestly, with this. There's absolutely no way people won't buy the pre-order when it comes to like MMOs. It's just never ever gonna happen, to be honest. Because that's just, you know, that's just kind of the way it goes. Oh no, this is bad. Let's go. My frame rate is slightly compromised. I'm going to admit that. It's not looking good. Yeah. I need to change my in-game settings. There we go. Now I can actually play the game. It's a little bit laggy there. How much do they monetize Heising? I mean, just like the same as mounts, right? Like, it's probably the way it's going to go. Among guilds? Well, it's just... Look, I mean, early access is a strict advantage. Like, it's just... Like, who is going to willingly disadvantage themselves over, at the end of the day, $50, right? Like, people are not going to die on a hill of what is essentially $50 and just screw themselves over. It's just... It's unreasonable. That's why it's a dog shit tactic, and the way to do it, honestly, is you kind of have to just, I don't know, like, cyberbully the company until they get in, or just kind of grumble and just deal with it, which is, unfortunately, the tragic situation. Underworld? Yeah, I'll probably pick Underworld, yeah. I want to get into tanking. The community is so toxic on new tanks who are trying. They demand tanks to know what tactics and routes. Well, the best piece of advice you can give me? The best piece of advice I can give you is prepare. To be honest, because yeah, that is a thing. People definitely expect you to know. As the tank, you have responsibility. I would highly recommend downloading MDT for Mythic Dungeon tools and actually having a route planned out. There are actually great resources online to find these. You can look at Raider.io, for example. You can find the route. I like a lot of the routes that Dorky actually puts out. You can find that on his Wago. Actually, you can just find that on the WeakAura. Oh fucking hell, like the WeakAura area, like is where you can find that stuff. I'd highly recommend taking a look at that. And yeah, just be prepared. Like, know which mobs you want to pull. Know what you've got to do. Right? Like, all that kind of good stuff. Like, that's where you want to be, in my opinion. And just prepare. Like, the way you can mitigate that type of behavior is by just making sure that you are really well prepared for these scenarios. Yeah. And yeah, as the tank, you definitely have a higher responsibility to do that than anyone else, right? Because if you're the tank, you're the leader, and ultimately you're the most important player in the group. You are literally the main character as the tank. You have the most control over the success or failure of the key, and that does mean that if you know, like, there can be some potential toxicity that comes your way if you are not, you know, doing what people think you should be doing. So I just recommend preparing. Like, be as prepared, be ready, and, you know, do your homework, basically. Can a new WoW player tag them start their own LFG noob tank run? Such groups have a 0 chance of filling. They have a very low chance of filling because there is so much well, that's not true, actually. If you do, like, low keys, like +2s, you can 100% do that. But the way the content is tiered is kind of interesting. Like, by the time you get to Mythic Plus, you've gone through normals, you've gone through heroics. Like, theoretically, you should kind of know what you're doing, right? Like, groups like that are pretty uncommon, essentially. I'd liken the way people engage with Mythic Plus very similar to Fractals. There aren't, like, Fractal training groups, right? Not really. It's kind of the same thing with Mythic Plus, or in Tier 4. Like, it's kind of like, would you do a Tier 4 Fractal noob group? Well, no, that's what Tier 1 is for, right? Like, that's where you're going to kind of find that implicitly within Tier 4, Tier 1, or Tier 2, or Tier 3 fractals, if that makes any sense. So, that's not really a thing. But groups like that will fill 100%. Like, you can absolutely do that, I think. It's just that that's kind of an anomaly because of the way the content is structured. Yeah. And as a tank, 100% is what I would go for here, Sevian, is really focus on CC, right? Like, I don't know what tank you're playing, but, you know, tanks quite often have good CC, like some, you know, lots of AoE stops. Like, really focus on nailing those AoE stops on powerful abilities and kicking, like, really dangerous casts going off. Like, that is what's going to wipe your group in Mythic Plus. Should I keep waiting? Honestly, if I'm being... Yeah, you should just wait. Wait for them to fix it. It has a lot of issues right now. Hopefully they'll fix it at some point. If you know the tanks are easier almost in hours. In raids, yes, and M+, no. To be honest. I think It's certainly in low keys. Like, tanking is... You need to not fuck up. If a DPS player fucks up, it's kind of whatever in, like, a weekly key. If a tank player fucks up, you can potentially deplete off that very, very quickly, to be honest. It's not that it's necessarily easier or harder. I wouldn't necessarily say that. It's just that your mistakes are more impactful. Does that make it harder? Kind of. A little bit. I don't know. Blood DK. Oh, that's a great choice, actually. Blood DK is really fun. It's going to be really juicy in the next X-Pack as well, actually. Ugh. Yeah, in that case, I would definitely say the big thing on DK is setting up your pull. Right, like, that's the scary part for most tanks, but definitely on Blood DK the most. Make sure that you have something going into a pull every single time. Like, ideally, you want to have Vampiric Blood up going into a pull as often as you possibly can. Otherwise, you want to have your Icebound Fortitude or something like that, like, to pop on the pull going into a pull. Because, like, once you're in a pull, you'll honestly be fine. Like, you're probably not gonna die as long as you don't lose Bone Shield stacks if you're in a pull. But when you're at the start of the pull, that is when you're in danger, pretty much. Make sure you have Bone Shield stacks going in, so, like, make sure you use, like, Mararen towards the end of a pull. And another thing here as well, this is, like, a slight thing that I'm sure you're aware of, actually, but a little reminder, actually. Remember that you can actually use Death Grip as a stop or a kick. Yeah, on mobs that can be CC'd. Because it will actually interrupt casts, so you can actually use your Death Grips as an additional kick or AoE stop, in addition to your Blinding Sleet, or, of course, your Mind Freeze. That is really useful, in my opinion. Definitely was, like, a big thing that I think you can do as a Death Knight, Blood Death Knight, to actually get a lot of value out of your kit. Yeah. There you go. As long as you don't fuck up, it's easier to stay alive. I mean, that's kind of true, but, like, not fucking up is kind of non-trivial. Hey, no worries. I'm happy to answer questions about WoW or Guild Wars. Boom. Yeah. And also, I guess another thing here as well, and this is kind of like Blood DK basics, I'm going to be going over stuff you're already aware of. Your health bar doesn't matter that much, but what does matter is your runic power. Don't just, like, unload all of your runic power unless you really, really have to. Like, you want to be using your death strikes when you're either, like, you've taken damage, like you have some low HP, or your shield is starting to go away as well. Like, that's when you want to be using that. Like, make sure you've always got some runic power so that if you need to death strike, you can. And again, bear in mind, you're not losing DPS by not death striking as soon as you can, because death strike has no cooldown, and as long as you don't overcap on your resource, your runic power, you don't lose any death strike casts. So that's like a really important thing to understand about, like, Builder Spender. This actually applies in Guild Wars 2 as well, by the way, guys. Like, as long as you're not losing any casts, so you're overcapping on resource, not spending it immediately is not a problem. You're only losing DPS and losing value when you actually overcap your resource. Yeah. Indeed. Answer questions about Final Fantasy. I can't do that, but maybe I should play the game, and then I probably will eventually play, and then I can do all of them. Yes. Big. Yeah, Virtuoso is actually very like this, with the way it operates. Would Guild Wars 2 Aegis have in-universe functionality as a condom? I mean, advance, I guess. Like, there's you've got that going on there. So maybe. Well of precognition. How goes the gym? Ah, it's going pretty well, actually. I'm actually starting to really get to work on a kind of proper schedule kind of thing going on. It's really getting there now, actually. I have a lot of really big plans. Like, a lot of things I'm trying to do right now basically involve, like, fixing hardstuck.gg. Like, we're actually getting there on that. Like, we're starting to get everything back up to date again. As it so deserves we do. We just got fucking smashed, actually. Holy shit. Actually destroyed. But yeah, I'm getting that going as well. I really need to make Hardstuck self-sustaining, right? Like right now I'm still paying for everything out of pocket. I need to make that not happen. I actually have some pretty interesting plans, I guess, for after the expansion when it comes to tournaments. I think there's some potential to actually make some interesting stuff. Hoping for a little bit of a Hardstuck tournament series, if possible, that will include Motor, Raid Tournament, Raid Check Cup, and I actually really want to do a Beetle Tournament. But yeah, we'll see. But happy on stream. Yeah, I'm a lot happier now for sure. It was kind of unrelated. It was a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, if I'm being honest. I haven't been very happy for the last 6 months or so. In fact, I would say I've been very unhappy. You know, I'm not gonna cry you a river or anything like that. There's no fucking point in that. But yeah, I've been pretty miserable, if I'm being brutally honest with you. But that's that's not exactly related to the game. It's related to some stuff that we don't need to get into. And you know, we're getting through it. We're getting through it. But let's go! Yeah, very cool stuff, very exciting times. I am honestly really disappointed, though, that the WoW and Guild Wars 2 expansions are so close together. I was hoping to have, like, at least a full week of, like, just Guild Wars 2. It's very annoying to me that that's not going to be the case. I'm tempted to at least not play on the first day of early access, because I'm not going to lie, it's not super relevant. Or maybe not on the second. Maybe I'll play on the first and do Guild Wars 2. I honestly might just do both. To be honest, like I can probably just do like a bunch of 12-hour streams and just do like 6 hours of Guild Wars 2 and 6 hours of WoW or something, and just like grind out both. If I'm being honest, I don't know. It's very, very annoying to me. That's the same thing, but it is what it is. Yeah, I want to get more involved in the WoW stuff as well. I really want to get involved in, like, the Race to Worlds first. Not from a player perspective, obviously, because, you know, I'm not good enough for that. But actually from, like, the commentary perspective. Like, I'd love to get involved in, like, the Race to Worlds first streams and stuff like that. And actually stuff like, you know, TGP and stuff like MDI. I'd love to get involved in that some way. I'll probably send out a couple of feelers. You know, there's a couple of people I can talk to, I think, who might be able to help me with that. We'll see. Booster Herald is fucked up beyond belief. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? What's wrong with it? Yes. The Echo application. I actually never heard back from them. Fucking blanked. I was actually a little bit too late, unfortunately, with applying to that, because I actually took a little while to write my application. I didn't have anything prepped for like the talent people, so no, I never heard back. Unlucky. Not good enough for Echo. Doesn't give quickness, old trait. Oh, well, yeah, we should probably fix that, huh? Well, it's fine. Link is on the case. He's going to fix it. But yeah, no, we're fixing everything, guys. We're fixing Hardstuck. I want to get the... Look, Grimjack is going to do PvP. It's going to be great, guys. Linker will do World versus World. Jimmy's doing World versus World. We've got, like, a bunch of people on the PvE stuff. Should be pretty exciting. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be terrific. Yeah, I need some more PvP gamers. If you look, open offer, guys. Like, if anyone is actually interested in helping out with the website, you don't have to be an expert player. You just have to understand the game and be able to communicate your ideas. Like, I am actually, I'm not gonna lie, it's not much, but I am trying to compensate people financially for doing work. If you wanna get involved, shoot me a DM. Like I said, anyone is welcome. You just have to be able to write, be able to understand the game, not be a bullshitter, and be able to type words that are original and exciting. But yeah, like, everyone wants to get involved in that. Again, I want to be really clear. You do not have to be an expert player. You have to be a player with a brain who understands, like, is interested in helping out with that kind of stuff. You can let me know. And that's for all game modes. For PvP, for PvE, for World versus World. Yup. Yeah, and I'll be able to do most of JANTHIR Wilds in 3 days for sure. And it does actually release late, so it is actually 4 days of Guild Wars 2 that we get, guys. Because The War Within is coming out 3 p.m. PDT, right? Which is pretty late for me, right? What's the time in PDT now? It is... Yeah, it's midday now. So it would actually be coming out at 11 p.m. my time. Fucking hell. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's... Right. So it's going to be pretty late. So we do get 4 full days, to be fair, actually, wait, actually, hang on a minute. Wait. Whoa. Isn't it going to be even later on EU? Wait, actually, I don't know how WoW expansions work in EU and NA. I haven't actually done one for ages. I don't think... You know what's weird? Guys, I've never played a WoW expansion on launch. That's actually true. I actually never... I've never played WoW on launch. I played patches on launch, but I haven't played an X-Pack on launch. That's very interesting. So I actually am not totally sure how it works if it's delayed on EU. Oh, shit. We're fucking in, boys. Dude, we just got smushed. We actually got pulverized. Does not feel good. Yeah. It's gonna be hype. Yeah, actually, wait, guys, how does it work? Is EU gonna be later on launch for the War Within? I'm actually asking. I genuinely don't know. If it's going to be later, or if it goes live at the same time as EU and NA for expansions. I assume it sounds like it's the same time. It's together with NA. Okay, yeah, okay. I mean, honestly, that's good. I don't want to fucking wait. You fucking kidding me? We trolling? Huh? Yeah, I mean it's later, relatively speaking, obviously, because time zones. Gonna get expert players. Well, look, that's what I'm looking for, Noro. I'm looking for expert gamers who like typing. Would WoW be better with world versus world? I actually think that there could be a game mode like that, but they'd have to like make an entirely new infrastructure. That's the thing about it, is that there's no like version of the game. There's no instances that have like proper caps like that, like player caps. So they could do something like that. It'd be kind of weird though. Like WoW's combat system doesn't really make sense for that type of thing, to be honest. It'd be quite strange, but or at least have like 50 players, because like not everything is AoE in WoW. Like it's much more about, you know, like some stuff is like single target, for example. But I mean, it kind of works in Classic. To be honest, you know, you know, you like open world PvP in vanilla WoW is actually pretty cool, honestly, and that's kind of like world versus world. It's just that the problem is that they don't have like proper instancing set up for it, so it tends to get very, very laggy because you end up with like literally hundreds of people there all at the same time. It's not good. And yeah, that's probably going to be a 24-hour stream, honestly, for the War Within release. It's probably going to be like 12 hours of Guild Wars 2 and then 12 hours of WoW on launch. We'll like level and shit and start doing some of the dungeons. Destroys the game in Aberrus. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like my PC can't handle Guild Wars 2 and WoW. I am really looking forward to 2025, where I'm gonna get an upgrade. I'm gonna get myself, I think, the 9800 X3D AMD CPU. I'm gonna get some fucking performance. I think it's gonna be like, I don't know, at least 60% gains over what I've got right now. Yeah. We'll see. Yeah, I'm gonna juice up in the new year, I think. Yeah, the Ryzen stuff's really good, especially for MMOs. All the cache it juices the games up nicely. Yeah, I'm gonna replace everything because like my machine's kind of scuffed. It's relatively old as well. You know, it's not like mega old. It's definitely still a good machine. Don't get me wrong, but it's got some scuff parts about it. It's breaking a little bit. Oh, I went the wrong way. Whoops. You going dual PC? Oh yeah, I run dual PC. I have a streaming PC. Although that you don't have to have like a super sick machine for a stream PC. Eventually that will have to be upgraded, but I think by the time I upgrade the streaming PC, a lot of it's going to be done on the GPU. Right? There's some pretty interesting stuff that Nvidia are doing for streaming, especially with like AV1. I think a lot of it you're gonna need like a good GPU, and that will like handle a lot of the kind of like the heavy lifting for that, which is pretty cool. More doing JANTHIR with launch than in Soto. I think, weirdly enough, it's going to be very similar. There's no legendary spear. There's no raid on launch. So I think on launch, it's the, you know, look, just no bullshit here, guys. The reason why, one of the big reasons why I find it very annoying with this WoW overlap is that I obviously want to farm the drops for like the full week of release in Guild Wars 2. So I'm going to have to do both. But yeah, I'm not going to lie though, guys. There kind of isn't that much content. The way WoW does their expansions, there's not a lot of content for me, because there won't be Mythic Plus on launch. There won't be the raid on launch. It's all going to be about basically like the story, the open world stuff, and normal and heroic dungeons, which, don't get me wrong, I obviously need to grind those for gear. I'm going to be grinding those, but I'm not going to lie. Like, we will nuke that hard. Like, I'm going to be in there with my pre-made dungeon group, and heroic dungeons are not hard in WoW whatsoever. I'd say they're like, you know, like tier 2 fractals, right? They're casual content, right? They're like story content almost. They're not hard. So, like, I don't have a crazy amount to do. Like, I might be able to balance it pretty well, to be honest. It's just that, you know, look, it's just very inconvenient for me from a streaming perspective, I'm being completely honest, guys. Gameplay perspective, I actually think it's perfect, because I'll be done with the content in JANTHIR in a couple of days, I think, and then the WoW stuff I can just do immediately afterwards. It's actually only annoying from a stream perspective, because I obviously want to build my stream in Guild Wars 2 and WoW. I want to build my stream up in World of Warcraft and kind of get my audience there and find where, you know, find what I want to do, find where I want to be in World of Warcraft. And it's going to be very, I'm going to have to do both at the same time. It's going to be fucking cancer, but it is what it is. I guess go do Delves. Yeah, go do Delves. Which spear so far is the most interesting in your opinion from what we've seen? I think the most interesting one is by far Ranger. But I think the Necro one looks really cool as well. I think the Guardian one is the most vanilla, I want to say. But actually has a cool mechanic as well. Oh, yeah, delves. Yeah, I need to do my weekly delves. Get some of that gear, you know? Convergence of That's true, actually. Oh, I didn't... Dude, we didn't mention that in the TeaTime. God damn it, I knew we were forgetting something. Yeah, Convergence is coming back. It's kind of interesting, actually. "24-hour stream not possible." Oh no, we can do that. Yeah, I really want to do a fractal TeaTime. I'm gonna have to. I need to get like get Magic Spirit on here. Who, funnily enough, is actually in Project Fungo. I need to start Project Fungo. I need some help with that. I need to, like, Luaran is gonna be the administrator, the Iron Hand of Project Fungus. And Planix as well. The truth is that, like, where I'm kind of at right now, I really need other people to help me organize things. Like, because obviously I don't actually run the WoW guild, which is actually perfect for me. I'm not gonna lie. You know, I have Angels ripping his hair out doing that for me. Very convenient for me. And I kind of don't really want to be running the Guild Wars 2 guild either, because I have to operate a lot of things. I want my organizational focus to really be on tournaments, actually, and Hardstuck. Funnily enough, I really want to make that project actually good and actually self-sustaining. That's kind of like a big goal I have, because I never really did that. Like, that was... I don't know, like, the problem with Hardstuck is it lost a huge amount of momentum when basically everyone I like quit the game, which... I think you can understand why I was slightly demotivated by that. To kind of invest in the project definitely feels bad. But actually, there's a lot of good stuff there. And I actually really do want to do a good job of it, especially when it comes to tournaments. Like, I want to get it self-sustaining so I can just, like, have it. Because it's something I really enjoy doing. Like, I've been very unhappy over the last 6 months. And again, I'm not... Like, not because, like, the game sucks or anything like that. That's not it, actually. It's not to do with Guild Wars. It's not to do with WoW. I've just been unhappy. And... I did a lot of thinking about this. I did a lot of introspection, and, you know, tried to come up with some goals, tried to come up with some solutions to you know, regain happiness and find the course to leading a healthier and you know, more fulfilling, happy life. And at the end of the day, I decided that I need to do what I want to do. right? Like, I was trying to do a lot of things and I wasn't getting what I want, right? Like, I was doing things and I wasn't getting what I wanted out of those things. Like, and that was certainly how I felt about Hardstuck. That's definitely how I felt about playing Guild Wars 2. And a really big focus I have right now in my life is I need to, you know, in my spare time, in my free time, like my, you know, my leisure time, if you will, I need to get what I want out of these activities. And I wasn't getting that out of Guild Wars 2. Wasn't getting that out of anything, if I'm being completely honest with you. And as a result of that, I wasn't fucking happy. And now I've got to change that. That's what Project Fungo is going to be about. That's what playing WoW is about, like competitively with Mythic Plus and with Hall of Fame raiding. That's what like the stream is about, like the content creation element. I need to do what I find enjoyable and what I think is good. So that's basically my big goal now. Discipline is important too. Well, of course, yeah, you can't do the things you want to do without discipline. Are you more hyped now in Guild Wars 2 than you were a while ago? I mean, the same. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Happiness is not a goal. It happens along the way. Yeah, but I mean, this is like tomato. Like, everyone wants to be happy, but you know, like, happiness is not like you don't go, aha, yes, today I decide to be happy. That's not really how it works, is it? Like, happiness is a byproduct of doing things, right? Like, it's a side effect, yeah. But like, again, like, my goal is to be happier, and like thinking like, oh well, how do I do that? Like how do I actually make sure that I'm getting what I want out of life? New World meme. Oh, fuck me, dude. Like, this is just... Jesus Christ.
Piece of dog shit.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
There's more, right? There's another one?
Oh, my God. And this is... Yeah. They basically tried to rebrand the game a little bit, kind of leaning into the action RPG element. They've added classes into the game. It's not classless, and they're launching on console. I mean, there's a couple of interesting things. They're adding like there's like a 10-player raid they're adding to the game, and like, all this kind of stuff. But I mean, fuck me. I mean, I don't know what they were thinking with this. It's just the way it was communicated was really bad. They're also kind of moving away from, like, you know, the MMO thing a little bit. And that's kind of very confusing marketing, I think. It's like fucking disaster. Like, the truth is with New World is that they're slowly taking away everything about the game that makes it interesting. I think the classes system was definitely a big part of that. Although, I don't know, I actually watched the dev interview about this, and it seems to be a slightly I don't quite get it. I have to do some research. But the way they talked about it, it's like you pick weapons and that decides your class. So basically they're not really removing the classes system. They're just making it so like you automatically get a label depending on what choice you make. It's kind of like whatever. I don't know. But I don't know. It is an absolute disaster. It is a genuinely Ice-Brewed Saga tier announcement. Like, that is actually how bad it was. Like, it is an absolute unmitigated marketing disaster for New World. Like, the game isn't dead, but maybe the devs, well, I mean, I don't know. Like, maybe it is. It definitely feels really bad if you actually... Because the thing is, look, as with all things, there are a lot of people who actually like... you know, there are lots of people who actually like the New World, right? For perfectly legitimate reasons. It sucks to be them right now. Like, and let's be honest, guys, we're Guild Wars 2 players. We fucking know how that feels. Actually, no, we're MMO players. We know how that feels. Every MMO has its dog shit phase. It just, most of them tend to come out of it. I'm not sure if New World's doing that. Because New World has some really cool things. It has some really cool ideas. It really sucks to see it go this way. It does not feel good. Like, I honestly couldn't believe what I was seeing when I saw this announcement. It was like, fuck me. I don't even... Oh, blah, blah. Yeah. 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 You honestly hate to see it. But oh well, that's how it goes. Was a fun ride on launch though, worth the money? No idea where this change came from. It's because the game isn't retaining players. They need new players. Like, this is actually a really... Okay, so, guys, I can actually explain what's going on here. The reality is, New World needed new players, right? It's like PvP. So, basically, PvP, guys, is dead in Guild Wars 2. You don't save PvP by appealing to your existing player base. I know that sucks, but that is the cold, hard reality. There's no way you can save Guild Wars 2 PvP by looking at the players that are already there and saying, we're going to make this game for you. They have to make the game for other players who don't play the game already. That's exactly what they're doing. And that's exactly what's happening with New World. New World is saying, we need people who don't play the game now to play the game later. Right? And that essentially is ultimately forsaking their existing player base. Because the existing player base, guys, isn't relevant. That's a really sad reality, but this is business. The existing people who play that game are not important. It's only the new people who are important. And that's kind of the same with Guild Wars 2 PvP. It is what it is. Ooh. New World is at 5k players. I mean, concurrently, that's really not that bad, actually. That's a, you know, a smaller MMO, but it's not horrible. Ah. Yes. Doesn't Kill also have 6k average on Steam too? I think it's actually, weirdly, it's less than that now. Like, it kind of went down a lot. Yeah. Let's see, what is it on Guild Wars 2? 5k right now, actually. And New World's at 8k. How New World does servers, it's pretty horrible. Yeah, this is kind of the problem with, if you're gonna do the world is the world and there are no copies, and each server is an actual server, you need to have a very large player base. Like, New World was shackled to a lot of design decisions they made early, yeah? Like, they wanted to do this PvP thing, open world PvP thing, but they didn't do that, right? They completely ditched the open world PvP territory control thing. That's essentially not a particularly important part of the game right now. Let's be honest, it's just not. Like, the New World is a PvE game, ultimately, at the end of the day. And as a result of that, a lot of the decisions they made with the server architecture really came back to bite them when the game starts losing players. Like, if you do the server thing, oh boy, if you lose players, you are fucked. That's like a really big disadvantage of going for the every server is its own server thing. But yeah. It was way too late, isn't it? It's like obviously way too late to do that these days. And how would cross-server even work with the territory control? Stay in the game and spend by period they say in the game. Make a change with Liverpool, new core Bill Zoo. New ones only come for a few months. After that, the game will just die. Well, yeah, but that's why they're trying to switch up the game and like attract a new core player base. Basically, they're trying to attract like new long-term players. That's like their priority. Hot world spending on your activity. And I personally prefer it because it means that the player actually has influence over the world. I find that to be really exciting. Like, it's why, you know, ultimately, world versus world isn't that. Not really. Like, it's kind of its own little separated off world. I actually love the idea of being able to, like, take over take over and defend an actual city in the world. I think New World completely shat the bed on this and made it not open world, made the wars instanced. That was a really big, bad idea as well. But yeah, I mean, if New World had played out how it originally was going to, with like open world sieges and you have to like defend your castle from people attacking it from all sides, that to me is like is fucking peak MMO. I think stuff like EVE Online is actually like peak MMO in a lot of ways. You have, you know, you're controlling all of these star systems and you're building these like space bases and you're, you know, like harvesting moons and stuff like that, and it actually is happening in a lot of ways. It's real, right? Like EVE Online is real, right? In the same way that you could document a war in history, right? Like a conflict in history. You can with actual accuracy and some real grounding talk about conflicts in EVE Online as if they are real. That is magic, in my opinion. That is very, very special. I think. And that's the advantage of my opinion on having the world is the world, right? Like that is it, you know? There's only one copy of it, and if you do something, it actually does something. That's why they go that way. But it's risky, and if it goes wrong, oh boy, does it really go wrong. It means that your game can't afford to start shrinking. If your game shrinks, and you're going for the, you know, a server is a server angle, then your game is going to death spiral hard. EVE combat is meh. Yeah, it's not the most riveting combat system. But, you know, spaceship roleplay. And hey, if you know, it's cool to blow people up and destroy their actual ship. You know, it's funny about Arcade. Like, Arcade was the game I decided not to play because I was going to play Guild Wars 2. Yes. They have less players than with Albion and EVE. I mean, they made some bad calls. Like, New World just fucked up. They should have gone for... Well, the thing is that I think they maybe... Wait. Oh, new Legendary Spear. Look, I'm not going on this because this is going to fucking crash my game or some bullshit, isn't it? Let's go. But yeah, I mean, like, you know, could they have made a more popular PvP game? I mean, maybe. Than the way the game is right now. But I think they were in a really tough position, right? Like, this is Amazon. Amazon is not going to be okay with an EVE or an Albion. This is a billion-dollar company. This is Daddy Jeff Bezos. Like, I think their arms were kind of twisted in a way because they had to make some big fucking money. Like, New World certainly wasn't cheap. And, well, I guess they haven't really got their return on investment either way, but, yeah, it is what it is. Yeah. Indeed. Yes. Incredible. And yes, EVE does lag as well with time dilation. That's something. And yeah, there was lag in New World, but I mean, at the end of the day, they should have made the game better then. It is what it is. Arcade servers go offline. Hasn't that game like died and then been resurrected like 10 times at this point? Like Famous, we have nothing right now, but wait till June. It's a Conquest in a single-player mode, 1 raid, 1 PB zone coming in October. I mean, yeah, I mean, they can't make content in that game. That game has, like, 0 content. That's the other problem New World had. Like, it's probably the engine, let's be honest. Like, Lumberyard is not the engine for an MMO. Everyone knows this. Like, every MMO should be in Unreal. Let's not piss about. Let's just say it how it is. Unreal is what you use if you want to make an MMO or a multiplayer game. You absolutely do not use a fucking CryEngine fork for your multiplayer game. It didn't work with Star Citizen. It's one of the reasons why that game just, well, still doesn't exist, but a big part of it is because they were delusional and wanted to use CryEngine. Wasn't the play. It's the same thing with New World. There is no recovery for New World now, unfortunately. It's past the point of no return. I think it could have sustained, honestly, but now it is, it's hyper dead. It is completely over. Would Riot use an in-house engine or Unreal? That's a good question. Like, Riot is probably sufficiently large that they could go for a custom engine if they wanted to. To be honest, I'm simply not familiar enough with game dev. I would assume that you wouldn't want to go with a custom engine unless you really needed to for some very specific functionality that you exactly need for your project. That would be my read on it. Again, I'm not a game developer, so I can't give you precise information on that, but that sounds like that would make sense to me, especially because of how extensible a lot of these engines are. I think Unreal is pretty extensible, so it feels like you wouldn't need to do that, or you wouldn't necessarily want to go in that direction, but yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Oh no, I'm pulled. Ah! Dude, we're getting fucking smushed. Ring of Fire is smashing us. It's over. People say Guild Wars 2 is also beyond no return. Yeah, but they were actually wrong, though. Like, New World is, that really is gone now. And also, when people say that, they mean it will never return to, like, the HOT era. And that is true. Like, Guild Wars 2 is never going to be WoW. That is not going to happen in a million billion years. Like, that's what people mean when they say that. They don't mean, like, the game is dead. They mean it's never going to be, like, the actual, this is the game. This is the big one, right? It's not going to be World of Warcraft. What engine for Guild Wars 3? I'd expect Unreal, to be honest. In fact, they have talked about Unreal projects. I would expect Unreal. Unreal's a good fucking engine, guys. It really is. About everyone being the big one. Well, you do need like a certain amount of the big one to make your MMO really exciting. So, and also here's the problem, right? MMOs are almost universally AAA. And the reason for that is very, very simple, of course. MMOs are AAA because they're incredibly expensive. Indie companies are not going to be able to pull off an MMO, not really. And that means that they're going to be big budget, and they kind of have to be the big one in order to pay off their costs, right? Like, that's kind of the issue that you run into here, is if Amazon made New World, it had to be the big one. Right? It needed to be the big one. Otherwise, they're not paying it off. Because, I mean, how much did New World cost? Like, I actually don't know, but are we guessing? 50 million? 100 million to make that game? Like, it could well be, to be honest. Maybe even more than that. Like, your game has to be pretty damn big to actually pay off the dev costs. If you're going to need to make, like, 100 mil, 200 mil, it has to be huge. Yeah, 50 is way too low. I think Mike Kokens is actually probably a little bit more accurate here, actually. It's probably like 100, 200 mil. Or even more. Oh, you mean like the Bless stuff? Like where they bring like an MMO over the East and pretend it's a new game? Yeah, the Bless Online stuff was genuinely one of the most fascinating things that I have ever seen. Because how did people think it was going to be good? Like, it actually kind of blows my fucking mind that people thought Bless was going to be good. Oh, that is funny. It really is. Yeah. But that's the deal with New World. Whoa, what's happening with my green screen? Also, guys, I got a new green screen because my other one fell over and its legs fell off. Look at this, guys. I got way more space. I can go all the way back here and I'm still green screened. And actually, I mean, the camera doesn't reach up there, but it could. I could raise the camera because it's way taller. It's way taller now. It's all the way up there. So maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll raise the camera. Would that even be good? I'm not sure. Well, I guess it would be decent. You know, like my head is kind of getting chopped off right now. And almost like well... Yeah, but it shouldn't fall over now. Yeah, dude, I kind of do want to get a standing desk, to be honest. I kind of like that idea, you know? Like being able to kind of, you know, move around all the time. That's fucking hype. Like I'll raise the camera a bit so my head doesn't get chopped off. Hang on. Oh no, my camera thing is kind of stuck. Also, Plenga in the chat. Daily reminder, Plenix is also a tripod, if you guys know what I'm saying. Okay, here we go. I have raised the camera. That might be too high, though. Is that better? I'm not sure if that's better, to be honest. Wait, yeah. Wait, this sucks. Now I'm gone. It's over. Hang on. That was a terrible fucking idea. I guess if I want to get more area, I'd need a different lens. That's about right, I think. Let's go. You led Sarah CM without pants. That's very big. Sarah CM Cocker edition. Plenix is doing Sarah CM training. Is it bad that the WoW expansion is 6 days after the Guild Wars 2 expansion? It's actually really annoying. Is it going to like be super bad for Guild Wars 2? Honestly, I think it's not the end of the world. It will slightly rain on its parade a bit, which kind of sucks. I'm much more worried about the next season of WoW, like season 2 overlapping with the legendary mode. That would be fucking bullshit, in my opinion. If I'm being honest. But it's not the end of the world. Will it damage the hype train? Yes. It will dominate the media cycle, which I think is a bit unfortunate, actually. That's like probably the biggest loss. I don't think there's a huge amount of player overlap between the two games, although it will be increasing, actually, with the way War Within is going. It's definitely trying to really lean into that solo player and more casual playstyle for sure, with a lot of the features coming with the War Within. And obviously, WoW is doing super well right now, especially with casual players, I think, because like Dragonflight was like very casual friendly. Alt friendly and stuff like that. So it's going to be, I think it is going to be unfortunate. But yeah, it will, the big thing is it will completely dominate the media cycle, which is not good, because obviously marketing is important and media presence is important. And let's not mess around here. Guild Wars 2 is going to get squished. Blizzard, they're very, very good at doing the marketing thing. There's going to be a billion really cool cinematics about the place and cutscenes and, you know, like trailers and shit. It's going to be hype. They'll be all over the place with a million videos and ads and all that kind of stuff and streams and stuff. YouTube videos. It's, yeah, it's whatever. Yeah. What Thief build should I press for PvE? They're actually all pretty decent right now, but I think Like Spectre is a very solid choice, I guess. Deadeye's a bit niche, I'd say. Like, go Spectre or Daredevil. Yeah. Plenga. Plenga is Fungus World versus World leader. Plenix will be commanding World versus World for Fungus. And it feels good. Yeah, it's actually really annoying. I wish it was at least a week apart. If the WoW release was literally 1 week later, I'd be so much happier. Because then I'd be able to, like, get a good week in of Guild Wars 2, which is kind of like, I think that's good, right? Like, play the expansion for a week. I think is really nice, really comfy. And then you can go play WoW afterwards. But yeah, it's like mega inconvenient. But whatever. It is what it is. We deal with it. Diablo 4 trailer? I didn't, actually. I'm not a Diablo player, so I don't think I can... I don't really know what's going on there. I have heard they've improved the game, which, Dude, is Blizzard having its redemption arc? Is this it? Dude, Blizzard is actually really good right now, because their games are starting to be good, and you don't have to feel a little bit icky whenever you buy anything, because Bobby Kotick's gone. Very, very nice. This first thing could be for... Yeah, that's what really surprised me. I did not expect it to be coming this soon at all, actually. Because, yeah, the beta is scuffed. I've logged into it a little bit, actually. It is scuffed as all hell. Which is like, holy shit. They're shipping this in August? Okay. Interesting. But yeah, I mean, honestly, Blizzard's cleaned up its act. They obviously had, like, some really nasty shit going on there with all of the abuse allegations. Like, those people have been fucking kicked out of the company. Thank God for that. And Bobby's gone as well, who obviously oversaw that and therefore is accountable for a lot of that stuff. Yeah. Like, fucking actual redemption arc for that company. Which, watching the downfall of Blizzard, it was genuinely tragic. Because, look, I grew up, guys, on StarCraft, on Warcraft, on World of Warcraft. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was my introduction to gaming. Right? And watching a brilliant company that made some of the best games of all time kind of descend into fucking dog shit, it really wasn't pleasant to watch. How can they fire the leader? Well, I mean, they can get fucking voted out at the end of the day. Every version is clearly getting searched for bugs and it's too much WoW now. Yeah, I mean, they are pushing it, honestly. Like, doing stuff like Plunderstorm and doing Mr. Pandaria Remix and doing SOD and doing Cataclysm Classic. I mean, what the hell? They are really releasing some serious content right now. They have, and that does come with some issues, right? Like, Awakened is definitely pretty scuffed. I think Cataclysm also has some issues too, like Mop Remix, obviously there's some issues there as well. Like SOD definitely has some pretty big issues. Like, it's experimental, but that doesn't mean it should be, scuffed, or, they shouldn't, like, make it, like, giga scuffed, right? But yeah, it's super interesting to kind of watch it all unfold, Dude, are we able to break through this? I think we're actually breaking through. Dude, I'm playing Firebrand now, guys, because, yo, did you guys, this is actually yo, Planix, check this fucking shit out, bro. This is literally the perfect time to get Project Fungo underway. I can't believe it. Fucking Shattered Aegis permeating Wrath is meta right now. Let's go! We are so back, boys. Actual good build. It's not as good as the Core Guard build. I'm just going to say it. It's not as good. Core Guardian is superior. And old Shattered Aegis is much better as well. Mystic Rebuke is not as good as Shadow Age. We all know it. Okay, and honestly, this build is not as good because Staff was in the old one. That was better. You can actually play Axe and small scale on this build, actually, but you play Mace for, like, larger scale. But yeah, you can go, like, Axe Shield here for pulls and smaller scale stuff. But yeah, I don't really like using Scepter as well. It's kind of a cringe weapon, but Immobilize is pretty good. But yeah, it is what it is. Yeah. Because Kata is so scuffed. I mean, yeah, they're doing Phase 4 pretty soon, apparently. But yeah, it's goddamn scuffed as hell. Yeah. Trying to wrap up WoW? I don't think so. I think they're trying to... Look, to be honest, do you know what WoW are trying to do? They're trying to become the only MMO you ever need to play. They're going for world domination right now. If you want to play a classic RPG, boom, you play whatever flavor of classic. You want to play like a weird little seasonal thing, almost like an ARPG, then boom, you play remix. You want to play a really fucking hard game or a casual like number go up game, play retail. Like they're trying to go for ultimate domination, pretty much. I mean, it's something. Yeah. Is there a Project Fungo guild? Ah, man, maybe we should make a Project Fungo guild. There actually isn't one right now, place, but we could make one. Although, we kind of need the guild hall, though, as well. Because we need to, like, have all the guild conveniences, right? So we'd have to actually level the guild hall. Which, honestly, I'm down. I can probably pay for that. I guess. But yeah, maybe we should make fungus. Should be the old fungus. Oh, yeah, don't we actually have fungus? Don't we actually have a fungus among us? Fungus! Thank God Blizzard removed all the offensive /sillies and WoW. Well, I mean, look, okay, that was probably a slight overcompensation. Like, if we're being honest here, like, you know, we could all meme about body type 1 and body type 2, right, in World of Warcraft. But, I mean, look, okay, like, they had some serious image issues, and they still kind of do. I need to know next Friday. Oh, that's a good call, actually. Yeah, I mean, and I'll probably just use Hardstuck, I guess, actually. That makes more sense, because, like, the entire operation can get moved over. Yeah, and honestly, some of the Kuma lines were a little bit sus in that game. Easiest legendary to start working on as a relatively new player. I'd actually say the Return 2. So basically this stuff, Season of the Dragons, you can get a free legendary amulet by basically just like playing through all of the story, essentially. Like all the way through Season 1, all the way through to the end. It's definitely like a, you know, that's a, you know, you're probably doing that now anyway, right, as a new player. Playing through all the content. So yeah, you get a 32 slot bag, you get a free precursor for EOD, and you get an ascended weapon, and of course at the end, you get a legendary amulet, so that's a pretty good one. Yeah, Fractal 1 too is also good, because you're probably gonna, you know, you're probably gonna get into Fractals at some point. What, Mela? He's not really playing the game right now. The game is not for Mela whatsoever, right? Like, let's be honest. And the thing is, Mela is in a really tough spot. So, let me explain the problem. Why does Helseth not play the game? Why? It's because he played the game at such a different time that the current version can't compete with that. There is nothing that can compete with Pro League from the perspective of someone like Helseth. It's always going to be worse. Always, always, always. It's not going to be as fun because the players and the time are different. And it's kind of the same thing with PvE. Like, the scene was different, when Mela was playing the game, and everything that is the game now is just going to seem bad. It's going to seem bad, it's going to seem uncompetitive, it's going to seem boring, and it's going to seem essentially casual compared to how the game used to be from a perspective of you know, of someone like Mela. I know it's kind of hard to kind of it's kind of hard to, what's the word? Understand that, I guess, I guess that'll do as a word. But that's the situation. It's that the nature of the game is so different now. And it's not to do with the game itself. It's everything to do with how people played the game and who was playing the game that was different. But yeah, that's the situation. Oh shit, here we go. Here we go, boys. We're running away. We are disengaging, trying to find a better spot. Planga! But yeah, we've got to get the spreadsheet set up. We need to find all the meta strats. We've got to get our spreadsheet for the raid full clear, guys. We've got to do like sub 1 hour 40 FC all CMs. Playing Selly. I'm playing Selly right now. I think there's some pretty cool builds. This is like an old favorite of mine. I really liked this build back in the day in HOT. Shadow Aegis Core Guardian. And now it's kind of back with Firebrand. It's pretty cool. I kind of like some of the builds right now, actually. Like Selly Shout Reaper. That's also very reminiscent of HOT. That's a really cool build, I think. I will say the meta is a bit weird. You run a lot of supports, but I mean, it is what it is, guys. You can't have it all, you know? It can't all be perfect. It ain't all sunshine and rainbows, and I don't think it really can be. Dude, are we going to be able to hold this? They're kind of pushing into the meat grinder, but they're sustaining, to be honest. Oh, man, dude, yeah, they actually just smashed us. We weren't able to break through. They got some good supports in there. Some big heals. Unfortunate. Yeah, the meta in WoW is strange, but, you know, it's a little bit like HOT, kind of, a little bit. A lot of Celestial going on right now, I think. Celestial Guardian, I think, is good. Then you've also got Celestial Reaper. You've got Celestial Scourge. It's also in play. These Renegade builds are a fucking menace, too, actually. Like the Boonstrip Revs, they're a menace. You got the Scrappers. I think Scrappers has still played Minstrel, of course. I don't know, you know, you can still play Firebrand Minstrel, obviously. Which class bet do you think will be the most interesting? I'm really hoping for some really cool stuff with Mesmer, actually. I want to see some cool... I want to see a cool weapon with Mesmer. And which one do I think is going to be the most interesting? That's also a really big question. I feel like the ones that can be really impactful could be Elementalist, Mesmer, I think the NG one. NG could be really interesting too. Yeah, Ray, yeah, man, I guess all of them. I don't know. It's really hard to say. Very, very hard to say. Newest trailer, Chef's Kiss. You gotta watch it. Okay, guys, we're doing React content. Let's see what we got. I'll leave the squad temporarily so I don't trick them into thinking there's a Firebrand there. Alright, here we go. Okay, guys. Likely mature 17+. May contain content inappropriate for children. Wow. Goodness me. What have we got ourselves in for here? Alright, we're reacting. I'm not gonna lie, the Diablo 4 trailer, the initial one for the actual game, was incredibly sick. So, this better be good, okay? Alright, here we go. Also, I have no idea about the lore and story in this game, guys, so this is gonna mean nothing to me. But it will probably look cool. Fish! I've already reacted to the WoW trailer, guys.
Are you alright?
It's over. It's over, guys.
Nirel? Oh, you're not well. Please.
It's not looking good, guys.
Please, my child, let me help you.
Stay away from me! Nay, Rel. Is that how I raised you?
Guys, it's a crystal! Holy shit!
But I must carry this burden alone.
Yep.
I must get to Akarat's tomb. But look at you. You're killing yourself. I don't know how much longer I can...
Something very demonic and scary is about to happen, guys. Are you ready? Are you ready? It's gonna happen any second now. It's gonna be really scary.
So much. I'm so proud of
Oh.
you. But now...
Oh, yeah, here we go.
need you
It's not looking good.
to give up. No.
Well, I mean, yeah,
It's you.
that was predictable.
You monster! Let go. No. You
Yeah, they're really good at making these trailers, to be honest. It's pretty good.
warned you, little magpie. There would be consequences.
Jesus. Oh my god, what the fuck? Jesus! What the fuck? Okay.
No! I control the stone!
Yeah, it is a little bit like Sarah's, isn't it?
You control
Yeah.
nothing.
Well, that is quite disturbing, guys.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I could use some help.
It looks like this guy's dead. It's over. All the fish are dying, guys, because of the demon crystal or something.
Cheers to chum.
Is she just gonna keep going with this, like, dead guy there the entire time? And I guess so. He'll be fine. Vessel of Hatred. Man, dude, it's like every game is coming out. Like, the whole Blizzard repertoire is dropping. Ah, yes. 3 pets, guys. Vessel of Hatred. Get your mini cute tiger pet to come along with our demonic trailer. I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty good, isn't it? Definitely a strength of the Blizzard entertainment. Hyping up the trailer. That was certainly quite a disturbing experience, I guess. Yeah. But, I mean, I can't really comment on the... Man, my eyes. Ugh. Haven't played the game. StarCraft? Man, sadly, StarCraft is dead. It's actually not. It's still insanely hype esport. Feels good. But, man, I'm waiting for the day there'll be an RTS that can match StarCraft, but I'm just not sure if it's going to happen. It's depressing. New Battle Aces? No. I saw Battle Aces, and I actually immediately thought, fuck me, it looks like Command & Conquer 4, which is never, that's not good. Yeah. Name is Age of Empires 2. Well, simple card fact of the reality is that Age of Empires 2, it just doesn't have the competitive level of StarCraft, for whatever reason. It just doesn't. Which is unfortunate. That's what we need. We need like that's why we need the next StarCraft 2, because we need that competitive level. Is StarCraft 2 worth picking up? Oh, 100%, yeah. It's a very fun game. Yeah, it's not the CNC for I don't like removing macro from the game. I think it's definitely true that macro is a bit overcooked in StarCraft 2, but I think removing macro entirely is just not a good idea. It really, really isn't. You need macro. I actually think, to give the credit where it's due, I really like the pacing of Warcraft 3. I think that game got it right. With a lower unit count, and a slower macro style, and a slower game pace overall. I think StarCraft 2 now is too fast, to be honest. It didn't used to be. I think in Wings of Liberty, the game was a better speed, actually. But especially with Legacy of the Void, I feel like the game speed is too fast. Like, it's always going to speed up as people get better, obviously, but it's also that the game is just mechanically much faster as well. Overcooked macaroni and cheese, yeah, very true. Dude, I'm actually dying. Need to go and juice up. More React content. What's this? Towers of Agazba. What is this? I mean, no more React content. We're not doing it. Yeah, disruptors. SC Camille, if he focused on that game. Yeah, but there just isn't this competitive energy about any other RTS in the same way that there is for SC2. Even when SC2 is fucking dead. Like, it is insanely competitive. Like, that is what's interesting to me about it. Even though it doesn't really get development anymore. It's like officially Legacy at this point. Yeah, I like Melee, yeah, exactly. Holy shit, it's a Vindicator. Let's go, guys. It's time. We will battle this Wait, what's this? Wait, what? Okay. Is this a bot? Wait, hang on a minute. Let me... Will they self-res? I think only a bot would self-res here. Are they going to get the rally? Oh, this is a bot, I think. Will it attack me? This is really interesting. Boom. You think it's a peepo? Put your heart into competitive players are gonna should just play well and people will compete in it. Yeah, funnily enough, that actually was the philosophy of StarCraft 2 Belsda. And I actually completely agree with you. I think making a game competitive first is always a mistake. You have to make sure that people can just play the game. And I think that's why it's so important. If you're making a real-time strategy game in particular, you have to have custom game support, and your single-player campaign needs to be good. Any RTS game that does not have good mod support, like the Warcraft 3 customs, SE2 customs, and a really fucking killer single-player campaign is dead. You must have both of those two things, or your RTS is DOA. The single-player campaign has to be sick. And I'm not going to lie, the Wings of Liberty single-player campaign is brilliant. It is insanely good. I think Heart of the Storm was actually fairly weak. Legacy of the Void was much better, in my opinion, than Heart of the Swarm. There's interesting ideas with HOA. I mean, the story was also a bit shit, to be honest, in Heart of the Swarm, but is what it is. But, yeah. Let's talk boarding operation. Yeah, dude, that was a great video by JANTHIR, actually. A really, really cool video, actually. But yeah, I didn't think about AFK farming. But AFK farming is sick gold per hour right now. Because material prices are up so high, right? Think about it. Material prices are triple what they were when AFK farming was like the big drama and we were talking about it on TeaTime. But think about it, guys. When we were talking about AFK farming, like 5 gold an hour, guys, Venom sacks were like 8 silver each. Seriously, 8 silver. It's 4x the price on this. So AFK farming is easily double, triple, quadruple gold per hour now compared to what it used to be. Yeah? So AFK farming, back when when I was talking about it on stream, it was like 5 gold an hour, right? Ish. You know, even less than that, like 3 gold an hour, 5 gold an hour, right? In that sort of range, right? But now, because material prices have rocketed up because of the change to the economy, AFK farming is kind of busted, to be honest. Yeah. It's actually very strong, and Jaffa did a lot of research into this, and a lot of these AFK farms are actually, I think the average AFK farm is kind of around 10 gold per hour. It's like 10, 11, 12 gold per hour right now, which makes a lot of sense. Again, because Ectos are more expensive, Venom sacks are more expensive, and actually, here's the big one. You know the big one, guys? It's this shit. Elaborate totems. This is the big one. With 42 silver. Again, that is doubled over, like, the past kind of game sequence, like the last year and a bit. It's, like, actually insane how much more expensive they are. Yeah, some of that is going to be the Wizard's Vault, for sure. Some of that's going to be, like, the legendary stuff, and, like, the Lear vendor and stuff. But, yeah, it's really lucrative. Like AFK farming is Omega gold right now. It really is. Oh, man. Incredible Sushi. I want to bring him back. He doesn't even play the fucking game anymore, bro. It feels so bad. Look. Do you guys want to see an alpha Giga Chad, guys? Take a look at this. AFK farming guide. He has a picture of a fucking Lambo in the background, guys. Okay, look at this. He's got his Lambo here. It's in the wallpaper. Love to see that. Okay, and here it is. He shows you how to fully set up AFK farming.
Next one, we're gonna limit
Lambo in the background.
FPS. So now that I limited
very
all
nice.
my screens to
very nice
at that level. So
and look, he just shrinks it. Look, more accounts, guys.
My wattage
more accounts.
Really change. So
this is what he does.
In the comments below.
There it is.
On so that I will just be paying attention to
AFK.
one of the screen. So
he's fully
if I know
AFK,
that
guys.
I get teleported with one of my character, I know that all of my other ones will get teleported.
Yep.
So
he's talking about how to not get banned there, by the way.
It is now teleporting individual characters that.
Incredible Sushi, guys. Full AFK farm. Love to see that. But we shouldn't press the spreadsheet because it's got names on it. But it's pretty interesting stuff. If you don't actually enjoy playing the game, what if you enjoy playing the game but you don't want to do gold farming? So in other words, you only want to do the things that cost gold, but not the things that earn gold. Or rather, like, you don't want to grind. What if you just want to have full legendary gear, so you can basically play any build you want? Like, that's why I think it's not really not playing the game. You just don't want to deal with the bullshit, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, because the thing is, you're not playing the game. You're AFK. Like, you're literally earning gold so you can play the game and only do the things you want to. The argument when it comes to, like, AFK farming, or like, the correct response to the question or the point you're raising there is they don't play the game. They AFK the game, and then they use that gold that they AFK'd to play the part of the game that they actually like. But yeah, there you go. Crypto farm with your PC, then buy gold and AFK gold farm. I mean, maybe, yeah. But I mean, look, I guess this is easier to set up. Boom. You've already crafted this item. Huh. That is actually extremely funny. You need gold for, though, buying Griffin? What about buying full Legendary? When the teaser released, people invest in the spear pretty hard. When they stabilize, people dumped. But then the news drops, confirmed spears in writing. The pre-event absolute stonks. Heavy, light, invisible shoes are completely bored out. Interesting. Oh, so maybe people are going for, like, the hunter thing? Like, oh yeah, they're going to roleplay like a hunter, treading softly through the bushes. But look, don't worry about it, guys. I actually have my giveaway cancer ready to go. Are you guys ready for giveaway cancer? Take a look. Boom! Legendary Spear, 3 precursors, and a full Gift of Fortune kit as well. Oh, for the bikinis. Yeah, Kumas. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I'm not a Coom brain, so I don't see this stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a goddamn Kuma. Yeah. But yeah, giveaway cancer is ready. Yeah. Giveaway hell. Ah, fastload.dll. But yeah, I've also got all this stuff here as well. Double Chak, Mystic Coins, Belzedar's Tier 6 supply. Mass Precursors, we've got it all, guys. We got it all. We got Matrices, I got Infusions, 20 Polycentric Rowboating Red Infusions, Dragon Eye. That's still the one from the Zero to Hero, actually. Nice. What is the thread? Do I feel like Guild Wars 2 caters hard to the casual crowd? Well, I mean, wait. Doesn't do enough to bring in more hardcore players? Feels like the game isn't taken seriously? I mean, yeah, the game is not taken seriously. Nice. Yes. Incredible. And I feel like this is actually just a bait thread, to be honest. It's actually very interesting with Crowfic. It really wasn't. It's really interesting that people see this because it's actually objectively false. Guild Wars 2 is 100% supposed to be like a pretty hardcore competitive PvP world versus world game on launch, but yeah. But yeah, this kind of feels like kind of a bait thread, if I'm being honest. But yeah. Incredible. Well, and you know what's actually, you know what people are missing here, by the way? Do you know what people miss? Most MMO players are casual, but here's the thing. Do you know what World of Warcraft does, guys? It does both. And to be fair, this question could have been more precise, but they are correct. Yes. World of Warcraft is taken more seriously than Guild Wars 2 because it has a shit ton of stuff that hardcore players like. And that means that the type of person who's going to talk about their game, who's going to, you know, make content and stream and compete and play hardcore is going to get invested in WoW. And that means that, yes, people take the game more seriously. Because it does both. That is the reality. Once Wingman K Beaston will fix, Subi has already made a KP add-on that will use Wingman to count your kill logs. No longer have dog shit kill bridges, currencies, and decorations. Yo, that's actually a sick fucking add-on, actually. That's actually really good. Yo. I guess I don't upload my logs, though. But I guess it will maybe... Wait, will it find logs with, Will it find logs with me in it? Because I don't upload. So maybe it's over for me. Dude, I want to... Wait, can I install it? I actually want to see what it says my numbers are. Yo, oh, hang on. Log proofs. Here we go. I'm installing. Fucking killed my game. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Unlucky. The War Within! Yes! Okay, bad news, guys. Installing that add-on has completely fucking bricked Guild Wars 2. I now have, infinite Guild Wars 2 64 EXEs. Fucking nice. There's like an infinite amount of them now. Wait, I think I can just actually log in, though. It can't stop me. Yeah, I'm in. There we go. Wait, I need to uninstall the add-on. I need to move these out of the way. It's gotta go, because this is clearly not a functional add-on. Wait, it's not even loaded. Wait, this actually must be... Yeah, this is Nexus bricking the game, I think. I guess I'll try and uninstall it. Fuck off. Yeah, it's fucked. Unlucky. You honestly hate to see it. Interesting. I loaded it. Yeah, it's not looking good. Let's get some more windows out here. A serious error has occurred. Oh, that's all of them, though. There's no more. It's over. Well, yeah, I'm gonna see if it works now. Otherwise, I'll just remove the DLL because it's. Oh, yeah, nice. It's fucked. Unlucky. Well, I guess it's removed the DLL. Right. Let's see what's actually bricking it. Is it the add-on or is it Nexus? Right. Guild Wars 2 log proofs. .dll. Alright, it's gone. Daily reminder that Magras is clinically insane. Oh, that's true. That is true, actually. He is completely insane. Alright, let's see. Is it logproof.dll bricking my game? It actually is. Logproof.dll has bricked my game. Subi installed the fucking QT, man. Holy shit. Reminds me of the goddamn QT DDoS days. But yes. It has actually completely destroyed my game. Unlucky. Yo, tier 1 from Jeremy B. Oh yeah, golden cup. Yeah, look at that thing. You're upgrading. Eventually you get to the teapot as well. It's pretty epic. Actually, well, yeah, you get like the blue teapot, the special one. I actually need even more of those. I have to get Sadius back to work at some point. Wait, guys, does it actually work? If I install it, will it instantly kill my machine? Or is it working for some of you guys? What's going on? Because this is actually rather good, to be honest. Should I try installing it again, guys? Should I just try again? To be honest, there is no reason why it would be different, right? Like that's the thing. Like there's no way. Like how could it be different? How could it be random? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, exactly. It's not just gonna start working, is it? I mean, it would be pretty funny if it did, but I don't think so. Yeah. This is yours. Ah, here we go. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Let's go. 194 kills. Man, I feel that's actually low, to be perfectly honest with you. Oh, these fractal ones are... Oh, yes, because I had no logs for this. Yeah, I never logged fractals. Oh. Yes, I got like fucking 0 KP on this. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. I think I'm low, but yeah, I think I just haven't logged. I didn't log that much, and therefore these are actually pretty low numbers, if we're being honest. But yeah, I guess it's better than nothing, right? This is a very good system, actually. I like this a lot. It's pretty high tier. Yeah. Negative 66 Veil Guardians. Subi. Negative 18,000 Veil Guardian kills. Negative 195,211 kills as Chronomancer. Okay. Not sure exactly where this is coming from, but okay. Well, at least we got 119 escort kills. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. 4 arc kills. Nice. Incredible. I love kill proof, guys. I love kill proof. 13,000 logs with me in it. Wow. How about that? You love to see it. Cone. Someone make cone.dll, by the way, guys. Where's cone.dll? Negative 6k Veil Guardian kills. Nice. Wait, have you really done fucking 1,700 mamas? Oh, yeah, because yeah, I did tier 4s every day for, like, multiple years. So I probably do have thousands of fractal kills, actually. What the fuck? That's crazy, actually. What would cone.dlo look like? It would be... I don't know. It would have to be, like, a raid sell add-on. What if it was, like, an add-on that managed raid selling, and it would automatically whisper people stuff like, don't forget to get your loot, and congratulations on your kill. Stuff like that. I don't know where the negative would come from. Is it... Why are there negative numbers? How is that possible? Like, what does that mean? What is that? Yeah, I mean, like, what kind of bug is it? Like, where's it coming from? Oh, with the duplication check? Oh, yeah. It must be... Yeah. It's getting it wrong if it's, like, the same log from multiple POVs, right? It was, like, the same log uploaded twice, essentially? Yeah. Of course. That makes sense. That does make sense to me. All right. What's going on here? I'll tell you what's going on here. Check this out. Guys, I'm showing this on stream and there's nothing you can do about it. AFK farming. We're not doing React content. I just want to show some of the fucking highlights here, guys. Check this shit out. Okay? Here we go. 1, AFK farmers. They're all Necros and Engies. They're all in Istan. They're in Sandsweat Isles. Now let's have a look at the data, guys. Where's the fucking data? Profit data. Guys, check this out. Choyas. 22 gold per hour Choyas. This is gameplay. This is Guild Wars 2. Enjoy it. Just farming Choyas, 22 gold per hour. Here we go. Ibogas. Iboga? How much is Iboga gold per hour? Let's see what the number is. What's the number? 8 gold an hour on Ibogas. There it is. Boom. Okay. Awaken. This is the Sandsweat Isles one, right? This one's pretty good, I think. Because they're like an event spawns too. 14 gold per hour. AFK farming. AFK farming is more rewarding than most content in Guild Wars 2. That is reality. 22 gold per hour on Choyas. Next. Oh yeah, this is like some kind of like weird event that spawns and it like hyper spawns it. Check this out, guys. If you do some weird like hyper spawn event abuse, 27 gold per hour. Enjoy it. You can remember with the old gold per hour stats, though? Oh, yeah. Like, it's way better than it used to be because materials are up. Like, back when you had, like, the AFK farm debate version 1 or whatever, like, when was that? Like, a year ago? 2 years ago? When that dialogue was going on, it was kind of dog shit because material prices were, like, pretty cheap and ectos weren't very expensive. So, like, rares were not very expensive. And so on. But, yeah. Early access August 22nd. Wait, is that when it is? Wait, bro. Whoa. When does Europe get early access for War Within? The creator of this assumes everyone is TOS breaking AFK. How can they prove that? Well, I mean, yeah, that's... I mean, it's not proven, but it's a pretty good guess, let's be honest, right? Yeah, and this is why AFK farming is so problematic, right? Like, ArenaNet can't action this. Can ArenaNet prove that you're not at your computer? No, not really. To be put, not with, you know, not beyond reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is really good. For AFK farmers, because there's a lot of wiggle room there for you, to be honest. They can't really prove that you're not there, to be honest. Because you can say, oh, but they can message you with, you know, they can message you in the GM. You could easily miss that. I miss whispers all the time, straight up, right? Yeah, I don't know. You can get it bad. Yeah, the thing is, you could just miss the message. I can miss the message. It's pretty hard to action it, honestly, AFK farming, in my opinion. Auto-loot, you only pick stuff when you walk on something. I think what they should do... Actually, guys, is there a single use case for actually not auto-casting something that isn't an auto-attack? It wouldn't fix the turret NG, but, you know, they could probably... I mean, to us, they should probably just give you DR if you don't move. Like, if you stand perfectly still, you just get damage. You just get diminishing returns. Or if you're in the same area... for, like, literally 4 hours, you probably shouldn't get any loot or something like that. Pop up with some anti-bot tests. The problem with that, Nick, is that you end up probably making the game less enjoyable for innocent players. I don't really need to reply, and I would appear... TOS breaking AFK. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really complex issue, to be honest, when it comes to, like, actually enforcing the policy. Like, Jaffa talks about this. I actually will probably try and talk to Jaffa a little bit, and we can go over it in depth. I don't want to just watch his video and talk, and, you know, like, read his video. I'll get him on call sometime. We'll chat about it. Like, he's obviously done a lot of research on this. I think it's going to be interesting to hear what he's got to say, actually. But, yeah. Yeah. That's how it is. Ignore AFK. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Dolo, but it is funny. Right? That's the important thing. Right? That is the thing. AFK farming is honestly not a huge deal. I don't think it's particularly impactful. It doesn't, like, negatively affect regular players, realistically, outside of looking a bit funny. But I just find it interesting. Like, I'm not angry about AFK farmers. Honestly, I'm pretty indifferent to it. I don't view it as an important issue, but I do find it interesting. Like it's like, huh, that's kind of interesting, huh? And you know what it makes me think about? Guys, how about this? Wouldn't it be kind of interesting if you could just do grinding as a way of earning gold? Isn't that actually some kind of relatively interesting gameplay? Like, imagine, like, just, like, running around, like, farming mobs is actually, like, an activity that you could do. And, like, the game kind of facilitated in a way. I think it actually kind of be kind of interesting, right? Like, if you kill mobs, you do get decent gold in this game. Like, AFK farming very clearly shows that. Wouldn't it be kind of cool if, like, that was actually a thing that you could do? Yeah, people talking about summoning a mob. Actually, look, if you guys think that Steve would actually kill AFK farmers, I'm sorry, guys. That's actually a self-report. I hate to say it, but it is actually a self-report. Can I get off this dog shit shorts interface? I think I can, right? By just, like, entering it as a video. Yes, I can. Right. So, if you look at this, guys, here comes quite a dangerous mob, by the way. Champion Jade Bow. The Champion Jade Bow now approaches the AFK farmers. And look what happens. Look what happens. Look at the condies. Look at the condies, guys. Yeah.
Tick, 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 ticking, tick, ticking, 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 ticking, tick, ticking. Ticking, tick, ticking, ticking, tick, cooking, ticking, tick, ticking, ticking, tick, cooking, ticking, tick, ticking, tick, cooking, ticking, tick, ticking, ticking, tick, cooking, ticking, tick, tick, cooking, ticking, tick, cooking, ticking, tick, cooking, ticking, tick, cooking, Matthias, tick, Matthias, Matthias, tick, Matthias, Matthias, tick, Matthias, Matthias, tick, Matthias.
They will keep ticking as I run away. I'll let them tick and they will carry me. Got a mechanic, well I know this trick. Just run away and let the condies stick. Just run away and let the condies stick.
I actually do. Also, let me find that for you. Let me see if I can find it. So guys, what happens if you do Sue 1 with 50 minion mark? Look at the minions get knocked back. Oh, here we go, here we go. Boom! Look at that. Let's see, when does it start lagging? Let's take a look. It's not lagging now, is it? So, here we go. Does it start lagging here? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's already slow. Look, the boss is slowed down. It's already starting to lag. And then, where does it... Yeah, look, it stalls. It stalls. Look, it's stalling. Yeah.
What do you require?
And then I think it stalls on every mechanic. Yeah, the boss can't cast a spell. I actually got the tail slam off. So that one worked. I guess the minions were CC'd, so that's probably part of it. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I think that, It got even worse later on, didn't it? Yeah, maybe here. Oh, yeah, it's really lagging now. When does it completely stall, though? I can't actually remember when it just fully stalled. Well, I guess it's kind of doing it now. Yeah, the boss is fully AFK. Yeah, I guess if the minions died, like all of the Death Novas, yeah, if all the Death Novas go off, it's going to be rough, isn't it? Yeah, we were skill lagging pretty fucking bad here, to be honest. Whoa, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Wait, look, do you guys see that? Look at that animation. Oh. That's not supposed to happen. Flying Socks Prime, Teapot Anime, good call. Yeah, the direct, yeah, look, oh yeah, look, it's totally frozen. Look, the model completely freezes, no animation. Just the particle effects. I'm just hoping there's actual open world metas, to be honest. Do you know what my greatest fear is, guys? They do a Path of Fire, and there's no meta events. I'd actually cry. I'd legit cry. I would mentally break. I admit it. I would break. I admit that I would break. If there was no meta events, that's the cleansing nuke. Yeah. Okay, quick question, chat. What would be your personal cleansing nuke? Just let me know. What would be the thing that would break you, no questions asked, that would be your cleansing nuke? Wing 8 being 3 strikes? Well, it depends what you mean by that. I mean, it probably will be 3 strike missions in terms of design. They'll be more like Ceres than like Veil Guardian, probably. I mean, 3 events, that would be rough. There's no way they're doing 3 events. I think, okay, they did say 3 encounters, but I feel like it's going to be 3 bosses. I don't think they would do it again. I don't think they would do it. I don't think they do it. I don't think it's going to be an event. I think it'll be 3 bosses. It's 3 bosses. Come on, guys. Man, you know what sucks? No Mythic Razageth today. I actually really like that boss. I'm sad. We don't get to try it again for another fucking 3 weeks now as well. Does not feel good, chat. Does not feel good. Actually feels very bad. Why are we bogged? It's because we didn't have a healer. We're missing a healer today. I really wish the Mythic Lockout... The Mythic Lockout system is dog shit. Because the thing is, right? Like, if there was no Mythic Lockout, we could just ask, oh yeah, Snizzle, who's already done it, or some of the Finnish boys to come help us out, right? But that's not possible because of the dog shit fetid lockout system. Really sucks. I hope they remove it. They should remove the Mythic Lockout. It's fucking lame. But oh well. That's how it goes. Yeah, the giant stomps are very desynchronized here. Boom. Yeah, it was quite hard to dodge this. Well, not really possible to dodge because it was, yeah, it's completely desynced. Single environment, cool collection, side story, some event and bosses, sharing some things. I mean, we'll have that, but I think the design is going to be strikes. What version of C++, 2015, 2022 do you have? That's a very good question, actually. I mean, probably, I would imagine the latest one. But I don't think I've installed anything that required me to install that for a very long time. Because I only play fucking Guild Wars 2 and WoW. And old as fuck games. Is Reaver good for raid and fractals? Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's definitely good. Man, look at Su-On. It's getting crushed. Oldga. Yeah, I am Oldga. You better believe it. You better believe it, guys. Will the new raid boss be Strikes? Or are Strikes raid bosses already? I mean, there's a slight distinction between raid design and strike mission design in terms of, like, how they play out. I think the design is going to be like strike missions. So it will be more like Ceres than something like Conjured Amalgamate. I think raid fights tend to be a bit gimmickier. I think it's going to be much more standard attacks, basically. It'll be standard attacks, if that makes any sense. And then, like, overlaps and stuff. Will there be tanking? If I had to guess, I'd say no. The reason why I don't think there'll be tanking is because I think... you know, let's just be blunt. I do not think they will do tanking because if bosses have moving parts, I think that introduces a lot of bugs into the game, and it makes it very hard for ArenaNet to maintain that content. So if I had to guess, I don't think they'll do tanking. I think it would be good if they did. I'd love to see it. I'm certainly not saying it's impossible. Maybe they go for it, but I think the reason why they're having stationary bosses that kind of do their attacks is because anything that introduces parts of the game that can break, I think is very difficult for ArenaNet. Because again, guys, bear this in mind. Bear this in mind. If it breaks, ArenaNet have, like, 2 weeks to fix it. Yeah? Because, dude, once it's out of the 2-week window, that shit ain't getting fixed. Yeah, I actually think Anka's movement is good, actually, also. I think you're right. Like, baiting the boss to move and leap is good. I'm doing a Fractal TeaTime. We're gonna have to do Fractal TeaTime, guys, at some point. Or get, you know, get some of the DT guys on, if any of them still fucking have the game installed. You know, and, talk about fractals. Because there needs to be, like, a big discussion about this. Maybe not, like, a full 2-hour TeaTime. I might do, like, a little mini TeaTime, like 1 hour or something. But we've got to make that happen. Because fractals are a mess right now. To be honest. I really want to compare it to M+. I'm just really worried that, the Guild Wars 2 community is too smooth-brained to actually engage that WoW does some things well. And talk about and kind of compare them with the way the design works between the two content types. But I don't know. Unhinged tier list TeaTime. Look, this is reality, Angels. If we get Hall of Fame, I will do roster review. If Fungus gets Worlds first, I will do roster review of Fungus. Like, I think it's not fair to do roster review if you lose. I think you can only do roster review if you win. And actually, okay, here's a fun one for you, Angels. If we get World 100 at some point, I will do full historical roster review of Unhinged, including ex-members. And you know what I'm talking about. Okay, we'll do full review. Ultimate content. There you go. Enjoy that. No, full honesty. It has to be full honest review. Oh, yeah. You know, we actually almost failed, didn't we? Because you know what's weird, Awesomeness? You might find this interesting. You know what happened here? The lag got worse as the fight went on. Yeah? We actually nearly ended up failing this Dragon's End because it actually got worse and worse, and our DPS ended up getting lower because our attacks just weren't going through properly, and we weren't able to do damage to the boss. And it was it was close. How much time do we have left? Not a lot, actually. I think only, like, less than a minute. Just saw before you came back from the first ad split. Yeah. So like we weren't getting the uptime anymore, and the boss was staying invuln too. That's the thing, right? The boss was staying invulnerable for really long periods of time because of the lag. So he lost a lot of DPS, and the lag kept getting worse. Oh, also awesomeness. I beg you, fix the bug where strike missions lag harder and harder and harder until you reset the instance. Because of the fact that it doesn't clean up after a wipe. Weirdly enough, it does after you get a kill, but it doesn't clean itself up after a wipe. That needs to get fixed. Fix the fucking game. Yo, B-boy in the chat. Saras guide creator. Dude, I need some fucking fractal guides on hardstuck.gg. We need to get Sunquar Peak. We haven't done Sunquar Peak, guys, or Silent Surf, or Lonely Tower. We gotta get that going. Reformed. Dude, you know what's crazy? Awesomeness doesn't have Saras Legendary CN. That's actually fucking wild. Can you guys even believe that? The guy depleted level 1 Saras CM. He literally depleted. Nice. Magrest, come and make content for the site. Make content for the site, Magrest. Lol, noob. Trig, you played Herald. It doesn't count, bro. That's a fact. Do it on a real class, and then we can talk. How? Well, just fucking send me a message on Discord. You want to get involved in making content for the website? Send me a DM, guys. I am recruiting people. Let's go. I'm recruiting people to update builds and content on the website. Prepare yourself mentally. Saras, what do we got here? 0.59% reformed. 2k DPS. Yeah. You doing got a real class? Scourge noob? Bro, I'm just gonna say it. You play healer, it's objectively the hardest thing to do on that fight. Fact. DPS are literal passengers. I've done it. I've played DPS on Saras. It is a literal passenger role. Okay, I'm not even fucking joking. It is a genuine peepo passenger role. Very good. Pulls and rest seat? Well, no, why would we do that? That's fucking plagiarism. Yes. Chrono Hill looks way harder than Scourge. I think Chrono looks complex, but it's really not. I think it's actually one of the easiest support builds to play in the game, to be honest. Because Continuum Split isn't relevant to, like, its rotation or application, right? Like, Continuum Shift is like, it's like a power button. Right? It's like a giga power button instead. Because of the way it works. Yeah. Healers only play at 10%. Yeah, but the entire fight is at 10%. Scourge is more spammable since barrier will get eaten. It definitely is. You do have to time it right. Like, you need to apply barrier. And you need to also... Like, the thing on Scourge that you have to do is you have to know when to press transfusion and when to not press transfusion. Because you need to use it for healing, but you also need to use it for rezzing people. Same with the Well of Blood timing a little bit as well. With the unit strat, look, if you die as a DPS player on unit strat before 10%, I actually don't understand how that's even possible. I don't think it is possible. I actually think it's not possible. I think anyone who's doing it did it on purpose. There's no other way of putting it. Because you don't even have to dodge. You just press fucking, you just press distort. Yeah. Yeah. You know, wait. You know what you know what's, cool, Grim, actually? I'm sure you're already onto this. Because... Grim has a different approach, slightly different approach to unit when it comes to, like, portal distribution and so on. I actually really like it. I really like playing Druid, to be honest, on Saras CM. I think it's kind of insanely good as a healer. Like, Glyph of Stars is kind of insane. And the healing output is completely fucking bonkers as well. on that one. Really fucking good. And you can do immobilize. Like, I'm a big immobilize strat fan. Like, unit strat is actually really cool. I really like the way they do it with, like, you know, aligning the ads together and then cleaving them down, like running in with them. It's actually really cool. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit of a sucker for the immobilize strat. I don't know. This is like such a meme thing to say. It just feels better to me, to be honest, to like have that control over the ads. Just kind of pump the boss the entire time, just to cleave the ads when they get close. But I just feel like playing Druid is so good. Like, Druid is so fucking juicy, man. For 10%, it's just so good at that part. It really is. Like, Druid then a heal Scourge. And the thing is, with Druid, is that Druid has 30-second Signet of Stone next patch. So Druid actually has the ability to slot in a Distort as well. Now, you'd have to sack Guard for it, and just use, like, the pet swap one instead. Or you'd maybe have to sack... you'd maybe have to sack something else. Like, you'd have to drop one utility skill, but that's definitely an interesting option, actually. Yeah. I don't know. Yes. You never drop Guard? You don't think the pet swap one's good enough, Grim, on its own? You drop Muddy? Well, yeah, if you don't need the immob, you could drop that for sure. But I guess you don't necessarily need the Signet of Stone if you're not doing the pixel stacking. You're doing, like, the fan-out strat. Although, like, you'll probably still do one portal, right? You'll do one far portal, and then fan out the second one. Oh, no, I just kind of like... I like the idea of having that kind of distort element on the Druid. But you're in full Minstrel, so you shouldn't die, really, I guess. Z-Haste on beta because of scaling. Bro, it's actually tragic, man. Like, going back to Z-Haste is like, it's uninstalled tier, bro. It's actually insane. Like, I want to uninstall. Man, I think I'm fucking mildly ill. It's over. I tried taking Lear for 10%. Oh, yeah, that sounds like suicide. It's actually a real shame. Like, I feel like relics like that should be so cool. But, yeah, it's not quite there, is it? Yeah, because you end up soaking. Does the damage get reduced by toughness when you get it, or is it like direct damage? Is it like armor absorbing damage? Have you seen this? What's this? Oh yeah, I saw these guys streaming. Actually, yeah, I did. I saw these guys. Where's the log? Yeah, I saw the stream for this. This is the embodiment of Sin run, right? Isn't it? I think. With 4 healers, essentially. Oh, I got 3 healers. Yeah, with a Vindicator healer. Very different strategy here. With, like, Scourge, Chrono, and the Vindicator. Oh, yeah, there. The Apathetic, yeah. Yeah, it's a very different approach, using the Virtuosos instead of this. And then having the 3rd healer. Rabid yeah, you know, it's funny. It's so funny, actually, Grim. I was just chatting with Plenix the other day because Plenix is gonna do Sarah CM training, so it kind of got me thinking. What could you do to make training easier? And I was thinking, like, what if you actually put a bit of Rabid gear on Vert? Like, not full Rabid, but, like, if you put 300 toughness on every Vert, is that good? Does that actually help progression compared to not having it? I was kind of thinking about it. I was even thinking, like, is there a way you could do Legendary CM with Scourge DPS as well? And basically do, like, the embodiment of Sin strat? Like, you're probably not going to be dropping... You're probably not going to be running Parasitic, but Scourge 15% damage reduction is just so good, right? Like, getting that 50% DR is really, really nice for sub 10%, I feel like. You don't have Distort, though, which I guess kind of sucks, but, I mean, I don't know, just fucking dodge, bro. Just dodge, bro. Wooden Potatoes killed LCM. Oh, is that, has he posted a video about it? Yeah, that's not a surprise. He's a lot like Lara in this, actually. Like, he's a lot more try-hard than people let on, to be honest. Actually. Same with PvP, right? Oh, no, tomorrow. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I I asked WP to come and chat again, but he always says no, man. I'm getting fucking left on red by Wooden Potatoes, bro. Nah, he'll never go on TeaTime, guys. I do actually ask, like, almost as a sign of respect, actually, because I actually do really find his opinion very interesting on the game, actually. Like, I think he has some really interesting things to say. I definitely like to talk to him, but, hey, I mean, like, at the end of the day, I'm fucking Dono Wolf, man. Too irrelevant for the big man. That's how it goes. You hate to see it. It will be fun. You know what's weird? There aren't that many people to have on TeaTime anymore, guys. I'm not even joking. It's one of the things that I find really sad about the state of the game right now, is that there aren't many candidates for TeaTime. Like, and when I say candidates for TeaTime, let me explain what I'm looking for. I want someone who has strong opinions on the game. That is what I want. They can be very, very positive or very, very negative, but I want people who have strong takes. And I feel like most of the content creation scene is kind of lukewarm, right? Not like, not lukewarm in the sense of they're like whatever about the game. I think most of the opinions are pretty positive. It's just, there's no like, you know, no one's got some like strong statements to make, you know? That's what I feel like is really lacking. Is very lacking actually in the current state of the game. Yeah, there's no hot takes, you know? That's why I like seeing Wooden Potatoes say ArenaNet needs to stop pretending to be a AAA game. Like, based! Holy shit! Okay? And stuff like that. You know what we need? I'll show you guys what we need. I'll fucking show you guys what we need. Let's take a look. Let me go ahead and find this. Okay. This is what we need. Reminder. Mythic Plus is trash. Thank you for coming to the daily base tier account. And then he tweets an image of his own face attached to that. He's got his yellow lens glasses on, reducing that eye strain. Okay, he's gaming, looking at things for a long time. He knows what's going on. Like, there's something about the facial expression here that's also just so good. He's just looking at it. It's almost like disgust, right? It's like this is what I'm fucking talking about. He thinks the game most fucking shit. Based. That's the kind of thing we need in Guild Wars 2. Yeah. This is what we need, actually. Ah. Dude, this one is so funny.
The reason I'm making this video is because...
the title of this video is so fucking good. I uninstalled and quit Guild Wars 2.
As I want to be transparent with the people that have been supporting the channel and giving me their time of day. This is not...
Dude! Oh, losing Vic was so bad for Guild Wars 2. He has 4 fucking cameras, bro. He has, like, over-the-shoulder cam here in black and white. Then he has green screen cam over here and hand cam. And then there's the desktop cam as well.
I spit on your face. I'm still streaming. I'm still making my content. But I gotta find a new home.
Dude, do you know the only content we have right now, bro? Oh my god. Dude, I was recently made aware of this. There was apparently like some really dumbass drama between Draza and like a roaming guild or something. Like, bro, like if roaming guild drama is the best we've got, then oh my god. Oh my god. Then we are really scraping the bottom of the goddamn barrel, bro. Like, that is just... Oh... That is just fucking sad, if I'm being real. I actually missed that as well. I was completely unaware of that. I actually have no idea. Can you actually fill me in? Like, what was the drama? I didn't even see that, to be honest. Like, someone came in my stream and said there was some drama. I was like, I have no idea what this even is. I completely missed it. Which I guess that's a commentary. That's a sad commentary in and of itself, if I'm being honest here, isn't it? That's just goddamn depressing. Shadow Art Thief Jewels? Ah, yeah. So that's a real pinnacle fucking content right there. Yeah. Do a TeaTime with Preach, Summit 1G, Asmongold, Xandria. I mean, that would be content, actually. All right, I'm converging, guys. I haven't played the game for some time. We have to converge now. Oh, shit. Dude, sim conversion. Let's fucking go. I'm in. What are we doing? Let's do it. Wait, where does the Alak go? Oh, I guess I'll just say that I'm Alak. Me Alak. Read the description? Oh, God. Wait, what is this? Wait. Hello, what is this? What is this? Hello, everyone. I want to start by clarifying this conversation isn't about calling anyone out. Lately, I've been hearing a lot of negativity from individuals who've achieved high ranks in competitive gaming, particularly about me and my guild. It's frustrating because they seem to have limited understanding of the dynamics in world versus world. I've even been questioned about my ability to win duels against skilled thief players, which feels unfair considering I face off their guildmates numerous times. While I'm not one to start drama or expose others, I'm reaching a point where I may need to address these issues directly. Ultimately, I know my worth and skills. I don't feel the need to prove myself to anyone, but sometimes it's not hard to it's hard to not speak up and shut down the false accusations. Well, I mean, okay. World versus world. I mean, it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. Okay, what sub am I in? I'm in sub 1. We're going middle. Oh, God, wow. Okay. Like, thief mains, man. I mean, that's content. To be honest, I kind of miss this stuff, though, you know? Like, dude, like, what is this guild? Oh, it's Hunt. That's not terribly surprising, guys. But, dude, I want a fucking, like, Hunt versus 55, like, 5v5 GVG, you know? Let's get that going. Like, as toxic as it was, like, the Team USA 55 beef was good. It was good content. It went over the line. I will admit that, actually. It was too much. But it was good. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That kind of stuff is interesting. Like, I want people to care about winning and losing. Like, in the monthly AT, and I don't know, look, maybe I'm just out of the loop on PvP, right now, and maybe people can set me straight on this, but at least on EU, it just doesn't feel like people's heart is in it right now, you know? It just doesn't. It doesn't feel as sharp. It doesn't feel as snappy as PvP used to. Like, I don't think people care that much to win these monthlies. I mean, people obviously try, right? And, you know, they're not happy when they lose. I watched Draz's VOD. He was obviously not happy when they lost. But it doesn't feel like it used to be. It doesn't feel like it was a couple of years ago, to be honest. I miss that. Yeah, I actually watched the VOD because I wanted to hear the thought process on not playing Thief. Because obviously I'm not, like, really up to date with, like, what people are doing in PvP. So I was thinking, was there a reason they went in that direction? I think they didn't actually talk about it on stream. I'm assuming they were just worried about the Deadeye getting shut down by the Daredevil, maybe, and like Pain being able to like bully the Deadeye throughout the entire game. But bro, like, I'm not gonna lie, looking at the VOD, especially Draz's perspective, holy shit. The game is unplayable without Thief. It's like literally unplayable. Like, I don't understand how you win without Thief. Right now, honestly. Like, against an even remotely competent Thief player, how do you win? I guess Faux Fire wasn't helping, because it's just, like, such a linear map, the Thief can just kind of, like... The Thief can, like, wreak havoc, basically, and just go crazy all over the place, but... I mean, I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, because Draza... He wasn't able to get value. Like, they either dodged him and stalled him so he couldn't rotate properly, or he just got killed because the Thief came in and like, nuked him. Oh, no. It is what it is. Yo. Someone said hello. Are we going in? Oh, Dreadwing CM. Let's go. You know what? I will give this player. They're doing a good thing here. Have I got any motivations? I have 3. Here you go, Lone Wolf. You can have 3 unstable Cryptus motivations. Enjoy. Are these worth anything? I give them these too. Oh, they're fucking worthless. Okay, well, never mind then. Boom. Let's go. Ian is a Kata player. Yeah, I actually do want to do Master of the Arena, but I'm just not sure how realistic it is. I want to do it pretty soon after the Expo, actually. It'll be the first tournament I want to do, because I think it's the one that makes the most sense. Like, do it like a month after, or something, after the expansion. That will be the goal. But yeah, I want to get some tournaments going, but I don't know. I don't know if people give a shit. It's fucking sad. And I'm not going to have money. This is the problem. I'm not going to have any goddamn cash, you know? OMG, thank you. Oh, well, you're very welcome. You are welcome, Pog. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Both in the new game mode? Yeah, we could use stuff with the new game mode too, actually. That's a good point. Or at least a little show match or something. But yeah, the issue I have is I'm not going to have any money as prize money, right? There's not going to be real money. That's not realistic. It was also really dumb that I ever did it before. Like, if I'd even taken, like, half of the prize money for myself, basically, it would have been a much smarter idea. I ended up spending so much fucking money on these tournaments. There's no money. I doubt people will care. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing, boys, right? Like, if the only reason people care is money and not because they actually want to play the game, then it doesn't deserve to live at all. Let's do Raid Check Cup. I mean, yeah, we will do Raid Check Cup, yeah. With the new raid. Oh, we'll be a little bit delayed. It's a shame, actually. Things didn't really work out for me. Because I feel like Masters of the Arena 1 was kind of peak competitiveness, but the production value on it was not to my liking. And then Moda 2 was almost the opposite. I feel like it was significantly less competitive this time around than Masters of the Arena 1, but I actually quite liked the production value. It was actually rather good. I really want that perfect storm where you have the competitiveness and the production value. That was kind of what Elitist Raiding Party 3 was. Haven't really executed that with PvP, unfortunately. Master of the Arena overlay was actually quite good, if I'm being honest. Like, this was actually quite good. I didn't hate this. There's a couple of things that I would tweak about it, actually. There's a few things that weren't quite right. But, well, look, there's always next time.
Focus on maintaining our tether to Tyria. The nearest waypoint is a little out of range, so
wow.
reviving will be a challenge.
Alcar gifting a sub. Play the whole VOD while you're here, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, it was a decent tournament. It was a decent tournament. I think the thing about Moda 2, that I think was a little bit disappointing. I feel like it wasn't as close, you know, overall, right? In Moda 1, all the matches were incredibly competitive. I guess the finals were a little bit lame. It was obviously a 3-0 in favor of 55. That was definitely a very dominating performance by 55 as well. But, like, a lot of the games were fucking close, actually. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, the patch before Moda 2 was not ideal. Yeah. That definitely wasn't good. Yeah. I do remember that. That was quite unfortunate. Quite unfortunate.
A little hard to concentrate with catapults lobbing stones at my face. Deal with them.
Some better games. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, the quality of the tournament is kind of slightly dependent on the state of the metagame as well, right? That's kind of the nature of it. Unlucky. Ah, yes. Yeah. I think that this was also... Yeah, it was fairly. Yeah, this finals was pretty dominant, wasn't it? It was like very dominant. Yeah, because 55 actually got, well, you know, the 55 amalgamation was cleansed out of the tournament pretty early, and then Team 0 missing just kind of crushed in the finals here as well. Remember the was an event thing? Sure, 90% of people haven't seen Moto 2, Moto 1, EP2, EP3. They're on YouTube and no one watches them there. I think people don't watch the VOD because you don't get the experience, right? Like, they're interesting to watch from a gameplay perspective, but I think what really makes stuff exciting is that you're watching it happen in real time. Like, you don't know who's going to win, you don't know what's going to happen, right? And you're kind of there, you're part of it, right? Like, I think there's a reason why I think people really think back on some of the tournaments I did, especially Moto 1 and especially ERP3, is that people kind of remember being there, right? Like the whole I was here style thing. Like that, I think, was a very strong, component. Oh, I've been reassigned, actually. Wait, no. Where am I supposed to go? 810 Southeast. You got it. Yeah, I really want to do competitive stuff, to be honest, but it's hard to do in Guild Wars. You know, it's going to sound unbearably cringe, but all of the issues go away with money. Like, if I was actually able to basically make profit on it, and I can basically do it as like a little bit of a job, all of it becomes so much fucking easier. It really does. But the trouble is with all these tournaments is they were incredibly expensive. Especially Mota, actually. Mota was really expensive. It was very painful, actually. That was a negative, like, 5,000, I want to say. And that's not even including, like, hours spent. That was just, like, how much money I actually ended up spending on all the shit there for that fucking tournament. Moto 1 prize was crazy. Yeah, the prize was crazy, but what I should have done is I should have taken my costs out of that prize pool. That was not a smart play to not do that, to be honest. The problem is, the thing that I really struggle with, and this is going to be like, this is going to sound like a virtue signal, but I promise you it's not. Oh, I need to go east. Whoops. It actually is something I really struggle with. I just hate the fucking idea of in any way making the tournament worse to make money. And when I look at the prize pool, I go, man, if I take some of that prize pool, the tournament is like almost objectively worse, right? It's like, I really struggle with that, to be honest. I really fucking struggle with that. But yeah. Donation goals. The problem with donation goals is that you end up getting fatigue. Like, it's not good. One to cover costs and one to get the other prizes. If I'm being completely honest with you, Firaxa, all of the prize pools historically have been pretty much hard carried by Oilers. In particular, Ashmite, Chow, and also Ruick, actually, have basically carried every single prize pool. That will not happen again because those players aren't here anymore. It's a bit unfortunate. It doesn't help you with community tournaments. To be frank, they can't afford me. And I'm being flippant there, but basically, whatever money that if they did pay me to do tournaments, I doubt they'd get a return on investment. Well, I don't know, maybe. I'm not sure actually. But no, they don't do that. Not in that way anyway. They give gems and stuff in the tournament and like the title. I mean, yeah, I do want to do a tournament, actually. I 100% do fall on that. I know what you mean. That's kind of like that's a me issue. I've got to get over that. It's just that I don't like... I am not a very compromising person whatsoever in this regard. Yeah. Yup. Gather best players. I mean, yeah, money is always a motivator. Like, unsurprisingly, if you have big money, it's definitely feels pretty good. But the problem is, we're not even at that stage yet. We're not at the stage yet for tournaments where we need prize money. Right now, it's I need to not be able to screw myself over by running the tournaments. Like, that's where the scene's at. It's worse. That's the issue. Because, and this is the thing that makes me feel really shitty about it. Like, this is the thing. Like, if it comes down to, I have to initially raise money to cover my costs and basically pay for my time as a tournament organizer, let me tell you this. I can almost guarantee you there will never be a cash prize for a tournament. Because there is absolutely no way in the current state of the game that my costs would ever get covered, in my opinion. Boom. Destroyed. Hey, Snubby, thanks for the raid. Did you kill HTCM yet? What's going on? Spend money and prep for the tournaments, and you put in a lot of time. Yeah, I mean, most of the actual value I'm losing is time. Outside of that, a lot of it is just like the artwork, getting the trailer done. These are pretty expensive, actually. Like for Motor, all of the stuff I had done for Motor, I think I paid 1,500, 600 euros, I think. That was just for like the design element of it. And I'm not gonna lie, I didn't really turn out how I wanted anyway. That was like a double sting. And then like the video stuff was also pretty expensive as well because, I mean, look, video editing is hard. So like, yeah, that's not a surprise with that one. I also bought a lot of hardware, actually. This one was fucking brutal. The initial plan with Motor was to actually have like kind of a bit of a live desk environment and have like a lot of in-person stuff. So I actually spent a lot on that, trying to get that. So we got fucking COVIDed, so we couldn't actually make that happen as well. So I spent a shit ton of fucking money on that tournament for absolutely nothing. But yeah, it was unfortunate. Main problem is some hidden knowledge. It's sponsors, but I despise sponsors, so that's not going to happen. But yeah, the big thing is my time, right? Like, I put a lot of effort into it. I put a lot of hours into it. And that's where, like, the actual expenses. The raw power emanating from the Cryptus. Yes. Incredible. Oh, man. It's over. Oh, fuck. What the hell? Salt spray, huh? Well, you get that. Past the first hurdle of Zaitan. Man, I forgot how much HP these convergent CMs have. It's a bloody nightmare. Let me put it like this. Every sick after every Twitch drop event. I don't think I'm actually sick right now. I think I'm just allergic currently. Ugh. Because I don't feel unwell or, you know, I don't feel the malaise. But right now, I'm kind of, you know, the eyes are stinging right now. The nose is nosing. It's not good. But it's okay. Probably the pollen or the dust or, I don't know, some bullshit. Asked Viv about the key he did after I left. Wait, what happened? Was there like an epic deplete or what? Oh. But yeah. If I'm being real, to do a tournament every 3 months, if I had like 500 a month on Patreon, that'll do it. You're getting me on the cheap for that, okay? That is a fucking discount, but that'll do it. Maybe one day, huh? ArenaNet releasing JANTHIR basically at the same time as The War Within. RIP. I mean, yeah, not the best timing for ArenaNet, that's for sure. Definitely a little bit of a rough one from ArenaNet's perspective, that's for sure. Are spawns out of the question? Yeah, honestly, yeah. I would do it if it was Cure Rare Disease or some other charity. That would be like the exception. Because we were, I did the, one of the Rage Hit Cups. It was the only tournament I ever made money on, actually. And it was sponsored by Cure Rare Disease. Or rather, to be, you know, more like, it was actually sponsored by the Ben group, which had, you know, they basically organized the promotion on behalf of Cure Rare Disease for that, basically. And I view charity as sufficiently acceptable and sufficiently wholesome that I can do that. I think, especially something like Cure Rare Disease, which, you know, I definitely have strong personal feelings about. I think that that is sufficiently genuine. But actually, unfortunately, the guy we were in contact with regarding Cure Rare Disease is gone now. Doesn't work at the Ben group anymore, unfortunately. So no contact anymore. Bit unfortunate. And also, if I'm being honest, we simply didn't actually deliver enough value to Cure Rare Disease the last time. We actually, during that tournament, we got paid quite a lot. Like me and Sneb both took a 50-50 split on the sponsorship. I can't remember exactly what it was. If I recall, it was like $1,500, I think. I think approximately, or maybe just 1,000. I can't remember. But it was pretty good, honestly. But the problem is that we didn't really deliver the value, if I'm being honest. And the other problem with stuff like that is that you get a lot of fatigue. Like if you, there's a lot of fatigue there. If you keep doing like charity events, you're not going to generate a good enough return for the company every time. Not even for a product you use yourself. No. It's... If I wouldn't... Like, the way that I view sponsorships, it's someone paying you to say something. And that is unacceptable. Like, you know, I'm a little bit sympathetic with ArenaNet on this. ArenaNet, I think they really engage with their video game as a little bit of an art form, you know, to an extent. That's why, if I was an ArenaNet dev, I would find stuff like loot boxes, like, deeply offensive to exist within the game. Because it's like, I'd view it as like a desecration of my piece of art, basically, to have loot boxes in the game. And it's kind of the same thing with sponsors, or the way that I view it. It's like, the stream is me, right? I am expressing yourself. You know, I am talking to all of you right now. I'm sharing my ideas. If I share someone else's ideas, like a sponsor, basically, I have polluted it. I have infected my stream with it is impure. It is no longer pure. And I don't like it. How much approximately need for a decent tournament? Like, it becomes realistic to me if I'm able to walk away with like $1,000 to organize a tournament. I can make that, yeah. That becomes a lot more sensible and less self-destructive. That sort of thing, for sure.
It's making its way to the center island. We can end this here and now.
Pretty much. We need some oil barons. Although, honestly, we don't. That's another topic entirely, to be honest. We need some oil barons who aren't actually oil barons. We need some duplicators. Let's go. Heal rev, does that potential? It's not quite there. I actually think I overrated it. I thought it was really good, but actually it is a little bit cumbersome. The energy management, I think, really holds that build back a fair bit, actually. And the delay on the big heal and the small radius is a pretty big weakness of it. I think it's really good in, like, raid content where, like, just, like, passive healing is enough to sustain. When you need active healing, I think it becomes a lot worse, in my opinion. So it's, like, really good in passive heal situations. I think it's surprisingly not that good in, like, the more reactive situations. So I think I actually overrated it. I gave it S tier last time. I'd only give it A tier now, after playing it a little bit. It's actually a series I want to do. I want to, like, play all the builds I put on the tier list and see if I underrated them or overrated them. I actually think quite a lot of builds will be overrated, and I think a lot of the god builds would probably be correctly rated, and a lot of builds that are just, like, very, very good would probably be a little bit overrated.
My toes might be tingling, but at least that's
We did it. Let's go. We got gold. Easy.
head back home.
Yeah, I think that'll be fun content, to be honest. I will do that at some point. I'll like, play every single build. Dude, I have to play fucking heal Willbender. That's absolutely disgusting. That is putrid. Yeah. Well, I kind of like the tier list being a little bit collaborative. I think that's a really fun part of it, the chat interactivity. Especially when there are good players in the chat, right? I don't listen to the opinions of, like, people who don't know what they're talking about. I do kind of like that you have all these champ bags, man. These champ bags are pretty hype. Yeah. Very good. Quickness Untamed. Look, I actually think there is a 0% chance my opinion on Quickness Untamed will be changed. That is what I'm really, really certain on. Quickness Untamed is Scuffed Herald. It really is as simple as that. Like, and people say, oh, the only thing it doesn't have is stability. Yeah, that's a fucking big deal. Not having stability is, yeah, that's quite important. Next 3 spears? Maybe on Tuesday or Thursday. Have you seen Quick Untamed? I mean, yeah, I've seen the build. Yeah, I do like the res. The elite is actually a really exciting part about that, because it doesn't have a DPS elite skill. The fact that you can actually take Spirit of Nature is fucking hype, actually. Oh, you're talking about that build? You mean like the build that runs the heal trait? And like Carnivore? Or do you run Carnivore on that setup or not? Oh, we're doing Hell Sister. Let's go. Honestly, Hell Sister's kind of, I think, my least favorite one, to be honest. Yeah, heal trait, you have maces. Oh, I guess so. Ugh. Ugh. Heal Scourge doesn't have stab. Sandra doesn't count. Yeah, but that's actually compensated for by Herald, though. That's the thing. You don't need stability on healer a lot of the time. It's one of the reasons why Druid is still so insanely good as well. You don't need stability because Herald exists. And yeah, you have a little bit of stab on Druid, obviously. And honestly, the Snail Trail is surprisingly good if you know how to use it. It's actually kind of okay as stability, but yeah, its stability isn't that great, but again, that's very rarely a problem because the way the metagame is right now. Like, the quickness is going to have stability, like Herald. So, yeah, that's the thing there. Leading in World vs. World? I kind of want someone else to lead for me. I don't really want to lead World vs. World, no. I heal Berserk. It should be really good. I mean, it's not going to be good compared to actual good healers, but it should be a lot better, yeah. There's some good improvements there. Colin the Hero doesn't have stab. Yeah, that's why it's a very niche build. It's very niche. Power Held is going to be the go-to. But no, I like, there's a couple of reasons why I don't want to lead. One, I want to kind of have a lot of stream activity, actually. And obviously leading prevents that. But also, I'm not going to lie, one of the things that I'm really just not looking forward to in playing World vs. World with Fungus is that, I'm not going to lie, like, there are going to be a lot of people who try and just ruin our experience because they're assholes. To be honest, there's a lot of losers in World vs. World, unfortunately. Quite unfortunately, the game kind of attracts people like that, which is just like, ugh. And if I lead, it'll be worse. If I don't lead, it will probably be actually not as bad. People won't care as much. Yeah. But yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not really worried about losing the fight, to be honest, Linker. It's more that it's just going to be really annoying and really unfun, right? Like, I was watching, it was Esprit, right? Esprit was streaming, and guess what was happening? It was permanent griefing for the entire session, and it was the same people who have been doing it for years, right? Yeah. It is what it is. It is what it is. And stuff like that just, like, really kind of sours the experience, I feel like. You know, it really does. Wait, a lack sub 2. Boom. Easy. And I kind of want to avoid that as much as possible. Because, like, I'm kind of used to it. You know, it's whatever. But the thing is, if I want the team to enjoy World versus World, I need to kind of take some precautions to prevent griefing, right? And prevent, and prevent that type of behavior from kind of ruining the experience for people who haven't really played it that much. Like, you know, for example, like, people like Nico, Nico knows what it's like, okay? He's, you know, he's been there, done that, you know? We played against, you know, Kiss, played against Kill. Definitely had some very toxic experiences, but not everyone's used to that. Man, it's actually fucking crazy that, guys, wait. I'm sure everyone saw about this. James is dead from Kiss. That's actually wild. Speaking of that guild. Holy shit. Very old school. World versus World. Even Guild Wars 1 guild, actually. And yeah, the discharged guard is actually dead. That's crazy. I saw the memorial on YouTube. Yeah, someone came in chat and I think we were doing TeaTime at the same time. They were mad at me for not going. Yeah. I know, it's cool. In-game memorial. It is what it is. Yeah, no, he's actually dead. Yeah, not like quit the game. He's actually dead. It's very interesting, actually. Like, oh, man. This is maybe not the time. But, yeah, I had some interesting experiences with that guy in World vs. World. Let's put it like that. Yeah. MMO Inks is recently passed away. I actually heard about that, but I didn't have it confirmed. Is that actually confirmed, Legend Amethyst? I actually don't know if that's confirmed. Because, yeah, I'm not saying I don't believe you. I heard some, like, rumors about that, but I didn't hear, like, you know, I didn't hear anything that was some kind of, like, you know, confirmation. I had several messages. Yeah, I heard some stuff as well. Like, Nike heard about it, and Brazil talked to me about it as well. But, you know, you know what they say, right? Don't fucking trust everything you're on the bloody internet, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I think Mesmersphere has some big potential. I mean, all of them do, really. They all do. Incredible. A guy to play with died. What the fuck? Everyone's dying. What's going on? Should we be worried? How will EXP look when Blizzard are releasing extra? Inconvenient for Arena. It's definitely not ideal. Yeah. I think that sucks. I don't like it, to be honest. It means that it's going to be annoying for me to play both. Because I want to play both, right? I want to play WoW and I want to play Guild Wars. And now that they're both at the same time is very annoying. I'm going to have a strained, you know, slightly strained, you know, launch experience for both. But oh well. Swords are used on Reaper. I think you use sword offhand in PvE, right? We're done with the Guild Season in 3 days. It's mostly from a stream perspective now, Artex, because I really want to develop my audience in WoW and kind of develop my content in WoW. Like, from a gameplay perspective, honestly, it's almost like a dream. Because, yeah, Guild Wars 2, I'll be done with it content-wise in, like, you know, content-wise will be, you know, I'll be done in a couple of days. And that's nothing wrong with that. That's normal, right? It's fucking expansion, right? You know, there's not much on launch. And that's the same in WoW, actually. But it's kind of like, content creation-wise, I really want to, you know, build the Guild Wars 2 stuff and continue the Guild Wars 2 stuff. And, like, you know, especially with the expansion launch, kind of really explore that and make some good stuff. But also, I'm going to have to play fucking WoW at the same time. It's incredibly inconvenient for me, but oh well. Weeping Willow in the chat with the raid. Also got the raiders moving in there. Alcar gifting to Essence of Luck. Narc also in the chat. We're about to tackle this fearsome convergent CM. Yeah. Yeah, no, I find it very annoying. I really wish the expansions were a little bit closer together, further apart, right? Yeah, there's one spot, you know, I can get in here. Yeah, I found that very annoying. I wish that it was 1 week later for WoW. I really don't like that it's like literally 3 days apart. But oh well. You know, I mean, it is what it is, right? Like, these games come out at the same time. Like, Final Fantasy's doing an X-Pack about now. You know, Final Fantasy's X-Packing. WoW's doing one. I think even ESO's got something coming on there as well. Blizzard, obviously. Guild Wars 2. Yeah, it is. It's a really tricky time because it's a good time to release your game, right? Like, the summer is where you want to drop these games. It's going to be in that window. It's just a bit of an unlucky coincidence, to be honest. Because, yeah, you want to do July, August, September. Like, that's the big window. Yeah, that's, like, the really big window. Yeah, Destiny's also done an expansion as well. Yeah, ESO's done an expansion, so, like, every MMO is dropping right now. Okay, here we go. React content. B-Boy. B-Boy the Breaker. Okay, we're pumping. He's Blade Swarming. He got interrupted on Dragon Slash. That's fucking tragic. Boom. Blast. Okay. Wait, does it nearly get to max stacks or like what? What happens here? We're pumping. Oh shit, it's really close. Is this a vengeance moment? Is this vengeance? Yeah, the stacks are racking up and we haven't CC'd, so the boss is taking very little damage right now. Is this actually a solo moment? Wait, is this actually vengeance? Wait, or is it just gonna be downstate? Oh my god! Get the heal! Oh! Wait, that is so close, actually. What? Oh yeah, how much health do we have here? 4k health. That's funny. Yeah. Aren't half the WoWs that shit that people quit over? Oh yeah, pretty much. People are, you know, it's WoW, right? They're addicted, and you know, it's terrible. You know, you might go, the game sucks, and then you just sink 8 hours into it every day. I mean, that's the same with Guild Wars 2, right? You know, I feel like that's how people just play MMOs, right? The way you play MMOs, it's always, you know, this game is the worst game I've ever played. 20,000 hours, right? Like, you know what I mean? Kick the offline game. I'm not the tag. Lone Wolf. Look at this pillar of the Guild Wars 2 community. Lone Wolf with their guild, Dark Side of the Lycan. They run daily convergent CMs apparently. That's pretty cool if you ask me. That's true. And actually, I think everyone can... You guys know what I'm talking about here. If you don't hate the MMO you're playing, you don't care enough. I know. That's how it is. Right? That's reality. If you don't care enough about your game to say that your game sucks, then honestly, I don't think I can really take your opinion seriously. Cone. You know, we're talking about this on TeaTime. When are we doing the Griffin expansion? Where you get the Griffin, right? I guess maybe it's a little... Well, I don't know. I was kind of umming and ahhing about this. Like, would they do a Griffin expansion? Is it a problem that the Griffin is part of an expansion, not the living world? Is that a problem for them? I actually don't know. I guess because the Sky Skill obviously is not part of POF. It's part of Soto now, right? But it was part of Living World. Is that an issue? Is that different? I'm actually not sure. Yeah, that's what I mean, though, right? Yeah, it's tied to a secret Sunswift side quest. But I mean, I feel like not many people have it, right? To be honest. But it's cool, though. It's like the coolest mount. The two coolest mounts in the game don't have their own expansion yet, right? Because the two coolest mounts are the Roller Beetle and the Griffin, right? These are the best mounts in the game. There is no question about that. But they don't have their own expansion yet. I guess you could, yeah, I guess you could kind of say the Griffin is Path of Fire, but I don't know. The Jackal? I mean, I guess the Jackal, like I guess it's pretty cool. You can like teleport and stuff. The gold requirements for Griffin? I mean, yeah, what is it? It's like 250 gold, right? You know, I'm gonna say it. I actually don't agree with that, Willow. I do not agree with you, Willow. And let me tell you why. 250 gold is not that much. This is an MMORPG. Yes, you will have to grind a little bit. Yes, you will have to actually play the game. Oh my god, the horror. The game wants you to play and farm gold. No. There's no shot. In an MMORPG? Oh, yeah, no. Farm the gold. Yeah. I will say that you shouldn't be farming the gold for Commander Tag. Right? That, you know, the fact that you have to pay for a basic feature that should be in the game, basically the squad, ready checks, markers, right? Stuff like that. That is ridiculous. You should not be paying for that. But honestly, for the Griffin, I think it's pretty reasonable, honestly. Yeah. Yeah. And worst case scenario, buy gold. Look, have you guys not seen this stuff? AFK farming is 28 gold per hour right now. That's how it is. Kill Choyers. Okay, Lingdao, I can do that? No, I can't. Oh, it's taken a while. What's going on? Are we going? What barrier to entry do you introduce for commander tag? If not them, what do you think would be a good way to healthily curate who gets to tag and who doesn't? The way I would put it is like this. I would make it so tagging up in public is cost gold, right? So in other words, if you want to do like if you want a tag that appears on the map, pay 300 gold. If you want to organize a squad that has a leader, a ready check, markers, a squad message, all of the squad goodness that comes along with that, free. And while you're at it, remove parties from the game. I think parties should be entirely removed from the game and replaced with squads, because squads have objectively superior functionality. 1, they have a leader. 2, they have ready checks. 3, they have markers. Those things are really, really good, and seeing that translated into fractals will be extremely good, in my opinion. In that regard. Because, look, one of the worst things about Guild Wars 2 5-player content is there is no leader. Someone can vote kick you from your own group. That is a major issue. If you want people to be leaders, if you want people to initiate and make groups, then you have to give them power with that responsibility. Yeah? Right now, if you lead in Guild Wars 2, you have all the responsibility with none of the power. That is not a system that works. You need a system that rewards people and empowers people who are going to take the step up and be leaders and be the drivers of community, right? That's why you should be able to have an application-only system for parties. So in other words, when someone clicks join on the LFG, it is... They don't get in immediately. They have to apply. You have to accept them for them to join your group. You need to be an actual leader in the party, not just like a democracy, basically. No, that can't happen. And baseline leader-oriented squad functionality needs to be baseline in the game.
Portal in as soon as we lost track of your astral fluctuation. I'll need to focus on main.
No, I completely agree, Grim. Like, no markers is actual pain, especially in the more like strike-oriented stuff. Adopt the WoW Party Finder system. The World of Warcraft system is good, yes. It's a very good system. And when it comes to curating it, here's a fun experiment for you, Lucian. Check this out. When you're tagged up, right-click on people and don't inspect their cosmetics. Look at how many people have the tag. Because if they've got the tag, yeah, you can give it to them. It will say, make commander, right? Or promote to squad leader, right? And do you know what you'll see? You'll see that a lot of people have it, actually. You'll see that a huge amount of people actually have the tag. I don't think you need to have, like, a policing or vetting system for this, because most people who have it, like, the vast majority, don't use it. And yeah, I did this a while back in Dragon's End. If you go on Dragon's and you right-click, it's like over 50%. It's like 50% of people have it unlocked, but they just don't use it. It's because people, you know, like, because to be honest, it is a little bit frustrating to lead, and it can be challenging and stressful to lead in Guild Wars 2. I think everyone's been there, right? And a lot of people just don't do that. They don't want a part of that stress, which is fair enough. Yeah. Vivi, by the way, guys, sub goal. If we get 518 subs, that's one more sub. That will actually trigger Vivaloof returning 10-hour daily meta training Guild Wars 2 as part of Project Fungo. Project Fungo is returning. Bring back the meta train, guys. And also, this is where things get interesting. If we get to 600 subs, Aix returns to Guild Wars 2 and runs the meta train. But here's the twist. He deliberately fails every event. That's where things get interesting. And here's the ultimate one. This is where stuff gets... Now, this is where it gets really good. Guys, at 550 subs, Angels returns to Guild Wars 2 and does a 24-hour non-stop ranked solo queue stream. And he's not allowed to drink as well. It is an alcohol-free stream. Teetotal. Because if you drink, you can kind of, you know what, you can kind of get through it, right? No, 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 no. Has to be ranked, solo queue, sober. Fully sober. And actually, let's go further. On NA. Yeah. On the NA server. Oh, also, quick little leak here, guys. Every single time we have roster CM, it was me. I was bogging. I did it on purpose, and I enjoyed doing it too. Also, by the way, Jester, I have actually confirmed a theory I've had. The key levels you do or want to do, like plus 12 to 13, it is by far the worst key level to do. Oh my god, I've been pugging on my mage, like kind of plus 12s, plus 13s. The skill level is an abomination. Okay, like it is actually hilarious. How bad people are actually in that key range. Wow, it is very, very rough. Yeah, you do not want to do 12-13s. Never, ever do 12-13s. That's a deplete moment. Deplete. HOI, 1 minute left. Check M+ for a fragment of that key. Let's take a look. Let's see what we've got. Let's see what we got going on here. M+. Okay, let's take a look. So here we are. Oh, Elemental Focus has gone off. Oh boy, we do not have a purge on that. That's going to be rough. The shock is going off. Okay. Oh boy. Oh, yep. Yep. Ow, ow. It's also bolster. We got double stack of bolstering there at the same time. So Vivi's going to have to basically solo this. He shouldn't die here, though. He's cheated. He's going to have to do the affix, though. That's where things get really cancerous. Wait, he's actually dead. He's actually feeding. I guess he has to run. Where do we die here? The Avenger's Shield. That's a good Avenger's Shield there. He's not in... The issue is he has to kite. He's not in Consecrate right now. So he's getting owned. There's also double affix. There's no Divine Shield right now either. Oh, no. Okay, that's bad. He just got double affixed. He's fucked. Oh, massive Wog there, though. Actually lives it. There's a lot of Zeppelins. Yeah. We have kited out. Like, the cooldowns are... We've got 0 CDs, though, right now. This is kind of the issue. We have literally 0 CDs. Well, I mean, we have... and Divine Toll. Oh! He didn't get the thing. It went off again. But it's fine. It's only him, so it's not actually an issue. Okay. And yeah, that is, that's definitely an experience. I better actually help. I'm AFK farming right now. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, we've got the cog, Path of Corruption here, ready to go. Use the... Oh, hang on. Holy shit, this is advanced tactics. He's taking the repair kit away to prevent the mech from repairing it. That's actually high level. And look, he's coming for it now. He wants the repair kit. He wants the repair kit. He actually actively prevents the mech from getting it. Gatekeeps the mech from... Yeah, picks it up, denies it. Will not let the guy have it. Takes it away. I guess you could try and hide it almost. Oh, it kind of shows up on the map though, doesn't it? This reminds me of ! Ranked. Yeah. ! Ranked was, I think, one of the most brutal moments in playing PvP I've ever had. There's going to be a time, guys, in ranked PvP where someone's going to go far. They're going to go far. And they will feed within seconds at the far node. And they will then repeat that process the entire game. They will not learn anything. They will not adapt. They will not change their behavior in any way. They will run across the map and chain feed relentlessly. And that is the moment where you will be tested. You'll find out what you're made of. Like, when this happens to you guys, you'll know, okay? You will know what, you know, who's who. Like, you figure out, like, if you're a gamer or not. Yeah, I have actually been watching some ranked recently, actually. I think I was watching... I was watching CJ's stream, actually. I think he was queuing with Naru. And, man, those games are... I mean, yeah, there's... yeah, that's... there's something. Yeah. Because I'm trying to get back... I'm getting back into PvP now, because I'm going to be playing PvP with Project Fungus to grind some mechanical skill. I'm going to force people to actually do duels and stuff, and actually grind a little bit and play ranked. So I'm kind of trying to get back into it, see what people are doing. Man, I'm not going to lie, holy shit, Vindy looks busted. Like, am I right on this? Like, Vindicator looks so fucking overpowered, actually. Oh my god. Like, in PvP, it's actually crazy how strong that build is. And also, like, the Ranger build. Like, the Ranger build seems really good, actually. The Untamed seems incredibly strong. Yeah. What went wrong with my installation? Well, I mean, I suppose I'm not really sure either. I don't know what, I don't know what that was. Feels ranked, man. I mean, that is a pretty good one, actually. It's a little bit low res, but yeah. Oh, also I'm dead. Unlucky. I'm coming back to life. Condy Reaper, Vindy. Yeah, I've been playing the, I'm playing the Condy Reaper. I've been playing the Condy Reaper a little bit, and also the Chrono build. Like, I think the Condy Reaper is pretty fun to play, actually. Dude, I can't get back in, because the thing is constantly pulsing. And the boss, like, teleported over here. This is very inconvenient. Yeah, I can send logs after the stream, Subia. Holy shit, everyone's actually getting farmed. I'm not totally sure what attack it's doing that's killing everyone. It's a little bit hard to tell on this boss. Yeah, it is actually a fun spec, yeah. I mean, it's the Death Magic build, right? I'm pretty sure that's the one everyone's playing right now. I saw a couple of people play Blood, actually, but I feel like Death Magic, it appears to be the way to go. Yeah, I've been playing that and the Chrono build, like the support Chrono build as well. Honestly, not a huge fan of the support Chrono build. It's not my favorite to play. I think I'd prefer Firebrand at the end of the day. But it's not horrible. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I need to play a 1v1 build too. I need to get, I guess Untamed is pretty much like the go-to right now, it feels like, in terms of duelist build. Yeah. We'll see. Or maybe I should play Catalyst, because there's none of those on EU, apparently. What is Catalyst good into right now? What do you play Catalyst into? Does it beat the Does it beat the Untamed? Bunker Warrior. Oh, really interesting. Like, wait, what type of what type of warrior? Berserker? Or Spellbreaker? I'm gonna deposit my essence. Spellbreaker. It's like defense Spellbreaker or what? Like, how is it a bunker? Is it the staff? The staff build? Why is it good? Why is it better than the Untamed? How is Willbender? I think it's probably going to be really good in ranked, but I think in more organized play, it will just get obliterated, I think. But I mean, it's mobile, it's fast, does big damage. It's definitely a rank build, for sure. Don't doubt a +1, very good. How good Necro is? Yeah, I guess so. Lets the Necro scale. Yeah, because you just have like an immovable object that just doesn't die. I guess that makes sense. And I guess you have to be able to survive Thief, right, as well. And that's easier fucking said than done, especially with Deadeye in the mix. It feels like all the Thief specs are good right now as well. Looks like people are leaning a little bit towards Deadeye in terms of like the one that everyone's playing, but it looks like it's all of them are good actually. Like all three Thief specs are good. I feel like ArenaNet does need to actually try to make a new version of Thief on another class. I know that sounds a little bit scary, but I think it's a really weird state of affairs that there is nothing else that does what Thief does. It's not even close. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think you win Thief versus no Thief, assuming that the Thief team doesn't play really, really badly, to be honest. Or that's the way it looks to me anyway. It just feels like the game is kind of unplayable without Thief. Competitively anyway. Mez doesn't compare. No, because you don't have old Portal, really. And Thief, you know, kind of has Portal now as well. Not quite to the same extent, obviously. But, I mean, Shadow Portal's a fucking good skill. It really is. And yeah, like Mesmer Portal, it's not the same as it was. Also, I feel like Mesmer in general is just not really good right now as well, outside of the support Chrono build. But yeah. And yeah, like the stuff like Virtuoso and Mirage are just quite bad, to be honest. They're really not good. Boom. The Hell Sister. Anyone has fun when Mesmer is good? I think the original Condi Chrono incarnation honestly was fine. Specifically the HOT Condi Chrono. So it was like Staff, Sword, Shield. I think that was actually a fine implementation of it. Didn't feel super cancerous. But yeah, like after reworks and stuff, Mesmer is usually very cancer. Unfortunately. Like specifically like the Chaos Mirage, Chaos Chrono were insanely obnoxious to deal with. In terms of builds that existed. But, I mean, yeah, it is what it is. Let's talk hashtag bolstering. Log in. Snizzle's outrated. It's fucking bedge time. It's nice day off. He's drowned. Snizzle is out. No healer. I'm beyond as well. Yeah, then it's probably for the best. We'll come back fresh and strong tomorrow. Love to see it. Chaos Chrono was so fun because of Mesmer. I mean, yeah, that was... And that wasn't good. Bonker meta. I do like that there's no res utility, actually, in the current meta. There's no Signet Mercy. Although, to be fair, actually, Core Guard was played, wasn't it? Actually. Core Guard was played in the EU monthly. Although I'm not sure if it was... I'm not sure if that's actually good or not. But it might just be a sign that the monthly was incredibly scuffed. But yeah, like, I like that Chrono doesn't have a revive. I think that leads to the games being more fun when there's no Signet. Don't like Signet. I prefer stuff like Glyph of Stars, right, where it's like a pulsing revive. rather than an instant res. I think I think it would be cool if Signet of Mercy was like a channeled ability, right? It's like maybe it had a larger AoE instead of a very, very small AoE, and it channeled and revived over time, like a little bit like how Glyph of Stars used to be. Weird cores played over Firebrand. And the numbers were just terrible on Firebrand. And also, there's another special thing that Core has that's actually very underrated. This is kind of true of Support Warrior as well. All of its abilities are extremely uninteractive. Core Guardian and Warrior Spellbreaker, like the support Spellbreaker, are very uninteractive. Because all of the healing, all of the throughput, right, all the boons, it's from instant cast spells. A lot of other classes, like Tempest, for example, have to hard cast a lot of their support skills, with a couple of exceptions, obviously, including attuning, obviously. And Firebrand has to hard cast a lot more. You hard cast on that class, which means that there's just like infinitely more counterplay to you, and there's like you can be shot down easier than a Core Guard. Whereas Core Guardian, it was very uninteractive because everything it does is instant cast. So that was the advantage it has, and also the numbers were just pretty shit on Firebrand. And, weirdly enough, the third trait line was kind of expensive for Firebrand too. Firebrand had a lot of issues with sustain. Those have been... those have been mostly addressed now, actually, in terms of sustain, but losing the third trait line actually does not feel good. Yep. Permanently pug alt keys. Well, dude, holy shit! Like, I can come on my mage. We can do keys. Do some depletes. Although I'm not sure I trust Vivi to actually tank. I've seen him literally deplete plus 10s. I'm not even joking, guys. I have been in a group with Vivi and he depleted a plus 10. Which is actually wild if you think about it. You're keying at 4 AM, bro? I mean, yeah, I'm a D-gen. Although I am fixing that. That is being repaired. And also, you depleted a plus 10. Best gw2 Twitch clips tier list? I mean, that would be content. You know what I want to do, guys? I want to do... Yo, we got gold as well. That's epic. I want to do Guild Wars 2 expansion tier list. Oh, yeah. That's what we're going to do. Yes. Yo, look at that. Let's go. Any L builds for a recommended for a beginner? Play Strikes, a bit of PP in World vs. World. I think Tempest is a great place to start, Maestrina. Either with a DPS, DPS Alacrity, or heal option. I think that's a great place to start. I think Weaver is all. If you want to play like a pure DPS, I think Weaver is really good, or Tempest, Condition Damage Tempest. Weaver really good for the power option, of course, if you want to play like a power damage build. And then heal Tempest as well. You would literally rank only 4. 5's about... I mean, I guess we can wait. Yeah, we can rank the expansions. Guys, you may be noticing that I'm running fastload.dll. Good job, team. Oh, they're doing Umbriel. Holy shit. I'll actually stay for that. I was going to go, but if they're doing Umbriel, I'm going to stay. And wait, is fastload.dll Monka TOS? There's no shot, bro. I don't think it is. I think fastload.dll is legit. Or am I wrong on this? Nexus has the legal version. Yeah, I know. I'm running fastload.dll currently. Also, I am going to say this. We need to start actually naming add-ons properly. For example, Subi's add-on should not be log proofs. It should be... What should it be? It should be killproof.dll. That should be the name of the add-on. Regions of Tyria. Yo, dude, Pirate made this. That's cool, actually. This should be region.dll. gg.dll, obviously. That's, you know, that's fucking easy. Anga CM is DPS. I am in Umbriel CM right now. I cannot. It's over. Also, do Ceres and stream. Do not mental boom. Cuts out cutscenes and allows you to immediately DPS things like DMOS. Oh shit, I didn't know it could do that actually. Yeah. Is it worth investing in Sassy as a new player? It can be really good if you want to play like a healer. And also be able to do some damage in open world. But other than that, I wouldn't say so, no. It's more of like a niche stat. It can be good if you want to play world versus world and PvE, because you can kind of make it work in like a multi-game mode thing. But in general, it's kind of expensive. It's very expensive compared to a lot of other gear, and it's definitely more niche. I wouldn't go in that direction. What's this Arbison show I heard so much about? It goes Lara. No. I mean, we're joking. So basically, for EOD, ArenaNet put out this notice that, oh yeah, we're doing a gameplay reveal stream. And I was like, oh shit, let's go. This is hype. I'm ready to pump, right? Like, this is exciting. And guess what? They showed no gameplay. There was literally no gameplay. Yeah. Yeah. And they basically just showed off, like, some architecture and a pretty building. And don't get me wrong, the building was pretty. I'm not disputing that. But it wasn't gameplay. We'll play without foot armor when bikinis drop. Yeah, that is unfortunate. It's, oh my god, it's going to be ridiculous. Also, awesomeness, this is completely random, actually, and I very much doubt you can actually do anything. I'm just curious if you have, like, an opinion or anything you can say about this. Do you think there is any chance of being able to actually have proper conversations with ArenaNet about some of this stuff? Like, for example, Guild Wars 2 Clarity is the really big one for me. Right? Need to pre-order? Yo! GW2, pre-order the game from there. Let's go. Buy the game using my referral link. Because, I'm not gonna lie, Guild Wars 2 Clarity is really good. Right? It really is. I'm not gonna lie. And I'm just gonna actually show it. Dude, Darren has a video on it. Let's go. So this is Guild Wars 2 Clarity, guys. You can see here that you can... It's basically weak auras. It's very similar to weak auras in World of Warcraft. You can basically create this little custom UI that tracks various buffs that are on you. So it doesn't give you any new information. It's not like a hack or anything like that. Well, it works like a hack, but it's not like telling you anything that you can't see. It's basically like moving a UI element and re-rendering it somewhere else, right? That's what this is doing, right? Stuff like this, in my opinion, should be allowed. It just improves the accessibility of the game, if we're being honest here. That's literally all it does. It's just better accessibility, especially for new players, by the way. This is so good for new players, being able to track stuff like this, in my opinion, because you can see here that Darren's is tracking boons and also his relic. You can see he's tracking his thief relic here, and he's also tracking quickness on himself. Let's say he was a herald and he's upkeeping quickness. Then that's going to be very useful. So he has immediate input if he's performing his rotation correctly, essentially. And in my opinion, some of this will be insanely good. I would love to get a conversation going about this and actually get some, like, proper talk about it, because I think that would actually be really useful. But, yeah. You can't see uptime. Yeah, but I imagine you can't see uptime because they're playing it safe. I would imagine it would be, I want to say, trivial to actually make it so you could see uptime. It's just that, you know, they're not doing that just to play safe. Catalyst energy, yeah, exactly, and Clarity can track that for you. I'm not sure it can actually do catalyst. Can it do catalyst energy? I actually don't know, but I'm sure that you could make it do that if you wanted to. But yeah, I mean, this is literally weak auras. Like, this is just a weak aura implementation in, you know, in Guild Wars, which I think will be good. You can't track vert blades. Yeah, but you could. You could. It's just that I imagine the developer is playing it very safe. Yeah. Also, Dragon Hunter. That's all I've got to say. That's my only comment, guys. Dragon Hunter. Weak auras in Guild Wars 2 be completely broken? Well, not necessarily. In fact, I don't think so at all, actually. No, I don't think so.
Careful now. We don't know for sure how badly they were damaged in Omnitrix.
The only thing that gets scary with weak auras is when you introduce network connectivity. That is when it becomes scary. Because when you do that, you can go, I got a mechanic, basically. And you can then compute what to do using that information. Boss timers abilities. I actually think boss timers are irrelevant. That's not the powerful part of WoW add-ons. That's irrelevant. In my opinion. If you're progressing a fight and you don't know the timers by heart, then I'm not gonna lie, you're a scrub. And you're probably not doing a very good job of it. The weak auras become problematic when they're able to computationally solve mechanics on the fly. That is when they become problematic. And the reason that's the case is because there is actually an API for this, of course, in the game, where you can broadcast messages that other add-ons can read. Within World of Warcraft, that is the problem, is this connectivity part of it. Which, funnily enough, actually, you can do in Blish. Oh man, I'm going to see if I can find Awesomeness's video. Check this out. I will actually just show you what Awesomeness was making. Because it's really interesting, like, just how powerful you can make this if you actually do this stuff. Oh, wait, where's the video? Where's the video for this? I can't find the video. But basically, dude, fucking Awesomeness was making some dank shit. But I can't find it right now. For some reason. Unlucky. But yeah, Blish can actually have network connectivity. And Awesomeness was actually making a disgustingly broken add-on for Ceres that would actually hard assign you to your position for green for every single set. You could pre-assign green positions, and it would draw an arrow to you every single time. And even solve the green. It could even solve the green mechanic theoretically, I think. I think it would be theoretically possible anyway. Like, network connectivity with add-ons is a no-no. I don't think you should really do that. It's very overpowered. I'm working on that, actually, Zoe. I'm looking for people to update them, in fact. I have got some helpers. It should be updated pretty soon. But yeah, they're not updated. I haven't been up for a while. I actually think the builds... I think the best site right now is actually Meta Battle for World vs. World. But yeah, we're working on builds. I want to get back on it. Like, I've been slacking on Hardstuck.gg for a while. But yeah, I'm actually bringing that back. Trying to get some gamers to actually help out and get it updated properly. That is the goal. Guild Wars 2 Miss. Guild Wars 2 Miss is, I don't think, actually up to date with the current meta. Because the current meta is actually Celestial. And I did actually check Guild Wars 2 Miss. Guild Wars 2 Miss, I think, is still on basically, like, the previous meta. With that weak aura thing, if it goes to allow you to track traces and not currently on the UI. Theoretically, yes, but I would say make the restriction you can't do that. You can only do things that are visible to you. Add-ons like that are required, like in WoW. This is a... Okay, this is actually a misunderstanding. I don't think there is... There probably have there been any fights that are literally impossible without add-ons? Probably at least one, to be honest. But the add-ons become required not because it's impossible, because it makes it easier, right? Like it's any tool that gives you an advantage will be required. You have to be really careful when you make a statement like this, because it's not really what's going on there. It's a little bit more complicated than that. Yeah, it's not about, like, things will be required if they give you an advantage. And look, it's the same thing, right? You know, same thing with, like, voice comms, right? Like, voice comms are, like, a huge advantage. They're essentially required in any serious progression group. But that's not a problem, right? Something being required isn't inherently problematic. What's problematic is when you're in this situation where the mechanic, you're just kind of doing what the add-on's telling you to do, because the mechanic is so overly complex that it's kind of unrealistic to do it without an add-on. And there have been a couple of examples of this, to be honest, in WoW raids, I'm sure. I actually don't know any. I haven't seen any in this expansion in Dragonflight. They're all theoretically doable. Some of them very cancerous, but, you know, not impossible. WoW is designing encounters with add-ons in mind. But the thing is, what does that mean? Yes, they are assuming you're going to use add-ons. That doesn't... Look, pause this for me language-wise. Is the devs are making it so that you need add-ons? Is that statement the same as they are designing with add-ons in mind? I'll tell you, the answer is no. Like, yeah, obviously. They're designing fights with the tools that players have access to. That does not mean they're making them impossible without add-ons, or that they intend them to be only doable with add-ons. I actually think the whole design around add-ons things, it's very misunderstood, especially by people who don't play the game, to be honest. They aren't really. I mean, they definitely are. They're obviously aware of it, right? Like, they're aware that people are going to use this software. But it doesn't really... If you removed add-ons, I'm not sure if the fights would really look that different. Like, if you want to talk about complexity, the actual arms race the devs have is actually kind of against Echo right now, and Liquid, and Method. They need to make a boss that's on the edge of possibility. And it turns out that makes it quite hard, especially if you're a mere mortal. Like, this is a very hard job that Blizzard have. They have to make a fight that takes Echo and Liquid about a week and a half to kill, right? Like, and it turns out that is very difficult to do. Yeah. Don't need to defend WoW. Well, I mean, I actually do. Like, I in the same way that I defend Guild Wars 2 when people spread misinformation about Guild Wars 2, I will defend World of Warcraft when people spread misinformation about it. In the same way that I will also defend New World if there's misinformation about that game. On the edge of possibility, Ceres Legendary CM and Embodiment of Sin in one run. I mean, yeah, that's going to be a rough one, to be honest. I'm not sure. I don't know if that's doable, though. I mean, with power creep, it will be. But I'm just not sure if you have enough DPS for that. It's pretty bad. Yeah, that is true. However, I would say, just because the accurate information isn't good, we don't need to make up any lies. Like, for example, on launch, people they literally made shit up about New World, right? You know, like, because people said, oh yeah, the game is client authoritative. And they can't fix it. There was a lot of allegations that, yeah, the net code is just fucked, and they can't fix it. This was a big talking point of a lot of critics of the game around launch, that it is irreparable and they can't fix it. Yeah, they fixed it, I think, in less than a week, to be clear. That was misinformation. It is as simple as that. And I did not like the launch of New World whatsoever, but here's the thing. We do not make things up, right? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I don't like the game. It doesn't matter if the game isn't good, or if it disappointed me, or if they made bad decisions, or if they made mistakes. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to make stuff up about that. Yeah. Yep. Had to make mechanics more visible. I mean, honestly, the telegraphing in WoW is pretty good. There aren't that many things that are scuffed. Like, in M+, it's pretty chaotic, but that's because you pull, like, 15 mobs. We're only getting more power creep. I don't like that because mostly every other piece of content is going to get even easier. I mean, maybe they'll keep it reined in about the same area.
Bring that essence to me, and I'll do the rest.
Yeah. If the story makes more funny... Oh, you mean like the Andrew Tate pizza stuff? I will grant you that was quite funny. I hate to say it, I've got to stand on principle. It wasn't true. No, we have to stick to the truth, in my opinion, even though the idea of that is extremely amusing, to be honest, but yeah. I do know what you mean, though. I have sympathy for that position. Client authority should be in question for an MO in the first place? Well, I mean, yeah, you'd fucking hope so. It was because there were a couple of glitches that did allow you to kind of interrupt the packets between you and the server. But again, they just fixed it, right? There was basically a bug that was causing it to stall, right? It wasn't client authoritative, it was server authoritative. The entire time, there was just simply a bug that was preventing communication from the server to the client and stalling, and then they fixed it. Sarkhan's pretty scuffed visually, lots of blue swirls on blue platform. Yeah, they actually fixed that, though. They made them purple. I do agree. Like, the original incarnation of that was a bit sus. Fucking Blizzard and their roleplay. But it's honestly alright now, like, once you get used to it anyway. It's a bit chaotic, but, I mean, that fight is pretty intense, honestly. There's a lot going on in Phase 3. Swirlies are dog shit. To be honest, I really don't have trouble with them. I've kind of got used to how the WoW AoEs are now, like the swirlies and the rings with like the fuzz at the end. I kind of got used to it. I've got a pretty decent feeling for how to not stand in a swirly now. I think they're alright. Same with soaks, right? They're all pretty decent now. But yeah, I mean, it's, you know, whatever. It's a role play. It's a role-playing situation. Go in the swirly. Touch the swirly. The window dragging bug, yeah. And don't get me wrong, that was a major bug. But the thing is, oh man, I really want to do like a video essay on New World, bro. Because New World got treated extraordinarily unfairly. Like, oh, an MMO has duping bugs on launch, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, it's obviously bad, but guys, reminder that Guild Wars 2 has had severe duping bugs even in recent history. Okay? And we go, yeah, you know what? That's kind of bad. But hey, GG, you know, they fixed it. Kind of. Over time. Right? And even on launch, right? Like, Guild Wars 2 had, like, some pretty serious duplication bugs on launch. And, again, to be clear, I am not saying that companies shouldn't be criticized for this. They should be. New World deserves the criticism. But the way it was criticized, I think, was so unfair. Actually, it was, like, ridiculously unfair, in my opinion. I'm in Group 6, Northeast. Let's go. Because, yes, it was scuffed on launch. But let me tell you a secret. Every MMO is scuffed as fuck on launch, right? That's not a surprise. And yes, well, I mean, I think the good criticisms of New World is that it had fuck all content on launch and they did a complete 180. You know what's actually funny? I actually did quite like their expeditions. I'm not going to lie, guys. I actually think their expeditions and encounter design was actually rather good. It was fun to play with their combat system. I quite liked it in PvE, actually. I really didn't mind it. The problem was that I wasn't really looking for a PvE game. I didn't want to play New World for PvE. I wanted to play it for PvP. And there just wasn't PvP content, really. There wasn't PvP systems on the launch of the game. And that was like kind of where the issue was for me. Because, yeah, what I played in PvE, I didn't hate. I thought it was cool, honestly. I especially liked, wait, which one was it? The one with the giant rock man at the end. The ancient one, right? Like the skeleton one. That was actually really cool. I think that was actually a pretty interesting encounter, actually. And an incredible spectacle. It really was. Overall, actually. Same thing with, I think the Garden of Genesis was actually a really cool encounter as well, actually. That was really good. I wasn't a huge fan of the... What was the other one? There were 3, right? 3 endgame ones, I think? I can't remember. To be honest. But, yeah, like, the third one I remember I was not a huge fan of. But, yeah, like, the Garden of Genesis and the Ancient Expedition at the max level, actually really solid, to be honest. I like the PvE. And, you know, hey, maybe I'll go back and play some of it, because when Angel's saying I would like it, and I actually agree with him. I think he's right. I probably would, actually, like the Expedition content in the game. Because I think it was good. Ah, yeah, the Lazarus Instrumentality. That's right. Yeah, that's what it was called, yeah. Yeah, I think that was actually good. I quite liked it. It was cool. I did like the PvE in that game, to be honest. Like, the open world PvE, I think, was really good. Like, the open world PvE augmented with PvP was honestly peak fucking gaming. Like, there's no way around it. When you could be going out, like, doing rifts. Oh, man. Dude, open world PvP is so good. I love it so much. Okay, because it can augment boring activities, like walking, right? And turn them into content. Because all of a sudden, you're walking through the land, you're looking at the pretty things, you're listening to the pretty music, and looking at the trees, maybe you're chopping a tree or, like, picking a flower or something, and all of a sudden, you're getting fucking ganked, okay? All of a sudden, you got 7 men on you, okay? And you've got to do something about that. You know, you've got to deal with this situation. That is content. I also, I really didn't vibe with Wars either. I criticized Wars a little bit in the pre-event. I was like, okay, you know, I'm not a big fan of it being instance, but there's something here, like, there's some potential. I'm sure they can make it good. They did not fucking change Wars since, like, the preview at all. They didn't change it, they didn't fix any of the issues, and it was a complete fucking shit show. And Wars were not good, and a huge part of the... Oh my god. Like, I think they made this better with influence races, I think, to be fair, actually. But on launch, the way that War Declaration worked was fucking dog shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. New World. Yeah, that was rough. Yeah. So do the devs. I did not fucking opt out, Jester. I have never opted out in my entire fucking life. Dude, you and me were 1 to 60, 0 opt. You know that. You both know that. You know who opted out? Jack Leaf. Okay, boom. You know who opted out? Like, the entire fucking server we were on. Holy shit. That's what's going on there. Yeah, Z-opt. Oh, yeah, oh my god. Oh, these guys. Oh, we're on the Helheim. Oh, yeah, guys. We're the Helheim PvP server. Oh, by the way, we're opting out until level 60. These people are fucking jokers. I'm sorry, guys. They're jokers. Clowns, if you will. That's cringe. They literally opted out until level 60. Yeah, that's the thing. Early open world PvP is always the best. It's exactly the same thing in Vanilla WoW, by the way. It's exactly the same thing. Because it's scuffed, it's weird, it's wacky, right? Nobody knows what they're doing, right? You know what I mean? Like, people don't have good builds. People are just kind of playing it out, right? And figuring out what the fuck's going on. It was so fucking epic. Like, when I saw Great Axe for the first time, I was like, yo, this shit is busted. I need to get a Great Axe right now. And then you just start slamming people with the Great Axe. Man, dude, I'm sorry, guys. The combat system in New World is actually good. I did prefer it when it had stagger, but even without stagger, it's actually rather decent. The only thing that's quite bad, actually, about New Worlds combat is they removed animation canceling. That, to me, turns the combat system down from actually really fucking fun to kind of dog shit. No, it's not dog shit. It's S tier, but there's like a little bit of dog shit. Okay, so imagine this, guys. You've got a really nice sandwich, maybe a burrito, something of that nature. And it's the flavor is great. But then, you know, right? Kind of like the aftertaste. There's like feces. There's like a little bit of dog shit that's kind of infiltrated the sandwich, right? Like, no, the thing is though, okay, awesomeness. Okay, no. I'm going to call you on this. I'm going to have to call you on this. Let's say you were eating your favorite sandwich and then you suddenly tasted dog shit. Would you still call that S-? You wouldn't call that S-, no? Wouldn't you actually say that even though it's got great ingredients, delicious, okay? But there's also dog shit that it kind of ruins it, right? Like, even though the rest of it is good, right? There's a problem there. Yeah. And that's kind of how I feel about New World combat. Like, I genuinely think that removing animation canceling just made it so much worse. Almost objectively, to be honest. Like, almost objectively. Because it really is a great combat system. Like, but not really anymore. Now it's just like, whatever. It's pretty okay. Also, Luarin in the chat. Cute Gamer Girls leader and Project Fungo leader. Yeah, the music, honestly, the sound design in that game, spectacular. I'm loving the sound design. I personally love the visuals, and I do like the setting. I know that they did make it a bit more generic, and I do agree it would have been more exciting if they had gone with the American colonial era. I can understand why they didn't do that. They would have got cancelled, probably, especially seeing as they're Amazon. I definitely get that. I know what we're doing here. But I think the setting is actually kind of cool. I did like it. I think visually the game was very impressive. They did reuse, like, the same tower 50 million times. But it is what it is. It still looked pretty good, I think. Yeah. Yes. But yeah, they do some good stuff there. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I do think that a lot of the systems, especially around PvP, are very, very mid. And I don't know. Look, this is a very me complaint, and I'm just going to say it. The fact that they made the progression so vertical was a huge turnoff. Like, I loved the fact that you could, like, grind for a day and have, like, pretty damn good gear from the faction vendor, right? From, like, the little tokens you could get from doing... Oh my god. They also made the... They made the XP rewards from PvP quest dog shit. Oh my god. Whenever I remember this stuff, it just gets worse and worse. And they made opt-in another 10% XP instead of like 50%. I just don't even like to talk about this stuff, though. This is just... It's absolutely fucking brutal. Yeah, I hated how vertical... They made the game so fucking grindy. And I get it. They had zero content, right? So they had to make it really grindy. But damn, they made it so vertical and so grindy. Oh, man. And they didn't have PvP servers as well. Like, that's another thing entirely, but... Yeah. Luarin is organizing our spreadsheet for Project Fungo, and gearing her world versus world characters for Project Fungo, and setting up build templates for PvP also for Project Fungo. All Project Fungo members will be 1600 rating minimum. Realistically, it needs to be higher than that. Like, the goal should be 1700 in my opinion. Well, I think that's like top 10, but honestly, if you can't get top 10 in this game, you're fucking dog shit. So that's the reality here. Okay, you're going to end up in the sandwich. 1600 is higher than mine. Yeah, because you do fucking demon hour queues, and not always duo queue, and also you play for fun. Okay, that's the big difference here. Yeah. I've seen your queues, boys. I see like the, oh, I'm awake at 4 a.m. Okay, I know what's going on there. And believe, yeah, I've seen your games. They, yeah, yep. It's something. But yeah, I am initiating the PvP arc. Nico duo queue arc is coming back, guys. We are going to be grinding the ladder. We are getting back into it. I also have to duo queue with everyone to force them to play. The only two people who I'm not going to be able to force to play is Patho and Jester. They are exempt. But they are forced to play World vs. World. Everyone else is forced to play PvP. And I will still attempt to force Patho to play PvP. There's no way in hell I'll get Jester to do it. There's like a slight chance I can get Patho to play. If I can actually get him to play, we win the monthly AT instantly, by the way. Because he'll carry. It's going to be good. Jester, look. I am openly saying this, Jester is getting the Peepo coin. In the same way that Mike got the Peepo coin back in Mix. I broke you. Yep, you and Mike broke me in PvP. I'm going to freely admit that. Are you wanting your players to burn out? Well, I mean, look, they need to train their resilience to it. Listen, I actually wrote a full... Look, Luaran's seen the document on this. I've actually written a full document of all the activities I want people to do in this game. And believe me, there's some good stuff in there. Including doing, like, deliberate 8-hour grinding sessions so that people build some fucking stamina. And having to do Ceres Legendary Mode 10 times in a row, minimum, without failing. Also, I want to try and do Embodiment of Sin twice in a row as well. I figure if you can't do that, you're probably quite bad. So quite a lot of things like that. Yeah, and also monthly AT. I'm getting a monthly AT together. Like, Brick wants to play, I think. Nico will play. I'll play. We're going to have to... Look, once again, the PvP scene needs me to literally 1v200 them. Because do you know what's going to happen? And this is 100% true, by the way. If I start going for the monthly, unironically, it will motivate other teams to actually try. I'm not joking, and that's kind of part of my motivation, actually. It kind of sucks for me because it will make it harder to win. But if I actually start trying, people will actually play. I think so. We'll get that going at the same time. We'll save PvP real quick. I'll save ranked as well simultaneously. I'll just save your entire fucking game mode. But yeah, that's the reality there, guys. Those are some. I mean, look, I've done a whole docket. I did a full docket. Luaran's read it. Like, Luaran can tell you guys all about it. But yeah, we are grinding. Look, I'm not interested in playing with people who don't actually want to go hard. Like, that's the reality. I really don't care. Like, if people don't want to go hard, then don't fucking play. We need that kind of attitude in fucking WoW as well. Like, seriously, man. People who can't go 2 hours without a break, that's goddamn embarrassing. People who don't want to grind Awakened, that's actual cringe. Okay, that is actual cringe. Right, let's go to the middle. Dude, are we going to get gold on Umbriel? It's going to be close. But yeah, we have to do all game modes, including World vs. World. I don't really want to do GVG. At the risk of being camped forever for saying this, I'm not into it. I don't know. Like, it feels a little too structured to me, honestly. I like World vs. World when it's, like, very free and kind of dynamic. Like, when you're fighting on, like, a weird piece of terrain, right? You know, when there's weird shit going on. When you're outnumbered. When you're in a structure. When you've got siege on you, right? Like, I think that's, like, what I like about World vs. World. Yeah, I don't know. It's... I'm not about GVG, I think. You know, it's obviously cool, and I like that the scene exists, and I would obviously encourage people to go for it, and, you know, I definitely support the scene. I support it existing, but it's not for me, I think. Yeah, we're gonna do, like, Havoc stuff, like, you know, just, like, open field play, I think. A lot of that, and not necessarily, like, open field fights, like, going to the fight spots. I actually want to play World vs. World, you know? I don't want to do too much, like, structured World vs. World. I want to do, like, very sandboxy, dynamic World vs. World. Yeah, I'll try installing. I need to eat some food, but then I need to eat after this because I didn't eat before the stream. But Then I'll send the logs over and shit. Are you gonna be forcing the PvP meta on your players or letting them YOLO whatever? People will play them. People will play the good builds. If we're playing to win. Like, this is one thing I will be telling. I haven't really told people this yet, but there is no such thing as a main. If you main something, then I don't know. Stop doing it. There's no such thing as a main. People play the builds that are required to win. Because I want to play competitively in the game in PvP and PvE. I guess not so much World versus World. World was more of like a team bonding exercise, I guess. But I think that's what it's actually good for. But no, there's no such thing as a main in my eyes. Or, well, not a serious main anyway. I think the only player who's allowed to get away with that is Zan. And ultimately, I imagine that would eventually be problematic, right? Like, you know, if you nerf NG, you literally nerf Zan, right? Which is, you know, unfortunate. Can I be a support main? Yeah, maining a role I think is actually fine. You should play DPS though, because the thing is, if you aren't good at... This is the way I see it, especially in PvE. If you aren't good at DPS, that means you aren't good at pressing buttons. Because why would you... There's no... What is this concept? Oh, dude, we actually missed fucking gold. I'm actually really sad. Feels bad. Unlucky. Like, if you can't do DPS well... That means that you are just not good at ability usage, essentially. It is kind of what that means. Like, you're slow, you can't do the rotation, you can't attack while moving. Like, that is going to be the diagnosis. There's no such thing as a player who is, like, bad at... Like, there's no such thing as a player who is not a good DPS player, but they are a good support player. Not really, no. I don't think so. In my opinion. Wait, what's Muckler got to do with this, guys? What's that to do with anything? I mean, I know he plays support, but that doesn't mean he can't play DPS. Would that be ridiculous? Like, if you are a good player, you should be able to play all roles in PvE. Yes, yeah, I agree with people having a preferred playstyle, and some people are going to be better at other things. That I think that's 100%, 100% the case, absolutely. But that's not what I'm getting at here. Like, when people say, "Oh yeah, I'm no good at DPS, but I'm good at support," no, like that's not how it works. Like, if you are a good player, you will be good at both of those things. I don't see Mug getting Night Fair super. Of course he could. No, actually, no. I am going to stick up for my man here. For my boy. Of course he could. 100%. I'd be willing to put money on it. I'd actually put money on this. Well, okay, he could throw... No, I can't do this. He'll fucking throw on purpose. But no, 100%. I think if Muck sat down and he dedicated an afternoon to it, he could get 95% bench in one afternoon on basically any build. And actually, I'm not even going to say... Not even going to call out Muck here. Anyone. Anyone can do that. If you put the effort in, you put the work in, 100% you can do that. Yes. It's not about, like, aptitude or anything like that. If you put the work in, you want it, you're going to, you know, learn, and you're going to put the effort in, you can make it happen. I fundamentally believe that any player that wants to set those goals can accomplish those goals. So yeah, that's the situation. What's this? I can put in the time bench. Getting others to put me near to eating razor blades. Like, so I actually should have written this in the document, Lauren. So essentially, the way that I would read this is, if you're capable of doing that, it means that you have a sufficient level of understanding of how to use abilities and how to, you know, correctly execute and link abilities together, that's going to make you a better support player as well, right? Like that skill, the skill that gives you good DPS is efficiently linking abilities with no downtime while also performing mechanics, right? That's like a skill that you're developing there. And this is how I tend to think of games. I think people think of things in a slightly too discrete way. You always want to think of these things in generalities, in my opinion. So when I'm perceiving practicing a game, I'm not thinking I'm practicing DPS. I'm thinking I'm practicing on using my abilities efficiently, quickly, and not wasting them, right? Like, that is the skill that you're practicing. And you need to be good at that to be good at support, yeah? And if you're and when you're doing DPS, you need to be good at that to do DPS as well, yeah? Like, but the thing is that if you're good at that, you're going to be good at both. But, yeah. And yeah, there's absolutely nothing wrong with a comfort pick, and there's nothing wrong with a preference. For example, like, you know, on progression, people are going to play roles, right? I'm actually okay with playing anything. Like, I'm going to be probably playing with Luaran and Plenix. They're probably going to play support, which is actually really scary to me because I think I'm really good on support. But you know, I think they're also really good on support as well. It's just that, you know, I like playing support, especially as the leader, raid leader and so on. But I'm actually totally fine with playing DPS or playing offensive support, like a Herald or something. That's fine. Herald is probably pretty good to lead on because it's very easy to play, obviously, but that's besides the point here. Like, you're allowed to have a preference. I think that's absolutely fine when it comes to, you know, to that. Everyone's going to have a preferred playstyle, but you should be capable of doing all of it. If you want to be a tryhard, if you want to be a good player, if you want to blast, then you need to be a well-rounded and well-developed player. This is why I want people to be good at PvP. PvP, reactive, decision-making, dynamic gameplay. That's so important in raid progression. Like, having that split-second snap to respond to something go wrong. That makes you a better player. That's why I want Fungies to be doing PvP. Same thing with World vs. World. World vs. World is also great for building communication and kind of getting a feel for how people play. It's the same in PvP. Like, for example, I feel like when I play with Nico, I feel like I have really good synergy because we played with each other a lot. We have very good synergy because we played PvP a lot together. A lot of duo queue, a lot of ATs, and that's such a powerful bunch. You need that if you want to play seriously. You have to have that if you want to actually get shit done. And that's the point of World vs. World. That is the point of PvP. That is the point of getting people to play DPS. Yeah, I want Luaran to play DPS, so she practices that skill set. I want her to play PP, so she practices that skill set. I want her to play World vs. World. I also want her to lead. I want her to be capable of talking while playing. Because I always raid lead. And actually, this is a thing that actually does happen. This could be a little bit placebo. I feel like this happens in the WoW Guild a little bit as well, and definitely in M+. If I don't call stuff, it sometimes goes a little bit awry, sometimes. And that's my fault, by the way. I am supposed to be doing the shot calling for WoW. I just haven't been, look, I'll just fucking straight up admit it. I haven't been up to it over the last couple of months, and that's, you know, that's on me. To be honest, I just, yeah, again, irrelevant. I just haven't been in the right state of mind to be capable of doing that. But yeah, we need other people to be not only capable of doing it themselves, but also having that level of independence as well when it is different people, when you have more people communicating at the same time with that stuff. Yeah. Yes. Spin jerkies? Yes, it is time. Let's go. T-Work cranking top DPS? Yeah, I'm honestly an alright DPS player, I think. I think I do well. I mean, look, I played DPS. Hell, look, the first thing I played was Tempest. I actually played in... It's actually funny. Dude, I actually got owned. I played in a QT raid back in HOT, actually. And, guys, we actually nearly got the Gorseville record in the, like, just the random run we were doing. But, guys, I had the wrong fucking food. I'm not joking. I clicked the wrong food. Unfucking lucky. And we missed the record by like a couple of seconds because of that. Yeah, honestly, hate to see that. Yeah, you know, I played DPS a lot. Back then, I played Weaver, obviously. I played NG, like, variety of DPS. There was obviously a lot of Necro in there as well. Guardian, of course, Dragon Hunter, like a variety of builds. But yeah. No, look, I say the same. Look, guys, I'm honestly super rusty. When it comes to Guild Wars 2, I'm rusty as fuck. I need to get back into it as well. Like, I'm going to be playing DPS builds in PvE. I'll play support. I'll play, like, the offensive builds. We've all got to play them. Everyone's got to play everything. Like, I want to try and play all the roles in PvP too, or at least, like, experiment with it a little bit to kind of get a feel for how it plays out. All that kind of stuff. The only thing I'm not playing is Thief. Fuck that shit. I'm probably going to force Nico to be the Thief main in PvP. I feel like he's the only one who's degen enough to actually do that. It's going to be great. Yeah, play Chrono, right? All that kind of stuff. When does this start? Most of June, so my fungal operation will be mostly admin. Yeah, that's fine. I just want to get I want to get some basic activities going. Get the ball rolling. What are you off to? What are you up to, Lauren? But yeah, Fungus begins soon. I am looking for more Fungus. We do need a couple more Fungus tryhards, actually, because I'm not sure how many of us are actually going to be playing on main roster. We need a couple more Fungi. I don't know. Honestly, I've got no idea who's actually going to make the cut. I don't know who is actually... I don't know who actually has what it takes yet. I need to actually kind of investigate it. But yeah. Christian in the past. Yo, that's cool. Very nice. I have some gamers. Yeah, I need to actually see if they're actually any good. I was actually really impressed by Brick on Sarah. I think Brick is a very strong player. He has very strong mechanics. So I'm looking forward to seeing what everyone else is made of. We actually have Magic Spirit as well from DT. I think he's a good player. That should be good. Any content for NA? Oh man, you know, I actually talked to Grim about this a little bit, Jaden. I actually think the NA team was really, really good. And I was really considering just saying, I will just play on NA and do progression with that team, actually, and just play on NA. We'll see if that... but then I was like, I don't know, like... it might have been a little bit difficult to execute there. It might have been a little bit harder for me to execute that. And obviously, it's a little bit scuffed when you're playing cross-server. Like, all that kind of stuff. But, yeah. Yeah, I would really like to play. I really like the NA group for Saros, actually. I think that was really cool. And I actually specifically mentioned you, actually, Jaden. Like, I would definitely like to play with you on progression and like, competitively in PvP, because you actually like the game. That's very rare, actually. Like, the Venn diagram of people who are good and people who actually like the game, it's actually very low. To be honest, like a lot of the people who are good kind of like despise the game or kind of like let's not be hyperbolic. I would say they're indifferent towards the game, actually. They just don't really care that much, really. I don't get that from you. I definitely see a lot of energy when I see you play and when you talk about the game. I saw that a lot on the HTCM and on the Ceres as well, and actually when you PvP as well. That's exactly the kind of mentality that I'm looking for. Yeah, if you were EU, I would poach you in an instant. No mercy, okay? I'd really like to play with Luna Cryo Phoenix as well, actually. I think he's one of the best players in the game. But he's fucking taken. Unlucky. Needing to get kicked from SC for, I don't know, being a furry or something. Who knows? But that's how it goes. You can't have all the players, guys. Can't hog them all. This segment of the stream is my favorite. Well, I mean, what is this? Like, where I'm just kind of riffing, I guess? So just talking about my unhinged schemes. Yeah, I mean, we'll make it happen. That's how it is. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, it'll be interesting to see if it kind of works out. It needs to be done in a pretty sustainable, good, non-dog shit way. Whoa. It's the Jin. The hide-and-seek Jin. What's the whole Project Fungo? You're coaching players? No, it's basically like the Get Good arc. It's the Get Good arc is what it is. I'm jumping. I'm killing the spark. Boom. The power vote? Dude, the power vote was kind of good. I should have kept going with that, honestly. But I kind of just got distracted. Yeah. What was I doing about Guild Wars 2 CC? I actually have no idea what that is. What is that? What's Guild Wars 2 CC? Is it like a hack or something? But yeah. No, I was actually in particular really impressed by the NA HTCM gang, actually. What was the guy's name? Fuck. Who was the leader? What was he called? That guy was really good. I like that guy a lot. I can't remember. But yeah, that guy was a badass, actually. He was kind of organizing that. And I really like the NA PvP HTCM crew. What is this? Yeah. What the fuck is this? Yeah. That's a good one. Daily reminder. Oh, dude, this one is so good. Dude, ERP2 is so good. Holy shit. Look at this thing. MNF just fucking winning ERP2 out of nowhere was so good. Because the thing is, nobody thought they were going to win. It was such a good storyline. Because MNF was like the giga, you know, underdog, basically. It was like, oh yeah, it's the NA team. You know, they're scrappy. They're posting Exodia. Like, you know, they're posting like the Subway fucking image, right? Like in Discord, they're a bit crazy. And they just win the entire tournament. Yeah, this one is so good. Oh my god, it's such a good meme. Oh, man. Still free from the guild. Honestly, I respect that. Yeah, that's good. Well, I think it is. Oh, no, it's a raid tournament. Oh, man. We've got to do tournaments like this again. The tournaments just fucking suck. Oh, dude, this is such a good time in the game, dude. Oh. You know, I'm not even sure if the Reddit would even let me do a trash talk thread anymore. They'd go, oh, this isn't funny. Oh, wow. You're doing a trash talk thread? How unfunny can you get? Cringe. Dude, nobody even fucking like this anymore, dude. Oh, man. What a terrible time the internet we live in. Because what we would do, guys, before tournaments, like the day before, we would have an official trash talk thread where all the teams, because they're friends, right? Like everyone in the everyone in the game was mostly friends-ish, kind of. And, you know, people would get in there and... you know, they would just like talk shit, right? Like talk smack. Obviously non-serious, right? Like posting memes, like going crazy, right? All this kind of stuff. And it was really fun. It was really good content. But yeah. Was it a good time? Yeah, it actually was though. It was. Yeah, it was. It was scuffed, but it was fun. And it was exciting, I think. I think that was a time where everyone wanted to log in. Like, that is what I really miss about Guild Wars 2, is playing with people who are excited to log in. Like, being excited to get home and log in to Guild Wars 2. They won't do Embodiment of Sin again, not the way they did anyway. I think they... by the way, if anyone's grinding Embodiment of Sin, guys... I would definitely get a move on. I'd be pretty surprised if they didn't nerf it at some point. I would start grinding it if you want to get the unnerfed version, because that actually might not exist in the game forever. To be clear, that's not like an insider information. That's just me kind of guessing what will happen. I think they actually will nerf it and make it significantly easier. You have probably got a bit of a stay of execution, actually, because they probably have to fix the fractal first. They haven't done that yet, so they've got to do the fractal first before they can go ahead and do the EOSCM. But that's probably next on the list. Unleashed content in DMs. All right. What is this? I don't know what this is. What even is this? Wait, this is like hacks? Well, I mean, this is not good. I mean, you've linked me a hack website, haven't you? Like, what the fuck is this?
This implies that the Mursat of JANTHIR were not the
what are these?
The Mursat are not from Tyria. they're from... Just read it.
Incredible.
What?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess they should probably ban you if you use hacks, I guess. Yeah, I mean, don't do that. Wait, is it what is this, by the way? Is this like a bot or a hack? What is this? Or is it both? Is it a bot? Like, yeah, it looks like it's both, huh? It's like a general hack. Dude, guys, it's literally Guild Wars 2 Nexus, but for hacks. You can do like all sorts of stuff on this one. Wow. Incredible. It's the raid core we need. I mean, I don't know, whatever. I mean, hacks suck. Don't do that. It is what it is. Wait, oh shit, is Plenix doing Sarah CM training right now? Oh shit. Is it beginning? Did he stream Sarah CM training? I'm checking Plenix's VOD if he streams Sarah CM training. Oh my god, I just realized I have fucked up. Someone raided the stream, and I very rudely didn't shout them out. I think my bot did, but I missed them. I can't remember. I think it was Jake or something. I am very sorry. I got distracted. I was yelling at the chat, I think. Just Jake K! I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I missed your raid, but I have now unmissed it. And therefore, I am absolved. Alright, guys. I'm done with the stream, by the way. Let's raid Emmy. Let's go raid Emmy. Yo! I am back. Maybe tomorrow. There will be streams. Big streams for the news in Guild Wars 2, guys. Project Fungo is beginning shortly. We're doing Keys tomorrow as well. We've got WoW Raid. We've got Keys. We've got Guild Wars 2 stuff. Zero to Hero is returning. We're doing expansion preparation, Zero to Hero. Lots of stuff to come. So that is it, guys. Follow the stream, guys. Wednesday? Okay, nice. I'm definitely watching that. Follow the stream, guys. Follow my social media. Follow me on Twitter. Follow the Guild's Twitter. Join my Discord. Okay? Watch all my YouTube videos. Buy Guild Wars 2 using the expansion link, guys. Let's go. Buy the Ultimate Edition now. Go. Do it. Also, subscribe on Patreon so you get access to my Google Drive. And go Hardstuck Patreon so I can do tournaments. I need to put a goal there, like 500 a month, and I can actually carry Guild Wars 2 esports. That's all it costs, guys. It's bargain. Let me tell you that. It's a fucking bargain. But anyway, I'm out of here. I'm raiding Emmy. Let's go. And I'll see you when I see you. If I'm fresh and I get my schedule, we play tomorrow. Otherwise, might be Tuesday when there's news. But yeah, might be a stream tomorrow, might not be. I'm not promising anything. Again, buy the game using my referral link, follow, subscribe, hand over all your money, go on Patreon, join on YouTube, okay? Leave YouTube comments, get ready for the TeaTime VOD tomorrow. It's going to be very exciting. But that is going to be all for today, my friends. Thanks so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed over on YouTube as well. Appreciate you gamers. Love you. Okay, and I'll see you guys next time. Take it easy, my friends. Good night. Oh, someone on YouTube asked me, why don't I use Dark Pact? It's like CC. Just use it for CC. I don't need to use it. It's like an immobilize or like for Defiance spells. Don't really need to use it, just auto attack otherwise and use Life Siphon. It's a utility ability on Dagger. Well, on DPS anyway. Like maybe on a DPS build you'd use it, but as a support, not really. Anyway, say to Emmy, guys. See you guys tomorrow. Good night. Maybe tomorrow, maybe another time. I don't know. I'm out.